Good afternoon. I just come live and I was just seeing a message pop up to the top and it's saying why Melly can't stick to her time. I'm sorry, I know. I said, listen, it's 6:11. Normally I'm like an hour or half an hour or 2 hours late with my live. But you know, you guys can understand that, you know, I am very busy. I'm gonna wait until Kian Jabbar is going to join me. We just we've been wanting to do this for quite a while. So I said, you know what? I reached out to him today and I said, you know what? I think this would be a really good idea for you and I to do, since I think we were both perceived as fair, unbiased, and neutral in our, you know, in our critique of this administration, and not so much as I can't say not critique, non-critique, but critique of this administration. So I'm waiting for Kian Jabbar to join us. We initially wanted to come like about 5, but we said 6 because it works for both of us. We are going to be talking everything elections. So earlier I made a post today and I asked you guys to like send me stuff, anything, any complaint, any issue as it relates to the election you guys might have, you would like me to post, you want to listen. Let me just say that, you know, people might find something a bit funny, it might not be so, but at least let's because I don't know everything. I don't know about you guys, but I know for sure that I don't know everything. I don't know everything. So if you need to ask, if you need to query, if you need to find out what's happening here, if that's how it works, then let's do that collectively as a country, as a nation. So, or for all the persons that are following me and all the persons that are giving their comments and their belief how things work, how it don't work, whether it's regards to the polling agents, whether it's regards to GCOM staff, whatever it is, let's discuss. We're going to be discussing all things election. Come in, you have bigger fish to fry. Yeah, we're going to be we're less than 24 hours away from elections, by the way. I know people are going to be there at the polling station from 5 o'clock in the morning. So hopefully me and Kian are able to start doing a live from 5 in the morning. We want to checking at all the polling stations. We want reports from all the polling agents. We want update throughout the day as to what is happening. And that is what we intend to do, or that is how myself and Kian, that is the plan. I'm going to try not to read comments too much. Oh, you're waiting for me to go live? You know what? Let me share this live to my page. Because some people are actually waiting for me to go live on my page. But remember I told you guys that I am not able to, they managed to get the Melly page blocked. So I'm not able to go live from that page. That's why I've been doing so many videos and so many video drops, because they managed to, I'm not allowed to go live from this page until agents, we want. All right, I just shared it to my page, so hopefully people can see. Okay, so I want to say let me just say this. Tomorrow's election, me and you and everybody else that wants better for the citizens of Guyana, better for our children, better for the future, I need you to understand that we have one common enemy. I think Kian has just sent the request. What? Why is it saying? All right, let me see if I can. Okay. Why is it saying he's not able to? Let me try to add him myself. Kian, can you send me back a request? Just not sure. Why is it saying I am not able? Auntie, all them regulars that collect contracts fly out. Why are they not staying about? And you see, that's the funny thing, because I can say that alone should say to you, like, if you believe in this party that you're asking us to support and you're asking us to vote for, then why is it that you're not in Guyana voting for this political party? And you know, they're gonna come and they're gonna say, they're gonna come out and they're going to say, oh, but Melly, you ain't going home to vote either, but you have a lot to say about Guyana elections. And there's a reason, and you and I both know, and all of us, many of us know, there's a reason why I can't go home to vote. And we know why. But Kian, I saw, I'm not sure what's happening. Let me see if I can add him back. Oh, let me just say this, allow viewers to request to join you on video. I don't understand why this is not working. You know what? Let me come off. Let me start. Oh God, my God, already 1,000 people on this live. I don't want to stop it to start again. The 40K and the 15K update really hurt me. No, because I just wanted to make sure that if you're a PP agent and you're working for them, and based on the message that was sent to the PP group, I'm saying that they expect their agents or their workers, not all our agents, their workers, whoever are going to be guarding ballot box, who can be at 200 feet away from the polling station, keeping watch, whatever it is they're being employed to do. I see, if you are going to pay us $40,000, then pay us $40,000. I don't see why you should decide who gets $40,000 and who gets $15,000 if we're all doing the same job. So I just wanted to make sure everybody that are working for the PPP and that are going to be out there today are treated equally. Okay. I think this. Yeah, I just want to ensure that they're treated equally. So that's why I put out the video, because it's not fair for. Hi, Kian.
How are you?
I am good. I'm hearing
Right.
you a bit low. Are you guys hearing him low, or it's just me?
I don't know. Are you guys? Please let us know.
No, I'm
PPP
hearing you
must
low.
go.
Let me
That's a
see
good
something.
start. But yeah. Close Facebook up.
Huh?
No, I'm reading. I'm reading the comments to see if
Reading the
anybody.
comments.
I can hear you clearly.
Can you guys in the comments tell me if you're hearing, if it's just me, or are you guys hearing Kian a bit low as well?
I'm hearing you clear as ever. Hearing.
Oh,
Yeah.
but I'm not here. Somebody is saying, Kian, close the Facebook app, open it, and come on again. Because I don't think they're hearing you.
I,
You guys are
okay, I can
hearing
do that.
Kian clear? I
Oh,
know
now
you
they're.
guys are hearing me clearly, but are you hearing him?
And I'm hearing you perfectly. Might be just on your end.
What is happening with is us? Probably. Let me see something. Listen, this is Kian. I hate iPhones, and I recently got one, and this is what I'm using. I mean, I'm hearing you, but it's just low. I don't know why.
Do you have earpods? Do you have earpods? Do you have
Not for
these?
this. Anyway, I can hear you. If they are you guys, I can hear him, but I'm just. Are you once they're
Yeah.
hearing you clear, loud and clear?
Yeah.
Somebody saying they're hearing both of us. I'm hearing you too, just a bit low.
Okay.
Let me see something. Who else got iPhone in this comments? What I gotta do for make the volume go up?
I had the same problem with when I went live with Francis the other day, and he requested join. No, now we're not hearing you at all. You're muted. Sorry, guys. Bear with us because um, Melissa and I plan to do this all night in the context
Okay,
of we running
so
right
you
through
guys,
to the end. So
Kian, I'm hearing you so perfect now. I don't know what I did, but I
magic.
fixed it.
Here we go.
So now I'm
Well,
hearing you.
good.
Now I'm
We're all
hearing you
set.
perfectly. So like Kian said, we plan on doing this throughout all night. We're gonna take a break and we're gonna come back. I know some of tomorrow's a holiday, so we I know you in Guyana. Well, they say it's a holiday, but I key on. I saw. Am I pronouncing your name right? I have a
Yeah.
habit of butchering people's name.
It's Ian with a K. So
It's Eon with a K.
yes.
Eon with a K or
Not
Eon with a K?
Ian. So Kian. Yeah, so Ian.
Eon.
Yeah.
It's
Kian.
Keon, Eon, whichever one, Keon.
I didn't
So,
really get up.
which it doesn't matter. Y'all know who I'm talking to. Y'all are seeing him.
Yes.
I have this really terrible habit of butchering people's name. Um, yeah, but I was saying to you, what was I lost my chain of thought. We were saying about going, um,
Live right through.
live throughout you guys. And oh, I was gonna tell you that they say it's a holiday tomorrow, but I see some people calling me still complaining. Like for instance, oh, before we get into that, what is it you want us to? I think we should decide on what is it we want to discuss first and foremost before we get into anything else. Any complaints, any issues that they're having.
So many.
All right, you talk to me, Kian. You're there on the ground in Guyana. I know I'm over here for so many reasons. But nevertheless, this is not about me. We're talking about elections right now. Tell me what's happening on the ground. What does it what it feels like?
Um, I think there's a lot of unsurety in the air. I think a lot of people are so this is a good thing to me. Okay, let me just I don't want the tone to be off here. Melissa, you and I have been doing this from the beginning, before anybody else. The two of us and maybe Francis have been
And
fighting this from the minute they get
I
sworn
think
in.
even before,
Right?
I think we were doing this. I was even doing this while the opposition was
So
in
you were in
office.
TCI and I was in Anuk.
Exactly, and we've been doing it since then.
So
Good.
I need to make something clear to everyone, because I think this is how we should start this. Um, I noticed in the comments. I'm trying to follow as much as possible. Your followers are obviously different from mine, but
Mhm.
what I've been reading a lot was that people are skeptical of me because they think I defended the PPP, or I was part of the PPP in 2020. And
Mhm.
I have to be very clear to everyone here, and I know you understood what was going on, but at the end of the day, I was never defending the PPP. All right,
Mm,
we saw
I
what our numbers showed. We had our statistics. I was in the recount every day, and I only spoke factually. All right, I didn't do it for the PPP. I did it because it was the right thing. I did it because it was correct. I never lied. I never went and twisted any information. APNU and PPP played their games, but at the end of the day, we were making sure that the will of the people was put forward and was paramount. So, guys, if you feel like 2020 had some bearing on who I was, I could have joined PPP since then. So could Melissa. We went with third parties, and we are back here again. Let's be honest. We haven't
we
changed.
we
Your whole TCI, you changed Guyana, your
TMI,
Schumann,
the
all of
TM
them
was it
fell
the
out.
TMI, Shumon, everybody, all of those small parties are now. I was Keon. I was so shocked to see, like every single body, and every single body from these small parties has just decided that they're going to go and sit on these boards and be a part of TCI. One of the persons I am so disappointed in, coming out of TCI is Shaz.
Ruel, Shaz and
Sha-
Ruel as
uh,
well. Come on, it's
Listen,
horrible.
the funny thing is they were the persons who kind of convinced me back in 2020 to join TCI, and they gave me I had a whole presentation as to why it was a good why, and I understand why it was a perfect idea, that because we were tired of the red and the green always just have us in this. I did the red, I did the green. And I agree that we needed a viable third party. So I was encouraged when I heard the plans and this is what we're going to do. I was like, you know what? This is a movement. This is something that I can be part of. So it wasn't me going to people. Oh God, they cussed me out in 2022 because they said, oh, y'all is PvP. Even to now, sometimes on my page under my live, they say, oh, why are you complaining now? You are one of the people. You are one of those people people that helped to put them there in 2020. And I
No,
want to say something.
man.
I didn't, just like how you guys follow me and admire me because I'm a fair person. And based on what I was seeing in 2020, I was speaking on what I was seeing in 2020. I'm not going to come on this internet and sit and lie to you and say, oh, no, magically these numbers just staying and no, nobody was wrong and all of that. I was speaking out like I always do based on the numbers that we were seeing and what we were seeing, and it wasn't adding up. Something wasn't adding up. So we were speaking out against them. And just like how we were fighting for democracy back then, I am still here doing the same thing doing the very same thing today against the very same government that I spoke out for in 2020.
That's right. But
Right?
not
So
for. We be careful with that. We didn't speak for them. We
for
spoke for the
them.
people. This
Well, true. We
democracy
we
made to
spoke
the
for the elect. We spoke. We
exactly.
were for the electoral system. We were
Yeah.
speaking based on what is supposed to be happening as it relates to GCOM and the election, why the numbers weren't adding up. There was an intention to rig, something wasn't going on. We spoke about it. Whether the PP rig, however they decided that they wanted to rig the election, they didn't get catch.
Yeah.
So I can't speak on some people. Another argument people come and say, "Oh, the PP rigged too." Yes, but we didn't catch them.
And
However they do it, or whatever it is that they did it perfectly fine. We weren't able to notice anything. However, we did notice those numbers that were matching that were being called, and we called it out.
yeah. And I think this is probably the most important part is we are back here now and we are going to do the exact same thing
Same
to the
thing.
PPP if they only try anything at this election.
Mhm.
All right. This is why Melissa and I are doing this because we're probably the two last soldiers independent left. And at the end of this
Listen,
thing, I
Keon,
am on the road. What?
Keon, I'm going to tell you this. Let me just say this, and I can't stop giving people like you and Francis. And I
Mhm.
see, excuse me to those of you that are, I do notice you guys on TikTok, and there's this other guy that I follow. I just recently started following because somebody put him on to me. He kind of like speak on political issues and stuff, and he's really, really good at it. But listen, for the first couple of years, Keon, I mean, I was so tired because I feel sometimes you feel as though you're fighting a losing battle and it's just you. So I was so happy when I see you come along. When I saw Antonio and I saw Antonio started
Antonio,
speaking out. When I
he can
saw
try.
Francis. When I saw when I saw Derwin Best.
Yeah.
When I saw the guy on TikTok that does the video and he put all the things in the background. Unfortunately, I don't have the
Oh,
time to do all
yes.
that. That's why I don't do. I forget his name, but he's really good.
He is
Yes,
very good.
yes, yes, yes.
He's
Somebody tell me
consistent.
his. I don't wanna not call his name in the comments because he's really
He's
really
got on
good.
like the African chain or something like that.
Yes, yes,
Yes,
yes.
yes,
He
yes.
is really good. And you know what I love about all these social media activism is that they if they're telling you something, they relate
Sorry.
to the average man. Yeah, they can be cussing out on the here. I
No,
will.
no, no, not the cousin. Sorry,
Oh,
I just saw it said Bradley Sampson. It might be Doggy. I don't know. But I think that's a part of this we need to make clear to everybody
okay,
right
so you
now.
can tell them what. Mhm.
Yeah, Melissa and I spoke about this earlier, and the idea here is to open this platform up to everyone. All right, we want all the politicians to come on. Jagdio could come on, Narton could come on,
We don't care.
Azardine could come on, Amanza could come on, Brooms could come on, Nigel Hughes could come on. Anybody in those parties guys, if you know any of your friends or anybody that you want
That
to give
wants
a
to come
15
on and
minutes
have
to,
something to say.
bring. Tell
Y'all
them to
want
message us.
y'all
Tell
want
them
come
to.
on y'all want to come on and curse me out? Come on. As long as you don't get blocked, just come on and
Yes.
say what you
Even
have
from the
to say.
PPP. But
If
but but we said, guys, you're going to answer questions. This is not a platform for you just come on and run your mouth about any lies and bullshit that you want to say. We will be asking questions, and if we hear something, we can call you out on it. All
Exactly. And
right?
Keon, we want to also let them know we won't be asking you the question because we don't want you to say, oh, we are biased. Me, Keon, we are being biased and we ask you questions we have been heavy critics of this administration, and rightfully so. But we are not we are not going to sit here and ask you, bombard you with question or anything. What we if you're going to come on, and if anybody in the comments that is watching have political question, a narrative, anything that you want anybody to clear up, or you think that they can say or they can explain better, they can expand on to make you understand the whole voting process and make that final decision as to who you're voting for tomorrow, you can send the questions in the comments. For those of you that are watching, of course, I'm on the 592 Media Inc. page, but my Melly Mail page, the inbox is open. So if you want to send a message via the Melly Mail page into my inbox, I can read that while I'm on the live too. So Keon, I don't know if you have another phone or another WhatsApp that you can use. No,
No
all right. So
problem.
all right. So we
I,
relying.
I don't know I'm scared to do it now. I guess this would be the best time to do it. But I'm wondering if I just scroll up to check my messages that come out of this, if I'm gonna get cut off. So should I try
I
now?
don't know. Is he going to get cut off?
Let me try it now and just put
Try. I
myself
already
on
have
speed.
4 requests here to come on. So Keon,
Okay.
we are
Give
ready.
me
We
one
are
sec.
ready. We are ready. They were just waiting. We are ready to go. Come on, come up. Let me see something if it's going to work. Let me see how that works. I think he's paused and he's probably checking the message now. Okay. So you went out and came in back, right? So we're not hearing you. You're on mute.
We good?
We good. So I guess what
All right.
happens is you're using an iPhone too?
Yes.
Okay, so I guess when you come, well, the iPhone is well, I couldn't do that with the
No, it's
Samsung.
good. I can check my messages and I can unmute and come back. All good.
Good.
We
So,
set.
but I couldn't. You see, I cussing the iPhone. I couldn't do that with the Samsung. The Samsung just take you completely out. Once you come out to the live, you're completely cut off. So,
Um.
Kian, is there anything we need to remind? If in case I forget anything, we need to remind them as to what we're doing because I'm seeing
Yeah.
6 requests here now to join the
All
live.
right.
So I just
What
want to start.
yeah, before we jump into people, we here to talk to people.
Mhm.
But I want to just make everybody understand that I am with Melissa all the way until 6 p.m. tomorrow. All right.
Tomorrow
And
we start at
I know
5.
I know the first thing we're talking about actually, by the way, anybody who requested, this is probably the burning topic right now. We got to talk about the fact that GCOM just released a statement saying they're not giving us results until the 3rd or the 4th or some nonsense like that. So, I don't know if you saw that yet.
I didn't even see
Them
that.
Rara Waves.
I didn't. I did. I'm now going to check on
Them,
that.
what's his name? Dennis Shabral, who's very unbiased. Dennis Shabral is a really good
Mhm.
journalist, somebody I trust.
Mhm.
He just did the GCOM press conference and they said they're not giving us results until the 3rd or the 4th. And I went, that's ridiculous. How could you take less than 1 million people this long to count? Not to
This long
mention the
to come.
chaos.
Not only that, let's
Everybody
talk
claimed there's a winner before then.
an anxiety, and everybody's gonna. We're
Yes.
gonna have exactly. We're gonna have a repeat of 2020 where everybody is celebrating a victory, and we don't know like. But because Keon, you and I were there in 2020, everybody was looking at like as what is happening. Everybody is saying that they won the election. Not only that, let's talk about GCOM on preparedness for this election. So
So
I
just hold on, just before we do that, I just want to make everybody feel comfortable for 2 seconds. I need this to stay in the back of everybody's mind because it's the only thing that gives me comfort in everything we're about to talk about. Because we're going to talk about the
go ahead.
bad and the scary, right? I just want everyone out there to listen to this carefully. The one saving grace that we have, that I personally, Kian Jabur, wholeheartedly love and trust, is our new chancellor, our new acting chancellor, Roxanne George. Okay? That woman, I'm telling you guys right now, she is probably the most credible, trustworthy woman in this country, in my opinion. I have dealt with her on many different bases, and I can tell you guys right now, I believe that she will not be swearing any president in until she is 100% satisfied that this election was free and fair. All right? So it's the one little saving grace I have in this whole dynamic. All right. So, and I hope all of you guys can take the comfort that I do from this situation. All right. I don't know if you caught that, Melissa. Did you?
Yeah. No. I was hearing you all the time. I was
Oh,
trying to get the sun out a little bit from my face. So I went to pull down the plant. But I was hearing everything I said. And let me just say, from time to time, I'm sure Keon will disappear and leave me on the live for a bit while I think I will do the same while he continues.
yeah.
But the point is, we're going to be here. We're going to take breaks. We're going to come off and start
And
back the live. So just keep checking until we.
yep. And if you guys, and also what I'm also prepared for, I got my team ready. I did a whole bunch of planning. If I need to go out on the road and take my phone with me and go to GCOM or go to wherever issues are happening, I am on the road.
We
So right
will
here, it's all happening.
we will be live. We will be live
I'm
doing
Melissa's eyes and ears on the ground.
on the ground, doing everything. So just stay glued to the page because we know you guys want to be informed and we want to inform you. Now, let me get to this thing. When are we getting results? The third or the fourth?
Yes,
How is that?
Demerara Waves just put out, so GCOM had a press conference today, and they said they're not sure if results will come out until the 3rd or the 4th. And again, it goes right back to what you were about to speak about in GCOM's lack of preparedness. And again, in a society as tense as Guyana, as politically divided as Guyana, you cannot be having us wait this long for
For
results.
results. And why is it after all these years in 2025 we are still waiting 3 and 4 days for election results? And here's the funny thing. You remember from 2020, from the last elections, I don't know if was it the Carter Center or the European Observers Committee, they would have put forward certain things that they would like to see be put in place for for the next elections. GCOM had 5 years to do that. They
Mm-hmm.
just got a budget of 1 billion. Is it 1 billion or more? Because I might be wrong.
No,
It
no,
might
no.
be
It's
more.
it's billions. I think it's like $5 billion or something. It's something crazy.
See, and
$4 billion sold like.
here I am saying 1 billion when
Yeah.
it's billions of dollars was just
Huge.
allocated to them for this election. What exactly is GCOM doing with this money, and who are they spending it on? They don't have polling agents who won't drop out at the last minute, and I'm guessing people are falling out at the last minute because they're saying they're not willing to pay. Now they're saying the POs are responsible for, well, from that this was a complaint, but to my understanding is they say the PO is always responsible for transporting the ballot boxes to the main stage, but the POs are saying now that they're not being offered security, I think, to transport these boxes. And why is it the responsibility is being left on them? If they don't have a car, they have to take a taxi. So I want to know, is our police, how many polling stations we have, Keon? Our police, our security going to be
27 or 20. Yeah.
at all of these polling stations to escort, to transport these POs to the main stage where these ballots are going to be counted? Is security provided for all of these polling stations? Are all these PO going to have security protection transporting these ballot boxes from the polling station? So that is something I don't know if GCOM has addressed it as yet, but that is kind of leaving that responsibility on POs to transport that. Without security, I don't know how that works. I don't think I've ever heard of that.
I didn't hear GCOM's update on that yet directly from them. We already saw one incident during the moving of the armed
Joint
forces
service.
ballots, right? Joint service ballots. So, and they had an accident where the bus crashed and blah blah blah, and all that just adds to the fear that Guyanese are feeling right now. And the sad part is, it goes back to exactly what you said about the 2020 election when you're right. I can't remember. It was OAS, EU, Carter Center. There was a couple of them observers missions,
That would
and
have
they had
made
put CARICOM. I think it was. I
would
think it's
have made
CARICOM.
a number of suggestions that they
Yes,
think GCOM should make for the upcoming election.
and
Biometrics being one of those. Biometrics being one of those suggestions. I think. I'm not 100% sure, but I think biometrics was one of those suggestions. We have less than 1 million people. Why are we taking 3 and 4 days to count less than 1 million vote?
crazy.
Then we're not even gonna. Kiana, are we gonna start about the padded voters list now? I hear that list is padded by almost 200 and something, almost 300,000 voters.
So I have to give you my little research that I did on this list because I was
Um,
obviously very concerned. And Francis, I know, can back me up on this because the two of us had long chats about it. So I'm still concerned. So let me just start there. What I'm going to say, though, is what kind of eased my mind when it came to the list is, although our list is up to 700 and something thousand people, which is impossible because our population is less than a
it's
million, and the average around the world, which is how you have to look at these things, is about 65% or so of the population is usually 18 years and above, all right, and eligible to vote. Now, the one saving grace that we have had, I think, our list rose between 2020 and 2025 by about 70 or 80,000, 80 something thousand. Okay. Now it sounds like an alarming number, and it is. It's something we should all have in the back of our mind. But in all fairness, in 2015 to 2020, it was just around maybe 15 or 10,000 less. So it still rose by 68,000 or 70,000 or something like that. Now, what that showed is a trend that is consistent. And it's very important for us to make sure that we understand that although the system might be broken, although the dead people are not being removed, people that move away, etc., etc., the issue that we're having is sorry, the saving grace is that it's been happening consistently, and we are not going to actually raise the alarm bell until we see how many voters. So the last election had 456,000 voters. So I'm expecting that to raise
more.
Yes, more, but let's be honest, it shouldn't be more than 10, 15,000 more. All right, in my opinion, I think they just put out a, I saw the, I thought a newsroom. So it had to come from the government.
It has to come from the government, of course.
Right? And it said the list, I think there was 21,000 or something like that, new voters.
New voters?
Yeah, new voters. So people who just turned 18. I can double check that in a sec. But bear in mind that doesn't mean all of them.
And you on the live here, if we're getting anything wrong, you guys can step out, check for us,
please.
come back and send us the information. Listen, this is an open discussion. This is just, I mean, me and Kiana are on camera, but this is an open discussion. So you guys can come out, check the list, send us any information. Like I said, my Melly Mel page, my inbox is open. You can always go, just switch over to the Melly Mel page and send me a message there. I can open it, I can read it. Anything you want to tell me about what's happening in your community, in your region, leading up to the elections, just shoot me a message and we can discuss. Like I said, we're going to be here. We're going to be going back and forth from now for the next 20, 36, 48 hours. Anybody can join. I see someone is asking if Amanda can join. Listen, anybody can join this live. Yes, yes.
You know who I want to join? If somebody can message her, Tabitha Haley. The Prime Minister. I really want to speak to her.
Yeah, this is an open discussion. Like I said, anybody can join. Anybody can join. The regular citizens, every single body can join. It's an open discussion. Wherever it is you want to ask, whatever it is you want to say. Like I said, I don't have all the answers. Keon might not have all the answers, but we are here. Somebody in the comment might just have the answer. So it's an open.
Hold on, I'm getting there. I'm still looking for the new voters, but you can bring on, if you got a request that wants to talk. Let's get the ball rolling.
Okay, so you guys can start back sending me the requests. I know at one point I had 6 requests and they all disappeared because I guess you were talking and I wasn't approving it. So now that you guys can send the request back. Some of you are not being. I just tried to join somebody that sent one and is saying that she's unable to join. If you're unable to join, just come out of Facebook, then log in back, come on back to the live, and send me back a request because sometimes that's how it works. You're looking for the news report.
Yeah, I know it's here somewhere. Where is Miss Francis? He's pull all these things up fast.
Oh my God, they didn't play to start sending me messages via my inbox.
Let's go.
So let me see what's the first thing. Okay, Keon. Anybody in the comments? Did you guys? Somebody just a Facebook follower just sent me this. You heard anything about police officers working as presiding officers for GCOM? Did anybody?
I did hear that, but GCOM already confirmed that that's not true.
GCOM confirmed that that's not true. Okay,
GCOM put out a statement.
Okay, so for the person that message here, you heard Keon said that GCOM would have put out a message saying that that's not true.
Trust me,
so that's one thing. You see, yeah. And you see how this works. You send a message, you ask about stuff that you hear that's circling around, rumors, whatever, and then we get to confirm, and we can, me, you, everybody on the live, we can decide if it's true or not. All
right, we added somebody.
Okay. Oh, let me see. I added somebody. Did she come on? Approved. Send requests. Why is it saying she's unable to join?
Hmm. I had
Just
to
go
join
out
from my
and come in.
business page, So I
You
don't know. Yeah, when I was on my personal page, it didn't allow me to join. That's
because
the
I
one you're
saw you
referring to
sent me a request for
from
first,
my other
and I was
account.
trying to join it, and it wasn't allowing me to join. But then you sent from this. This is a page, or this is a personal.
Yeah, this is my page exactly. So the personal account it didn't allow.
I wonder why that's not. That's strange. Some personal account, I know they allow some people, and then some they don't. But you guys can send your request. All right. Let me go back into another question. Oh my! Did you see this? Joint service escort comes under fire near Venezuela border. This is coming
Joint
out of this is
service
20.
S.
This is 24 minutes, and this is coming out a credible source. So I'm going to read as a ballot box escort comes under fire near Venezuela border, says joint service. Upper Cayuni River, Region 7, a Guyana Defense Force and Guyana Police Force escort team transporting ballot boxes from GCOM came under fire on Sunday afternoon while navigating the Upper Cayuni River near the Venezuela border.
It's no, that's true. Newsroom just posted it as well. It's true.
Okay. So
Yeah.
according to joint service statement, the incident occurred approximately 2:30 this afternoon in the vicinity of Bamboo. The patrol, which was escorting 9 GCOM officials and election materials to remote Region 7 polling station, came under fire from the Venezuelan shore. The escort team immediately returned fire and maneuvered the vessel out of danger. No injuries were reported among joint service rank or GCOM staff. The official confirmed that no ballot box were damaged or compromised. Despite the incident, the team safely continued its journey. The statement noted, adding that the ballot boxes were successfully delivered to Kumang Landing, Karutaku, and Dakukari. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing these names correct, but excuse me. I'm trying to. I think this person is being added. The Joint Service says it remains on high alert as is coordinating closely with GCOM to safeguard all elections operation. An investigation into the cross-border shooting has been launched. Hi, good afternoon. Hello. Hello.
Oh no.
Okay, that person came off. Keon, what do you have to say about this? This is some
Um.
interesting developing.
So I think the key thing here to remember here is this both all this. So I like to always make sure I'm seeing an opposition news source and a government a PPP and an app new news source. That's how I
Both
make sure I
reporting the same
confirm
thing.
that it's real and it's once it's saying the same thing. And one of the important things to take from this is that they both said that the shots came from the Venezuela
Venezuelan.
side,
Mhm.
right? So it could, I don't think it's necessarily anybody tampering with the election process. I
It's
mean, not that you can't rule anything out, but they said everybody's safe. And the ballot boxes are all intact. So, scary situation, but I don't think any of these articles say anything for us to be
um
concerned with just yet.
Andrew Noel, I see you trying to join. It's not allowing me to join you. And Ralston Elliott, and I see you have zero followers, and I'm guessing you're not able to join because it's a new account. They don't allow new account to join Facebook Live until after 60 days. So yeah.
Oh no. Who's that? There's somebody here though.
Hello.
Hello, good evening to you
Get
guys.
We see
Hi,
who
good
we're
evening.
talking to, please.
Yeah, good evening. Thanks for having me. I would just like to admonish my Guyanese brothers and sisters to be very vigilant at, come tomorrow.
Sorry, I don't know your name, but can you steady the phone? I don't know if you have the fan on or
Yeah.
something, but I don't think they're
Okay,
hearing you
give me a sec, give me
clearly.
a sec, give
No
me a
And I
sec.
would
problem.
like to see your face, please. I mean, I don't really want to talk to,
So
I
we
don't
don't
know
want to talk
what
to
to
the
say.
roof.
Yeah. Like to see who we're talking to at least. So.
Hello, you hearing me?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I just don't want to reveal my identity by way of putting
By way
myself
of
in the camera.
that's by way of recognition. That's fine. But once we can hear you clearly, yeah.
Okay, you guys are hearing me now?
Yes, we hear you much better.
All right. One of my concerns going into tomorrow's election is for my Guyanese brothers and sisters to be very vigilant when we are in those election lines, as relates to the person who is behind us. I'm of the view that many of our neighboring, um, what must I say, our neighbors, as in the Venezuelans, and even so to some of the more the Asians, they would be in in those election lines. I'm speaking to the Chinese and the Venezuelans, and I'm asking my Guyanese brothers and sisters to be very vigilant as relates to those persons who we know may have obtained ID cards not by their rightful means. I think we should be very concerned about that.
So okay, so is this something, Art? Let me just to be clear, we just because we just don't want to put out rumors or
No,
to
it's not a rumor.
I'm
It's just
asking, is
that
it a rumor or this is
no,
something
no,
that you
it's not a
know?
rumor. Based on the fact that we would have allowed during the short period of the Venezuelan migration, we would have allowed a lot of
Allowed?
these people into our country through our borders, which are very porous,
Mhm.
and there are so many of these people in a lot of our regions, and they are integrated into the normal system. Many of our citizens can attest to that. There are many of these people who are in possession of national documents, and they haven't been nationalized. They haven't been through the correct procedure to become citizens of Guyana. And I'm very concerned. I for once, when I get there, I'm going to be very, very, very vigilant in that regard.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, great. Well, I don't know. Do you want to keep him on and have the conversation? Because I do have a lot to say about this. This is a very interesting conversation.
Yes, sir, it is. It
All right.
should be a
So
concern to all Guyanese.
good. Let's start with the basics here. All right. The first thing is this is why we need a minority government. Because the first
Correct.
problem we have here is the fact that the majority in parliament gives the current government, whoever it is, full power. And then they go ahead and do things like this without anybody having any scrutiny. All right. They are in complete control of this process through the Ministry of Home Affairs. All right. And the problem that we have is any documentation, any citizenship, anybody, applying work permits, all that stuff goes through the ministry. And the problem that we have is we can't scrutinize it. And they are making people citizens without us being able to have any say. That's probably one of the main reasons to convince you guys that we need a minority government. So that the government of the day, I don't know if you remember, APNU had the same problem with the Haitians. The
Yes, with the
PPP says
Asians. I remember,
that
sir. I
APNU,
do remember.
good.
Yes.
So it's a very common allegation. Now, let me be absolutely clear about this as well, because it's something I've done the research on and I've been focused on for a little while. Now, the first thing, and I'm sorry to say this as harsh and realistic, there's nothing we can do right now about this. Okay, nothing can be done. All right. The only thing that I have done, and I've put out a call on my personal page to, anybody that follows me has seen, I've asked all polling agents, all party agents, GCOM, police, observers,
Yeah, I see you
all the
asked them to
people.
have a booklet. That was a great poster. That was a
Correct.
wonderful.
So this is how we're going to resolve this problem. If we see that the last election had 456,000 voters, and then this election all of a sudden got 550,000 voters or 600,000 voters, we know something wrong.
We have a
But
problem there.
we
We have
will
a
have
problem.
to be able to reconcile it back with the information that we have. And I've asked all people that are working with GCOM, guys, please share this. Please, it's the videos on my page as well.
And
Just
listen,
me.
and not only that, Keon, if you guys need to screen record anything, any useful information that is coming out here, I need to just send it around or share it around. Please do. Please do so.
Yes.
Yeah, Keon, back to your point. You're saying you have it on
Yeah.
your page. Mhm.
Yeah. All I'm asking you guys to do is have your little notebook and make sure if anybody walks into that polling station, whichever polling station you're at, and they're not speaking English, for example, or their names are completely different from you've ever heard in Guyana. Don't get me wrong, you haven't heard all the names. But I'm not telling you to disrupt the process. I'm not saying for you to do anything, to address the
Make a
person.
note, make a note, make a
Just
copy, make a note of
when
it.
when
Document
every
it.
right in the actual polling station, how it works is the person's ID card is given to every single agent. So
It's
everybody
passed
gets a
down.
chance to verify. What I'm asking anyone, if you're suspicious about anyone, just write all of their names down. Because at the end, all we can do is if the list and the voters are way too much and something is off, we will have to go back, look at those names, find out when and how they got citizenship, and that can be a basis for a court case by itself.
Court case, exactly.
Okay,
That's my
that can
point.
easily
Exactly.
null and void the election. Let me tell you right now. So it's super important that everyone in those polling stations write this information down. The names of these people, their ID number, whatever. Don't do anything with it. I'm not telling you. Please, I'm not telling you to disrupt the process. You cannot do anything in the polling station. There's no way to verify. All I'm asking you to do is make sure you make that note. Go ahead.
Correct. Absolutely. I fully endorse those sentiments and that message, sir. That's wonderful.
Thank you so much.
Thank you
Was
very
it?
much. Thank you very much
Thank
for
you.
having me. And
Thank
let
you
me
for
give someone
joining. Thank you for
an
joining us.
opportunity to contribute. Thank you very much,
We
Melly.
will. Thank you for sharing your views. And like I said, we're going to be on this. We're going to be live. From now, myself and Kiana are going to be here from now until tomorrow. We're going to be in and out. We're going to be in and out of these lives. So we might come on for an hour. We might come off, take a rest, but we are going to be on it. If you need to take any notes, I got my little pen here, taking my notes. Let me just say something. So I'm going through my inbox too, and I saw that you guys are sending me stuff from what uh critics is posting. Listen, critics, I don't I don't care. I don't care to address anything that critics is posting about us doing this election run or anything. Critics is a means of distraction, right?
Why are we talking about critics?
He's a mean
What
because
is the
they're
relevant part
sending me
of
stuff we posting about lie oh he's a liar. Critics is a mean of distraction. Mind you, the only thing that he has about the lying thing is so when they were sharing out the cash grants, people were sending me different messages about them. The poll these agents that they would have hired, telling them that the cash grant, some telling them to get 7 days, some telling them they are going to change it right away, some telling them to get 3 days. So I would have repeated this. He made it seems as though I was telling people that the cash grant, the check only lasts 3 days. You know how they spin things? They take a part of the video where they take a part of the video where you saying that particular thing and make it seems as though you were telling people that the checks is gonna expire. No, I was relating to them the complaints that I was receiving from people and how all the agents were telling every single body different thing. Who said 3 days, some said 7 days, some say I'm going to change it right away, and all of this. I was relating those complaints to
Right.
while I was on the live. So they took that piece and then another thing they did with things. So and mind you, this is the only thing that proves they have nothing else but this one particular thing. This is the only thing that proves that I'm a liar coming from the PP. So
Oh,
critics
that's
is
the end of it? That's the
that's
one
it.
thing?
Yeah,
Oh,
that's it. That makes me this
okay.
great
Oh,
liar,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
That nobody
You addressing people's concerns makes you a liar, right?
exactly, but
Because at the end of the
it's
day,
how they spin it. But they do what they do. Is how they spin it. I noticed they start taking some of my videos and making it seems as though I'm saying like not to vote for this party, like not to vote for Aubrey Norton, not to vote for Win, not to vote for like putting spins on it. They're playing the little I don't know. I won't say AI because it's actually my video. So they're just taking like parts of my videos and putting it together to make it seems. I guess technology at its best right now.
take
But
it as a compliment, though, right? Because that means you're having an influence and that means they're
and
terrified.
I'm definitely having any, and they're terrified. Like, why would you, Keon? These people mass report a page. I have it 100 and almost 180,000 followers. When I say mass reported, I would get the page back for 3 hours, and it would disappear. Me and them were fighting back and forth for months. Me trying to get back this page, and
Can.
up to now.
Well, that's
Um,
why we have the backup pages. I have my 2 pages as well, so we make sure we tell everybody, please add
so
both
well
of our
now I have
pages,
a well,
follow
I
us.
didn't have a backup page then, but now I have this backup page here because they would have gotten the other page as well disconnected. But you see the funny thing with this page, they don't know the account that this page is being operated from because the account is just there.
Ah,
It doesn't follow anybody, doesn't say anything. It's just a account is just there. So they don't
got
know the account that is operating this account, so they cannot report it. So it's
right, right.
hard
So
for them to, and it's hard for them to get down a page other than, rather than your personal account. So this is what I had to restore to get him back on the internet because I was off for quite a couple of days because I was hoping to get back that old page.
I want to tell you something, Mel. You know what you need to do? I'm looking at our live right now on Facebook on my iPad. You can, if you back up a little bit, because it's very zoomed in, like we're looking at your forehead. Like,
Oh.
like just literally like me, like just brace back as far, like give yourself some space back, right? So people can see your whole face.
So let
Why,
me
are
look
you,
at it.
why y'all ain't telling us this in the comments? Yeah,
I don't know,
y'all on our
but I
team
just
or
come
what?
so close up because I'm not sure if they could hear me like properly.
No,
So
crystal clear.
I just that's why I be so close up sometimes. But now I'm looking at it on my phone too.
Yeah, you're looking better now. Yeah. They're seeing both
Yes.
of us
Okay,
together.
so I got it. I'm back. I'm back on. Yeah, so like I said, keep
Yeah.
joining, keep sending us a request. Let me see if I have anything else. Well, I just
No,
got
let's
the
go. So I want to double back on this GCOM on just GCOM situation because I think it's probably the most important thing for us to talk about right now.
Mhm.
So we're gonna remember first of all that we're here at all points in time, Melissa and I. If you guys have our Facebook information, you have a lot of our numbers, it's not hard to find. Now, you know people connected to us. With that said, if you guys have any information of anything all across this country that you need to report on, and this is particularly is police and GCOM staff, party members, polling agents, observers, please let us know because we will put all of our mechanisms. Both of us have a vast network of people that we can reach out to try and get this help done. This is what the technology is for. This is why we have these Facebook, these cell phones, these pages, and you guys know, we're if you don't trust both of us, you trust at least one of us. And please, we are going to be as transparent with this process as possible because none of the two of us are representing a political party. All right? GCOM themselves. Go ahead. Sorry.
I'm getting some information now that I'm going to these. Let me just find out.
Guys, please excuse us as well. We at home
We
and we plan on doing these lives for a couple hours. Yeah,
And of
you can see
course
we
it's and of course it's live. So I don't get the chance to go and check the message, go through it, research, and come back and tell you. But someone just sent me a list here. Someone who wants to join in the meantime. Um
Amanza will be up in
Carl.
5 minutes. Darwin Best is messaging us as well. Huh?
Okay,
So,
listen.
please, guys,
Somebody Colano TV or something is joining. I'm not sure who this
bring them
is.
on. Guys, call us with your problems. We will do our best to address them. If not, at least you can highlight it, and we can then start making calls.
Because we might not see
As
all, we might not see everything in the comment.
exactly.
If you can message Eon, or if you can message me if you don't get me, because my messages be so much. Message Eon. Okay, the guest declined the live video invitation. Okay, so then why send it? I'm confused. Why
Guys, no,
send an invitation? Is Carolan TV? Who's Carolan TV?
never heard of it.
But somebody from Carolan TV. Okay, so
Guys, we're on the last stretch now. Guys, we are 12 hours, less than 12 hours away from the polling stations opening.
okay.
Now is the time to talk.
So
Now is the time
this
to come out. All right, guys, we are
this
here
looked
now.
like it's some forwarded WhatsApp messages that was received here, right? So they're asking if there's anybody at GCOM or if there's anybody on this live that works with GCOM that have access to this information, if you can check it. They're saying they don't know because GCOM is saying that no, police officers are not being sworn in as we said police officers are not being sworn in as presiding officers for GCOM. But what are they being sworn in as presiding officers for? Because someone sent these forward messages here, and Ari, officer to be sworn. Please inform Assistant Superintendent Nigel Newton that he is required to report to the Georgetown Magistrate Court 2 at 15 hours on August the 29th, 2020 to be sworn in as ex officio.
I'm not sure what that's about.
Then there's another one. Please inform Woman Assistant Superintendent Donnet Ward or Wade, WRD Ward, that she is required to report to the Georgetown Magistrate Court same time, August the 29th, to be sworn in as ex officio.
August the 29th.
Officio. I'm not sure what this is. Of ex officio. OFFICIO.
Not non-voting member. Like they're not official. They have reduced powers. But I'm not sure in GCOM, in relation to GCOM, what.
So what does this, but I'm confused, what does this have to do? Because, and then there's another one, please inform Assistant Superintendent Dwayne Nicholas, same message again. Please inform Assistant Superintendent Troy Scott that he is required to report, same messages. What are they being sworn in for here? Let me see if I can find it from, this is not GCOM. So this is what? This is the police force?
Yeah, there has to be something else. Nobody needs to go to a magistrate court to get sworn in for anything as far as GCOM is concerned. Okay, well, having run the political, you ran it as well in 2020. We were never ever
we've never had to sworn in for anything.
Nothing,
so I guess this has something to do. This has something to do. Somebody say y'all want to invite James Bond. James, listen. Anybody can come on. Anybody.
Critical can come on. Bring them on. Care.
Anybody's allowed to engage in our critics and all can come on.
You know,
once he's not being ignorant and all that. Anybody we're
allowed. Even if he is, we can just cut him off. By the way, that's guys, if you're coming on and you're gonna behave like an idiot, we will just cut you off.
We just cut you off.
So
I see Mark France just sent me a request.
Good.
It's saying add in. So let's first. Mark France, he's gonna come on. So we have Mark France coming up. To the person, because I think they're watching the live and texting me. As you hear, Keon said, we don't think that this has anything to do with GCOM, but I'm still confused as to what they're being sworn in because they're all assistant superintendents on this list. All of them are assistant superintendent that this message was forwarded to.
I'm not particularly worried about the police in particular because they don't have too much role to play in the whole elections process. They're almost like peacekeepers, like observers themselves. They don't actually participate, you know. So at this point in time, before I can maybe Mark and those guys are currently involved right now, and maybe they can tell us, they can shed some light on it. But you know, before I jump to conclusions and speculate. You know,
I don't know. It was saying joining, but I don't know why he's getting to join. So somebody said, okay, so they're watching the live. So somebody said, good night, Melly and Keon. Just to add to what Keon said about the ID card. The polling clerk and the APO or PO gets the ID card to which they would flash it to the agent and return to the electoral. After they would have cast their ballots. The agent do not get the ID card.
No, I'm pretty sure
They would, however, get a copy. They would, however, get a copy of the card a copy of the what? Of the file to vary. What is she trying to say? To verify the information called out by the PO or the APO.
So the whole
it's a bit confusing how she wrote it, but
the whole reason that there are that all the party agents are allowed to be there is that if there is any discretions, if there's any information that is off, if there's any people that are coming to vote that something is wrong, those agents all need to agree and confirm, okay? Including the GCOM staff. So this is a situation that if somebody walks in there and is speaking no English and is clearly not Guyanese, then obviously you as the agent, especially as a party agent, can say, hey, I have an issue with something that's this person. Can I see their ID? Can I please verify? Because at the end of the day, nobody trusts anybody in these polling stations, right? No PPP don't trust Apnu saying yes, does the right thing and then go in it, or Win trusting anybody. Nobody don't trust nobody. So if you see that somebody's clearly suspicious, ask to see the ID card up close, verify it's the person with the picture, and you take the information down. They will never tell you no, you can't see the ID card. Because that could never be the case. Or else why are there agents in there to begin with?
Mm-hmm.
You understand?
Okay, so for the person that's sending that question, you heard answer. Something else here. Mel, please highlight this on your live. My niece is a medical doctor studying in Cuba. No provision is made for them to vote. She said the ambassador doesn't care about them. She also said that there is election when there's election in other countries, they would make
Yeah.
providence or provision for their people to vote, but not Guyana.
Yeah, yeah. It's an age-old problem. All right. And it's something along the lines of proxy voting or offshore voting. So the same problem, by the way, we're going to talk about the oil workers just now on the rig. There's a big issue.
Oh, I want to touch. I was about to say since
Yeah.
you get on, I want to touch on that too. Not only them, but I want to show you the schedule that the Chinese just put out for them for their workers to come out and vote tomorrow. Some of the planes are leaving at 3 in the afternoon to bring them out so that they can get to their polling station. We're gonna talk about it. We're gonna talk
Anybody
about
anybody working at the airlines, especially the pilots and the staff that work in there, please reach out to us if y'all seeing plane loads of Chinese coming in, all right, from local or interior areas. Please, I will personally come to the airport and you will remain anonymous and I will go live and we gonna watch them come off the plane and we gonna understand and we gonna talk to them and we gonna figure out why they're here. All of those kind of things is why we're doing this. All right, those little things that can be
yeah,
big
but
things.
what she's saying though, I understand what she's saying about they didn't make any provision for people that are out of country that are studying on government scholarships and these things.
Yeah.
They made no
It's
provision
a
for them.
sad, it's sad, but guys, I can be honest with you. It's the biggest problem we have is the makeup of GCOM. So let me explain that to you guys. Now, GCOM is made up of 3 APNU representatives and 3 PPP representatives, and then 1 Claudette Singh, 1 independent that both sides agree on. Now, at the end of the day, that system is flawed because the PPP and APNU, as much as they talk like they hate one another, they only want them to stay in power.
Stay
So
in
they
power.
work together on certain things. All right? We have no independent people in there. There should have been whoever, and this should be the rule in my opinion, whoever gets a seat in parliament, whichever party, should have a representative in GCOM.
In
Okay?
GCOM.
That's right. Go ahead.
Not only that, these small parties was really placed at a disadvantage with all these last minute changes that GCOM made.
Correct.
And I now get what you're saying there, Keon, about them being made up of 3 APNU representative and then 3 PP representative. So nobody really cares about fighting for any for the small parties, for the Simona Brooms and the Forward Guyana movement and the Amanza. Nobody really
Even
care
win.
about fighting for
Yeah.
their opinion because they are the bigger parties. They have the workers. They have the agents. They have the amount of people and the build up to get whatever they need to get done for the election. So they didn't care about these small parties at all. So these small parties were really placed at a disadvantage, with the exception of maybe Win, and that is because well, of course, that is because Azadin Mohammed and his family, obviously they have the money and the thing to get all these things rectified and stuff. But these small parties, Amanza Party and Simona Broom Party, they're not no party with millions or billions of dollars behind them, backing them to make all these changes last minute, to put all these things in place, to hire all these people that needs to be hired to watch over this or watch over that or get that done. So these
Correct.
small parties were really placed at a disadvantage.
Yeah. So
And that
always
is sad. And I'm
yeah.
surprised. That is sad. And you see, this is what, and this is going back to what you said. The two of them only want the two of them to be in control and in power. And I don't want us to be like that. That is why I advocate so hard for the third parties.
Correct. Correct. So just to really understand, and I don't mean to, we here for a long time, so I can explain this as thoroughly as I can. All right. The PPP and APNU, through our constitution, is designed for only 2 parties to exist. To the point where even in parliament, even if there's a third party in parliament, everybody in the opposition falls under something called the main opposition. All right, that's how the wording is in our laws. All right, meaning that the third party representative can't even speak in parliament without being agreed upon by APNU in this case, or in 2015 by PPP, whoever's in opposition. So they make sure that our constitution makes sure that it maintains a two-party system to the point where they're the only two parties that are funded by taxpayers. All right? In every budget, and a lot of people don't know this, every budget, every single year, our national budget puts in an allocated amount of money to something called Office of the Opposition. Okay?
Yeah, they have. I think, what is it they get? They get 28 million.
It's $3 or $4 million a month. Okay?
Yeah, I think
that they use
how much
any way they want. They pay agents, they pay people to go on campaign, they pay for material, flag, whatever they're doing. So we essentially are paying for these two parties to maintain. So
why can't we have a say?
Good, exactly. So let's just draw it back quickly, because there will be other examples of that later. But let's draw it back quickly to GCOM. Now, people need to understand political strategy in Guyana.
Good afternoon, Anil Nandalal. I see you just joined the live. You're welcome to come up here too.
Hi, absolutely. I would love to have a conversation with Anil.
I see all the PPP MPs and so are joining the live.
Anil, I would like you to come on and defend what a proud house slave is. And please shed us some light on what that meant.
And
I will give you the floor. Melissa and I can stay quiet and let you explain.
Then you explain.
Yeah, you come, please. Because anyways, don't let's give you a pen. Anyways, back to the GCOM conversation. It's understanding political strategy. Now, every political party that has ever ruled this country, which is only two, PPP and PNC/APNU, they have the same political strategy, right? Divide and conquer and keep people uneducated and poor. That's how we control the masses. Simple. All right? Now,
divide and conquer and keep people uneducated and poor, keep them dependent on them as well. That is why they give you so much crash grants and school children grant and that grant and them kind of. They rather give you handout so that you're always depending and always looking out for something, like you're always begging them for something, than actually empowering you. Hold on, I see a request.
To be independent.
Yeah, than actually empowering you to earn or to be independent. And listen, Keon, you said something just now that took me back to something. So I was talking to somebody the other day, and I was like, you know what? I am shocked and surprised that not just the two main, not just the PP and the AP and the AFC, not just the two main parties, but and we have Forward Guyana, we have Simona Brooms. But I am really, really surprised that I have not seen any political party emphasize the need for constitutional reform. None.
Yeah.
Why is that? And with Keon, not only that. And when I said this to the person said to me was like, only educated people care about constitutional reform. That was the person's exact words. Only the type of people that Melly, but you know, like the average person living day to day don't really care so much about constitutional reform. You'll only hear the educated persons bringing up constitutional reform and they want this to be changed. But Kian, please explain why is it important, very, very important, for us to have constitutional reform? Because I keep saying to my followers all the time, we as a people are not safe under no government. We ain't safe under no Amanzo, we ain't safe under no Simono, we ain't safe under no Mohammed, we ain't safe under no Irfan, we ain't safe under no Aubrey. We as a people, we are not safe under any government unless there is constitutional reform.
100%. You're 100% correct. And let me hammer this home quickly so everybody can understand just a simple, short version of this. All right. The Constitution is our overarching laws. Okay. It trumps any law in this country. The Constitution is designed for everyone to be equal. Now, it should be designed that way. Now, the problem with our Constitution is many, many years ago, back in Burnham days, he curated, he wrote this constitution as one of the authors through the British, all right, to ensure that the head of state always maintained complete control. So they wrote a constitution that is very similar to a king's power. To like how there's the King of England. Now, this constitution made sure that whoever is in charge of the country had overarching powers. They could do anything they want, to the point where the laws didn't really apply to them. All right? To the point where everybody got, just to give you an example, everybody got a transport, right? You know, all we got transport for we land, whoever got. Now, what you don't know about that is in our constitution, it allows for the government, if they find the need for it, they can come and collect back you land, because all the land is actually state owned and it's just almost rented or loaned to citizens. All right. That's why you've watched the government do all of this horrible nastiness to the people with the bridge, coming and taking the land and bullying them and paying them too little bit money, and they can't do anything about it. These are examples of how flawed our constitution is. So we need constitutional reform in order to bring the power back down to the people. We need to reduce the powers of the politicians and the president, all right, and give some of that power back down to the people.
Back to the people.
Give it to the judiciary. Give it to the legislative, which is parliament.
Give it to the tongues. I want to see mayors and
beautiful.
Mayors and this. I want to see mayors not dependent on the government, government in power, waiting for them to hand them this money. No, I want to see money being allocated to them, and they have councillors and they have a board and everybody. So they are looking after the community and they're looking after people in the community. The people get to decide who they want to be their mayor, who they want to be their councillors, who they trust to look after their community, to make the community safe. That is how I would love to see if we do have some divine intervention, and we do get to the point where we're speaking on constitutional reform. I do hope that they listen to people like me and you, and have a direct insight as to how we would like to see us as citizens being governed in our communities, our villages, and our towns.
So let me tell you how constitutional reform occurs. It actually is not politicians should be deciding that. There's things called referendums, where we take votes in like mini votes in the country. And if they want to change a law, or how it should be, if they want to change the constitution, allow the people to vote on that. Okay? If I decide that I want the president to have less power than he does in finances. I loved your example, because that's how this government really controls everything in this country. It's all about the money. What people don't realize is all the purse strings, the Ministry of Finance, allocation to local governments, allocation to boards, state entities, GPL, I don't care what you call it, the police, the army, all of that money comes from central government. That has to be changed, because nobody can run their respective organization or be independent if they have to beg for the money, if the money is not given to them lawfully. So what happens is the PPP is watch the councillors in these different areas that are happening, or even Georgetown, Mayor and City Council.
Look at what's happening. I was about to say, look at what's happening at the Mayor and City Council, and you would think that these people don't want to do their job, but they can't operate without any finance, and the PPP controls that finance.
So I just have to explain how that works. Just quickly, Mayor and City Council. When Mayor and City Council is collect rates and taxes, what happens, and this is people don't know, it goes, every budget, it goes into local government budget. So that money is given to central government and then is reallocated back to City Council through local government. But here's what the joke is. If City Council collects $10 billion in rates and taxes, they go to Parliament, and then in budget, in local government budget, they just give them back $2 billion. So they're stifled. They're not giving all the money back. And then people wonder why they're not paying garbage, why they're not cleaning drain, why they're not cutting grass, why they're not fixing up these things, because the PPP is stifling them. And that's why we need the minority. So let me just quickly double back on what the minority will help with. And this is the constitutional reform conversation. Getting constitutional reform means you have to have 2/3 of Parliament agreeing to it. Now, here's the joke. everybody in opposition, whenever the PPP or PNC in opposition, they
I
always
want
agree,
constitutional
we need
reform.
constitutional reform. But the
Yes.
minute they go in power, we done with them. No,
Yep.
we ain't bothered with
Because
that.
when they see all the benefits or everything is in their favor, they're like, oh, wait a minute.
The power, they
Constitutional
get
what?
sweet on the power.
No, we don't want that.
Good. So what the minority government can do now, if they don't control, and this is where AFC failed, and this is what the new third parties, we, people like you and me, Melissa, will hold them accountable to. What you need to do is put constitutional reform on the table as a negotiation aspect. So, yes, you want to pass this budget, you want this law. Well, me
and our people, we want
you
this.
all agree to it. The PPP must have a couple of them people to agree to it as well, because it needs to be 2/3. It's not like regular laws where it's only 50%, 33 seats. It needs to be for whatever 2/3 is. What was 60%? Anyways, for the something seats. Now, what they will do is they will say, listen, we need the constitution reformed in this area. You need to agree to this, and then we will agree to this project. And then we will agree to this budget. Use it and force the government for constitutional reform. Force them to say, so the first thing is the money. That's the best thing. First thing in constitutional reform. All regions and local government entities, regional councillors are all given a certain percentage allocated to them every year, no matter what. The government don't get to decide how much.
They don't get to decide.
Fixed amount of percentage that goes back to them from the budget every year. And all of a sudden you can see local government elections flourishing. Everybody in the neighborhood doing great, because those councillors now, here's the key.
They want to be really.
So
they want to be re-elected.
Please their neighbors and their community first before they please the party. Because right now they got kiss ass to the party, the PPP, to collect a little bit of money just to sustain themselves and try to look like they're walking. We need to change. Let the money get distributed equally to everyone. And the government controls it. That's how they control this country. Go on.
The finances. That's how I was saying. That's how they control. Something I was gonna tell you while you were speaking, and because I didn't want to cut you, I kind of think. So I'm saying, yeah, okay, I see somebody sent it to me. District Guyana Election Commission 2025, Guyana decides 2025. District results expected by September 3rd. National Declaration September 4th. So yeah, somebody just sent it. I guess you were looking for it, but somebody just sent it to me.
You're these are my favorite ones. I like
go.
Are you about to talk about Shaz? Because that's what I'm about to talk about.
Oh, please do. Let's.
I love these predictions that they have. So Shaz just put out.
He blocked me. Please read, because I can't see. I'm blocked.
Oh, it's you're your old best friend.
The funny thing is, right, is when he and all of them from TCI were running for local government election, they wanted to come and use my platform, and I think I still thought back then that at least they still get 2 or 3 of them with a little ounce of decency and integrity. They came to use my platform when they're running for local government, and they want to do this while he was running and all of that. I allow him to use my platform. We were on TikTok, we were on Facebook, saying that he's a good person and he deserves. Now look at Shaz. Please read his prediction for me.
Just have some self-respect. Like, everybody sees that you're a liar now. I don't know how these banners feel. Let me be Guyanese for a second. I don't know how these banners feel that you just spent 5 years cussing up the PPP, how they corrupt, how the system broken, and this has to change. And then you join them, and we think everybody forget what you said.
Like we supposed to, and that's what and here's the thing. I have been saying to them, everybody that is now endorsing the PPP and is now telling you poor people to come out and vote, it's like they're literally telling you, please come and vote so that I can remain rich. That's it.
Yeah.
Please come. It's the simplest way I could put it. Please vote for the PPP so that me and my family can remain rich.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all.
Let me tell you, Melissa, and we in the home stretch here. So I can talk you my story properly. Every single one of them. You name anybody that has switched sides, they switch sides for money. Okay, or they had a problem with money, and they
had a problem that they needed the PPP to take
and fail investments. I can talk about people legal case with land Remember the government take certain 007 people
Double O
out in
seven
for
land
court
the land
and you
deal.
want to
And
save
it's
your
still in court.
ass. Just me and
It is
me.
still in court. It is still in
It's
court. And
right.
my guess
Yeah.
is that it will probably
Yeah.
it will suddenly just disappear. We
Right.
won't be hearing anything more about those cases.
Correct.
Let me get to Shah since we were talking about
Someone
Shah.
working for the government for all these years, driving around government vehicle, rural get job in, with culture and blah, blah, blah. All of them tech buyout. I can tell you now, here, oh my gosh, let me tell you what I see today. Oh, God. Here, I know Asha Kissoon personally, okay?
Oh my
I have
God.
dealt with Asha Kissoon all through the years. I tell you what I see today. I reached the mall with me daughter. Right? I go, she want to buy a dress, so we going into Giftland Mall. And then she tell me I'm a liar. Asha Kissoon is a public service that just work for public hospital, right? In Chicago Little Clinic. Asha Kissoon, do you know them doctor salary? They ain't pay no kind of big money. All right? They might get a little duty free for under 1500cc or under
And
2000cc.
I would know the doctors and all are complaining. We can get to that too.
I reached the mall today. And a black, brand new Land Cruiser. Oh gosh, I'm trying to remember the license plate. It was maybe PPP with 3 numbers. I can't remember this one. I'm my daughter, so I don't want to. Anyway, who jumped out of this from the back seat? Me younger driver.
She a personal
tint up, brand new Land Cruiser. Jump out of the back seat and gone into the mall or wherever she gone. And I went, Asha Kissoon. Will you get all of this from, partner? Because it ain't from no hard work in the hospital. Because I never see a doctor with a driver on a Land Cruiser.
Or the driver on a Land Cruiser. Not only that, since we on all of them that are telling you to vote PPP, that are gaining all these things. Let's talk about Joel Gansham that have the Ministry of Housing drivers as his personal chauffeur. Who is Joel Gansham again? Please remind me. Which office, which minister, which ministry, where's he portfolio? What minister? What post he holding? He's the minister. What? Why is he all? Listen.
It's people worthless, man. This is why we got vote these people out. They're thieving left, right, and center. And everybody
not just thieving.
every single
It's
one
not just
fighting for
thieving.
them.
It's the blatant disrespect for taxpayers' money. You using taxpayers' money to we got ministers that get
and then giving people 100,000 and talking like it's money.
I'm telling you about generational wealth. Man, look, that was the craziest thing. Hi, Mark.
Good night, Melly. Thank you.
Hey, Mark, how are you, buddy?
I don't like how I join in this conversation. Yeah, talking about Asha.
Good night. Guyana decides 2020.
Mark, talk your story, Mark. Talk your story. Mark and I are in Anuk together. Mark, no Asha story. What did you say? This is politics, not church. Talk your story, Mark.
Come on, Mark. Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us. Guyana decides 2025. Welcome to the conversation.
Good night. Thanks for having me here. I'm watching along. An interesting conversation that I see you having there, and then y'all talk about action. Come on, man. We can't talk about anything better than
that. We gotta talk about everybody. We on this election gaffe. VPAC has just joined, but VPAC, we're gonna listen to Mark first. Hi, and then we're gonna come over to you. Hi.
Hey, Mark.
Hi. Good night, Darwin.
So
I saw
the next day.
That's so
why
good.
If you got cost alone, I got cost and lambasted by everybody else after the last live I did. But Asha has a lot of temerity. Asha decided to sit in that seat, be as quiet as a mouse, and as soon as she came out and joined the PPP, when that was guaranteed, when she knew that she was on their list, then she regained her voice and started doing some live programs. I saw she and her husband to be Amir Ahmad were on a show or something like that.
I saw Asha speak. I see Asha a live interview from Asha for the first time. I think it's sometime last week or week before the last. She was on this program with Fariza and this other one. This propaganda thing where they have us do this sitting and talking to politicians.
Oh, that's starting point. That's starting point thing.
Whatever it is, starting point or last point or no point.
Guyanese politicians, but really and truly just another PPP site.
Another PPP and just another PPP propaganda page. No point because there's no point. But yeah, and I was like, wait, Asha speaking?
I saw Neil did a live with Asha afterwards where she spoke about why she stayed in the seat And it was because Anuk in 2023 were already starting to show our colors that we were going to collaborate with Team Mohammed since then. That was when Ralph Ramper and Timothy Jonas was still with Anuk. So I don't know where this girl is getting this nonsense from. And
The
came
fact
out that,
was,
oh, she had to keep the seat for the Guyanese people.
Hmm.
I don't see what people like that should bring to the PPP, but I know they're well accepted, blessed, and hugged up when they go in there. That's their business.
Okay,
Guyana will
Mark.
decide as the program is, and I know that a lot of people are looking on here, and they will be making the right decision. The right decision is to get the PPPC out of office, and for us to have a change in the entire makeup of Guyanese politics. And for all of those who are looking on here, third party politics is actually something that is growing, something that is accepted, something that is looked forward to, and we're looking for the change that you want to see.
So Mark, I'm gonna come to you just now, Dory.
No,
Keon,
it's okay.
anything you
It's
want to
okay.
ask? Keon, anything you want to ask Mark? Anything anybody in the comments want to
Yeah,
ask? Anything?
very important. No, I think the most important thing I want Mark to speak about is Wynn's. I know he's intricately involved. Is Wynn's current situation when it comes to GCOM elections tomorrow, observers, agents, blah blah blah. I want you to tell us if there's issues, or tell us how confident y'all are. Tell us organization, what's going on there.
I know Guyana is looking on. So we had our list of polling agents finally accepted. We were not the only party who were misguided and had some issues with the submissions of lists. Again, this is a GCOM something. We know GCOM and timelines, they have their own timelines. For example, we mentioned the one with the join the list that they robbed people about 9 or 10 days that they were supposed to have. But yes, after some deliberation on Saturday, Wynn's list of polling agents, along with other parties, Forward Guyana, ALP, and the Corn guy, all the lists were accepted. So now it's just a matter of getting the logistics in place for all of the polling stations to have the requisite polling agents going there, the supernumerary agents able to make contact and ensure everything is going okay, and of course come back all the way up to the election agent. That is the work that is undergoing right now. All political parties, Wynn included, looking at the logistics aspect of it. What is important is even though we have representatives and we're looking to have representatives in each and every polling station, it is important for the rest of the Guyanese public to be vigilant. Vigilant in the sense that you must stay on the lookout, looking for anything that may not be up to scratch. We've already had some issues here. I just saw the soldiers had a little shootout on the river again. That is like quite the norm of that side. Venezuela shoot at them whenever they feel like. We have to be very careful to make sure that no ballot box is lost. Everything goes to the tabulation centers on time, so that by 6, when poll closes at 6, we can have our recipes start coming in, and of course the tabulation during the course of the night or the next day, depending on the work that the ROs will be putting in. But for when we've set,
Y'all have agents in every single polling station.
we have identified agents for every polling station, yes, with alternate agents that we have on standby. So in the event, because we don't know that people, somebody might get diarrhea or something in the morning, but we have adequate alternate agents that are on standby in case one of the original ones don't turn up.
Okay, can you tell me a little bit? So we just got word from the GCOM press conference, as I'm sure you have gotten already, that they are not going to release official results for 2 or 3 days after the election. Now, we know the process dictates now that these SOPs, statement of polls, need to be shown immediately in front of the building and sent to GCOM or put up online, something along that area. Can you tell me about the mechanism that you guys have in place that will be counting these votes as they come in? Do you have a tabulation center, anything along those lines?
Well, I think all political parties will know the results before the midnight or by next morning earliest. Because everyone is putting in systems in place because GCOM has, other than putting the SOP on a conspicuous location at the polling site, they must also send a soft copy to a centralized location where parties can have access to it. Now, our own internal setup is for us to have various, one command center where all this information comes back to us. So we will know as soon as our agents are finished flashing a copy of that SOP that is going up, what is the result in the polling station that they would have been. So that tabulation will be ongoing during the course of the night. So that's what I'm saying with some certainty that by 12 o'clock, or at least, but we know we have some issues with the far off ones, but at least by the next morning, just like how we knew the results of the last elections by the next day, similarly we will know, and all the parties will know. I know the PPP is doing the same, WIN is doing the same, the APNU, hopefully they're doing the same. For the larger parties, we're able to field candidates in almost all of the polling stations. So
All
yes,
right.
that is something
Sorry,
that is up there
Darwin.
that we keep in track of.
Good. We can bring Darwin back on in a second, but I have to I have to say this, okay? And this is for all Guyanese. Guys, here's the problem, okay? We know that the PPP and APNU are liars, okay? We know that they have no shame in lying about anything. Now, here's my problem. If GCOM is taking this long to put out official results, just like we saw in 2020, please be on the please be on the lookout that all of these political parties, for that matter, are going to claim that they won, all right? And it's going to cause an issue, all right? I can only at this point in time ask all political parties to please be respectful, please be honest and decent, do not cause unrest unnecessarily. Let us wait for GCOM's results. But at the same time, we're in a particular situation here where everybody is, you know, there's a big prize at hand here and everybody can be fighting for it. Mark, I know in your guys' case here, I know you guys got some good people behind the scenes. I can only ask y'all to be as honest and decent as possible. This can be my only request. But all Guyanese, all listening to this, you guys have to not listen. I mean this with all due respect. Not listen to any political parties that they have won or what the results are until GCOM puts out their results. Okay, then we will take it.
Keenan, just for Guyana and all to be aware, there is a standard timeline whereby questions can be raised and you can ask for example, a recount. And that is normally within the first 24 hours. So GCOM has to cater for this timeline in case there is a close result in any one of the region or the sub-regions as they've divided the three regions, region 3, region 4, and region 6 are divided into sub-districts rather. There can be questions for recount, and GCOM has a stipulated timeline where this must happen within a 24-hour period. And that is one of the major issues why they cannot issue a formal result or an official result in 24 hours. If no one has asked for a recount or any of the other things that they can ask for political parties, then they can go ahead and once their tabulation is correct and it's all signed off, they can have the official results in 48 to 72 hours. So that should be the timeline that we're looking forward. But as I'm saying, all of the political parties, they will have an idea of what is the official result by the next morning.
Good. All right. Any other question, Melissa? Go ahead.
Not a question, but something I want to bring to your attention. So, like I said, I don't know everything, but people seem to message me because they think I know everything. So this man messaged me and he says, "Hey, this is my ID." He sends me his ID. You can tell that he's an older person.
Okay.
He sent me his ID and he said, "Hey, I am from Half Mile Linden. I have my ID card, but my name cannot be found on the pinned list where it should be. Can you help me out?" So he sent me his ID and stuff. Mark, you're on the ground. Keon, how for people like him and others who are looking, who can't find their name on the list and trying to find where they should be voting, how do I help him?
I just posted the link. Honestly, I can even help him right now if you
But
want
remember
to
now he is an older.
problem.
Remember he's a senior citizen. And they might not know about too much about going to these links and typing in their name for the polling station to come up to see where.
Mark was the number. GCOM has also a hotline, a number out that people can call to get it. I can check. Mark, and go ahead while I look for the number, or unless you have it.
Yeah. So if you have an ID, it's easy. Everyone can access the internet now, more or less, and they can find it. But I know for those persons who may be living in interior areas, their ID may be lost, and they would usually go and vote at a specific location. That may be best for them to start where they voted the last time, because it will be somewhere in the environs. Like I can say safely that I have always voted at the Tutorial Academy here in Amsterdam, and my name is still up there, and it's been there for the last 3 election cycles. So this guy, if he has been in that location address for a number of years, it should be around the same area. But again, this has to be confirmed. Some parties have set up, like I saw, just like how GCOM got a number, I think the PPP got a number. we're trying to get our agents in the area. So like this coming from Half Mile,
Mhm.
if I can get this information, I can forward it to somebody in the Linden area who can reach out directly to this individual and help them much better.
So Mark, I'm gonna hold you to that. So I'm going to forward his name and number
Yeah,
to
forward
you
it to
via
me.
your inbox so that
Okay.
you can
Or
help
yeah,
because yeah.
I can even tell you right now.
You can even I can forward it to you to
You want
Keon.
to send it to me right now? I
Kian,
can
you
get
done? You
it
finished? You
right now.
finished researching it?
Yeah, I have the link here. I just need to type in I
The
just
ID
need to
number.
type in
Um,
his ID number. You want to send it to me?
yeah, I'm
I can,
sending it to you. I'm sending it to you now.
yeah, and we can do this for anyone, guys. I have a frightened that if we offer this to the public,
They will be
everybody sends the
listen.
ID.
Everybody be sending their ID. Can you find? Listen.
Hold on, I'll pause it for a second. I'll get
This
it.
is gonna be a work by itself.
This is a work by itself, and this is something that I think that
Political
these
parties.
small parties and these political parties should have made providers for. You have a hotline. You see, well, PPP is in desperation. People, they set up hotlines, they do all these things, and they have all these things in place. Anything they're willing to help to do it right now because they want to stay in power. They are so. I have never seen, and I love it. I keep saying I've never been this excited, and but at the same time I'm anxious. Anxiety is getting the best of me, but I've never been this excited for election, a general election in such a long time. I
Sorry,
I just
Melissa, you didn't send it to me. Just send it to me, please.
I did. I probably sent it to the wrong.
WhatsApp. Send it on WhatsApp.
Okay, let me send it on WhatsApp. Okay, I know the phone that I'm on WhatsApp on. I'm on the phone with it. I have the other phone here. Let me see. I have the other phone
Okay.
here.
Do you have Facebook on your thing? You can do it for him right now. Just go on to any one of my Facebook pages,
I'm going there
and
now. Mhm.
and you just scroll down. I posted the GCOM link. Just click on the link, and it can tell you to put in the ID number, and it can tell you right away. Simple.
Okay, let me do it for him.
Yeah, it can take you 2
So
seconds.
Melly,
Go ahead,
just like how
Mark.
you were excited, I can tell you in Region 6 here, the
Please.
people are very excited. Not New Amsterdam, which probably is a bit dead. But if you go up to quarantine, there's a hive of activity in the Riverton Springlands area because lots and lots of people are
Mhm.
coming over and have come over from Suriname. We have a number of people that are coming over, even from there's a couple of villages in the deep down the Quarantine River, Apuera and some other villages. We have a lot of persons that are coming from there that are registered, and they have similar issues because some of them, although they're registered, they have registrations in Georgetown, in Berbice here, and some other locations. It's a bit difficult for them. I know I know the PPP were over there. Vishnu Mahadia himself was over there. I know we had some representatives from WIN over there, and they're coming over to vote. Those who are going to vote in Riverton or any other area where they're registered, they're coming to vote. But lots and lots of persons are coming over from Suriname. We have to be very careful to ensure that our polling
Okay.
agents
Okay, Mark.
are
So
up to
somebody's
date,
asking, since you're
making
here
sure.
and your representative was Win. Somebody here on the live is asking, how was Tabitha? Is that her name? Tabitha. I said
Sarbo
this
Hali.
before. Where's it?
Tabitha Sarbo Hali. Yeah.
Tabitha Sarbohali. I have a habit of
Mhm.
butchering people's name. It's a very bad habit. But somebody comment is asking, how was she selected as prime minister candidate for the Win Party?
And just before you answer,
Um,
Mark, please, Mark, can you just lean back a little bit from the camera?
You get too close up to the camera.
Everybody's
Yeah.
staring at your
Good.
forehead. Yeah.
I'm a forward.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
see all your
Yeah.
wrinkles.
So that decision was a decision that was made by the Win executive, and the presidential candidate in particular had a huge say in making that decision. That is as much as I can divulge.
That is as much as you can say.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
Okay.
Just quickly again, tilt down the camera. Mark, we can't see you.
Mark, we
If
can
you
see
if
you
you're
good.
looking at
Mark,
the
you
live,
gotta
we can't
fix
see
your
you.
phone down.
Yes.
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 And then
Center up
go out a little
dress
now.
back.
God.
Yeah. It's just how the live is work.
Mhm.
Mark,
Mhm.
sorry. Do you have any? I just
I have
want
another
I want to
question.
ask Mark
Somebody,
why
call it,
vote.
anybody send you any question, Kian? Because
No,
somebody
no, no.
just
I just want to ask
okay.
Mark why vote for win. I want him to sell, but
Well,
please
listen,
go ahead.
shoot, before even when we can put these two questions in, why vote for win? Not only why vote for win, because somebody just sent me a question. A question for the this is coming from Hope. Hope is saying question for the small parties. As an undecided voter, what guarantees are there that these small parties will not throw their support behind the PP as seen in the last election? So Mark, you're answering two questions. Why vote for win? And what guarantee can you as a small party get? Well, y'all already look like a small party right now, but I'm still referring to you as a small party. What guarantee can you give us, these undecided? What can you say to an undecided voter? So what guarantee can you give them that you guys will not be another arm of the PP like we've seen in the past?
Okay, so let me start personally where I come from, and this is with Kian. We're part of ANOG. ANOG is collaborating with WIN, and we have made it clear to our supporters and the persons in Guyana who have voted for us and supported us always that we will never be coalescing with any one of the major parties. And I listed three: APNO, AFC, and the PPP, and that is something that we stand true to. When we had our initial conversations with Team Mohammed's, which was before WIN was actually formed, the decision was the same. They will not be coalescing with any of the larger three parties, right? They're willing to work with other groups, work with other parties, and that is how we sign our collaboration agreement. Now, WIN was birthed by request of the people, and it is a party, and I don't think it's a small party anymore. It is a party that is representing the will of the people. And yes, both sides, both left and well, green and red side, have tried to throw WIN along with the other team. Oh, Mohammed and his dad has always been supportive of the PPP since 1992. Shell Mohammed spoke about offering protection services, financing, and other things for the PPP. And he has done similar for the APNO AFC because he has supported them financially also. So the PPP has said that, oh, WIN is working in bed with the APNO, trying to get Indo-Guyanese votes so that we can get them out of power. APNO is now saying that we're working with the PPP. So both sides are throwing us under the
Under the
bus
bus.
in some way.
So it's
Yeah,
you.
but the truth is, WIN is actually here for a change. As much as I have gathered from my participation with WIN, it is here for a change. It is here to change the entire system of politics in Guyana, whereby two parties have controlled politics for since we got independence. It has not worked. For 60 years, this has not worked. The left side, the right side, it's not working. Green side, red side, it's not working. That is why there's so many persons who are fed up with the system and they're supporting WIN. And that is how our party was birthed. And this is the support that we're getting. Why vote WIN?
So
Now,
this
the
same.
major drawback, the major
Go ahead, Mark.
drawback what people have in support and WIN is that which has been peddled by the incumbent government. Oh, you vote WIN, you're voting for a sanctioned person. You're voting for someone who, if they assume the presidency, your whole country will be sanctioned. They even went further, financing persons in the US who have the listening ears of the congressmen and women to come out and say that, oh, WIN is working in bed with the Maduro regime and that we are
They
a
just
proxy of the Maduro
they just
regime,
said that
when
I'm
that
an
is
agent of
nothing
Maduro.
nothing from the farther from the truth. The truth is the PPP has been even closer with the Maduro regime than any other party, and we have Barajagio on record offering them a way out to the Atlantic coast, right off the Orinoco Delta. So if there's anybody who is close to the Maduro regime, it is the PPP. It is the PPP that signed the Petro-Caribbean deal with the Maduro regime since then, the Chavez regime, which continue with the Maduro regime. So the PPP are even closer to them. Now they've come out with, and this is Woodrow Johnson and the other ones who are paid to spread nonsense. They have evidence of Mohammed, and firstly we're talking about as going into the Venezuelan embassy. And I know Kian spoke about it earlier. And what is their image? What is their evidence? Somebody walking and crossing the road from one end and getting the car to the other side. You can't even make out who the person is fully. And there is no evidence of anybody going in any embassy, coming out any embassy, or doing anything with any embassy. But they're trying their utmost to try to say that, oh, a vote for us and a vote for Team Win is a vote for the Maduro regime. And it's a vote for them taking over Essequibo. And it's a vote for you not representing your country, you not being a nationalist supporting Guyana. That is the fear mongering that is being done. But it has not worked and it is not working. So now what's the other spin? Oh, don't support third parties, don't support new groupings because it will stop the PPP from the developmental agenda that they have, which is nothing further from the truth. Today, I made a post about consensus politics. I made a post about the countries that have systems that actually work. The Nordic countries, Denmark, Sweden, Norway, Finland, Iceland, all of those countries that have either coalition government because you have many small parties working together, or you have a minority government where you have to speak with the opposition. You have to work with the opposition. You have to fix systems. This is what we want for Guyana. And if we don't have it via either what looks like a coalition government of all the parties, or at least a minority government whereby you can control what actually happens, then our country will go nowhere. The winner take all system has failed us horrendously, and we have to get rid of it.
Darwin Best, I know you just joined us, but I don't know if I didn't know if you heard the question that was posed to him, because I'm going to pose the same question to you, seeing that you're here as a representative for one of the small parties as well. So Hope is asking, this question is coming from Hope, and she's asking, what guarantee can this small party give us that they will not just become another arm of the PP like prior to what happened in 2020?
First, thank you for having me here. And before I get into answering any question, I must thank you.
Oh,
Again, I must thank you for all the work you have done.
thank you,
I would
thank you.
have
I
texted you
appreciate
earlier. I don't know if you realize. I think you deserve an award.
it. Thank you.
Highlighted and demonstrated the amount of corruption that Guyana would have faced over the last 5 years. I don't think anyone would have been as vocal as you were. And
Thank
if
you.
there's one thing I want to see happen is a change of administration so you can come home and be a part of what you would have championed to create.
Here, here.
Wherever Guyana is
Second.
going today, you deserve to be here to enjoy
Correct.
wherever we're going next. Because if it wasn't for people like yourself, 80% of what's happening here would not have been known. So they can continue to try to mute you. But I can see the strength in you, and it's people like you that gives people like myself the strength. Because I was very quiet. When I see a female talking out and running her mouth, I said, "Boy, I gotta start talking."
Thank you,
So
though, and I
I
appreciate
really,
that.
really,
I
really,
really
really
appreciate
appreciate
it.
the work you've been doing. I
Thank you,
don't think you've been recognized enough, and I feel you should be recognized. If there've been a lot of doctorate handing out, I think you deserve one of those honorable doctorate. Well, I don't know what area we'll hand it out, but you need it. So the question is, why would we collate with anyone?
No, not collate. Why should they basically want to know why they should trust these new and upcoming small party now?
Well,
Because
when
remember,
you
all the
look,
rest of small parties became except for ANOG, all the rest of small party literally became an arm of the PPP. So they
well,
want what guarantee that you guys are not going to be collating with the
asking
PPP?
Forward Guyana movement that question would almost be like asking you, would you work with the sitting government? Why did I say that? How? Let's start with VPAC. What started VPAC? VPAC was started because of the discrimination I would have faced, and I started just speaking out, just to give you some backdrop. And I started speaking out, not with any intention of getting into politics. I decided that there's so much, and when I realized, like I said, I've gotten the strength from people like yourself and Kean, that I will start speaking out against this corruption. And the same offers that you see people like, and I'm going to call his name James Bond and the rest of them to switch shirts, I would have been presented with those offers. I've received a call from Freedom House, and they instructed me or encouraged me to go to newsroom and there was a list of questions for me to answer. And when I look at the list of questions, it concerned me because they're expecting me to go on the news and basically lie on myself. An old friend of mine said, so they expect to beat you until you don't cry. You know that saying? Wax, wax, wax my butt until you don't cry at the same
And then
time.
don't tell you don't cry.
So they've been beating me for the last 4 years. I mean, you've seen it. The world would have seen it. But expect me to go on the news and say, this government has not discriminated against me. So who did?
It's
So
like,
who did?
you
Who
know
do
why I
I
laugh,
blame?
Darwin? It's like Amir is like the conversations that me and Amir were having. I can't, like, why would people, and I understand, now I understand. While I was saying to myself, I don't understand what would make anybody in Guyana or in this or in the PPP or in any government think that they could convince me to work for the people. Like, what is it? But then When I
you know,
see how they have
answer to the
managed to
question.
convince, when I see how they have managed to convince all these influencers that they have been victimizing
Neglected.
and doing the most of for the last 5 years, I'm like, wait a minute. I think these people really believe that because they were able to convince all these other influencers and these people to go out to come on social media, come out and say vote PPP, that they literally think that they could have actually convinced me to work with them. Like I kid you not, Amir honestly and truly really thought that we were friends, and he was convincing me to come out and join PPP before the upcoming election.
I
I
could tell you.
wanted what I wanted.
You know why that is, Melissa?
Mhm.
Because the sitting government would have left us to starve. They would have forgotten us. They would have treated the citizens of this country so bad that they believe that every single one of us they dangle a few dollars in front of is prepared to sell its birthright just for an opportunity for the next meal. But no,
But look how
some of
much,
us
but look how much
understand.
people are. Keon, and I must say shout out to you and you, Darwin, and the few that we have left.
The very few.
Francis, the very few that we have left that decided to say no. That say, like me personally, I could not live with myself if I would turn around and do something like that to all the people, all these people that are on this live now, all how much, 2,000 or something of y'all, how much ever y'all that are on
Correct.
this live now, that would have supported me throughout the years that I've been victimized by this government, that has been
And
there for
you're a
me,
woman, a woman.
that have been there for me, that has supported me, that I have encouraged to speak out, to do this, that I've been helping. I know personally of it. I get so much victimization story I can't even speak on because they are still so traumatized that they don't even want me to speak on it. They are just okay with being victimized and staying quiet and just letting me know what's happening. This is happening. Like, how can, like, I cannot imagine,
You see,
Kian, Best, I
Melly
don't
Mel,
know how
it's
y'all do. How do y'all live under that kind of oppression where you can't
it's your
say anything, you
purpose.
can't do anything, you can't. People are living in fear. People are Kian, Darwin, I am talking to you. My skin is groaning because I can't begin to explain to y'all the level of fear that people are living with in Guyana. Because I know firsthand, I talk to them every day. Their own supporters, their own family members are living in fear. And I never thought that I would have seen the day where we are, Guyanese are just sitting and just mute. Nobody wants to ruffle any feathers, say anything because everybody's living in fear. It's
Let me give
crazy.
They can
let me give
talk
you
with
a
the vote.
crazy
They can talk with
example.
the vote. Don't worry.
1 second. Let me give you a crazy example. I was dropped off last night, and first cousin's girlfriend was in the car, and she refused to get out the car.
Mhm.
I mean, sorry, she refused to come to the our last function that
It's,
we had.
the level of fear is Keon. Keon.
You
Let me
understand
just
what I'm
say.
saying?
I
She said she
understand what you're
doesn't
saying.
want
They don't even
anyone to
want to
see her
be.
there.
I had friends. Let me tell you this. And I know you just came on and you were telling me about, you said thank you and I don't, or not many people that like this actually say that to me. But I do plan, like, after this elections and everything, I do plan because I would have to explain to y'all in depth the amount of sacrifice that I have made to literally continue to do this, to fight, to want to do this, And a year ago or so,
It's
before
not going
before
unnoticed.
huh?
It has not gone unnoticed.
And a year ago, before I even started this thing, me and my husband was having like really bad issues within the marriage because he was like, Melissa, from the time you get up in the morning and you open your phone, you literally check out for the rest of the day. You're just answering this question, helping this, you're calling this person to deliver this, to pick up this, because I'm running a literally an entire operation from another country, have to depend on people in another country to get done what I need to get done. Go to this, pick up that, do that, do that. It costs money. And he was like, you are literally checked out from the time you get up in the morning. You're checked out for the rest of the day until you're ready to sleep again. And I had to stop that because I was so detached from like what was happening around me. We would be sitting at dinner, he talked to me, and and I on the phone just totally, completely out of touch with anything that's happening around because I was so focused on people in Guyana back home helping and doing what I need to get done. So why this election is so important for me, and it's so important for having you guys here, and it's so important for me because I really want people to understand. I really want them to go out and vote, not for me asking no sympathy. Don't worry with the struggles or whatever I went through. I good, but I just really I don't want to get up for the next 5 years every morning and answering questions and dealing with people saying, you could give me some food stuff, or you could help me with passage to go to work, or I send them children to school today, or like I really do not want to deal. I'm praying and hoping that I do not have to deal with that for the next 5 years. And this all y'all getting under this administration, the money just staying at the top 1%, the family and friends, it ain't trickling down to the regular man. Don't worry, like again, the ones that are coming out here, the Shahs and the and who else? And the Marlon Jacobs and the Javons and the who else is the influencers and the other police people
But
and
what
all
are they
these
getting? What are they getting?
all these people are coming out to tell you vote for
But what are they
PP. Like
getting? What do
no,
they
what I'm
have to
saying
show?
is basically they're saying to you, please vote for the PPP so that I
But
can
why?
continue to get
Because they
so I can
themselves.
continue to get contracts, I can
No,
continue to be
no. Melly
rich,
Mel,
or
I
I can get
call.
rich.
I would invite Marlon to come on this show now because I
You
will
wouldn't.
guarantee you he's never
You
seen
wouldn't.
a $50 million contract.
No, he's never. And listen to this. I
And that is
want for
my
those of
point.
you.
That is what
Sorry, are you
what are
saying
you
he
really
didn't get anything?
selling your soul for?
But
No, sorry, are you saying Marlon Jacobs didn't get anything? I
No,
thought he got.
he
but
got
what?
contracts.
Oh,
But what?
He
okay,
got,
okay.
but what I'm
I
saying,
just want to clear
Keon,
that up. Okay.
no, he did get contracts,
He
but
just
it's
didn't get that
nothing
50 million.
compared.
Yeah.
You see how Junior Bash sit down in that interview
I
like a
said $50 million
like saying I
nothing.
said, like people just rich people out here just borrowing 40 and 50 and $80 million and it's small change. That is
Right.
the I want people to realize and I want to emphasize on that. That is the amount of money that these PP friends and family and their associates they call in small change, 50 and 80 and 60 money that some of us will never see in our lifetime. They call in small
They
change.
lending it to the friend.
They're lending it to the friend.
It's crazy.
It's crazy. It's crazy. And what I'm saying, not only this, I want to say something about these contracts too. These contracts, and I want for those of you that would have gotten these, because they're messaging me dealing with no contracts right now. They message me from Buxton complaining. They give them contracts, but they tell them, here what Edge will tell them now. They gotta vote PPP and walk with 10 persons. They gotta let 10 persons from the household, like the family or friend, vote PPP too. So that's that's the assignment for tonight. Vote PPP and bring 10 people. It's like a blessing circle. Except
And you'll
not
get
really.
another $5 million contract.
Uh,
And you'll get another $5 million
and you'll
contract.
get another 50 million contract, and you get another 15. Well, they gave all 50 for below 50 million because it's the NDC passes it out. So they want to keep it they want to keep it all below $50 million. So vote PP and bring 10 person. Like what? And they've been messaging me all week complaining about these contracts, and I keep saying to them, I am not dealing with any contract issue right now. I've said to you in numerous lives before, y'all will not be seeing that contract money until after election. That is why they run to give them running to give you guys contract at the last minute. They first of all, they know you're not going to finish it in time for you're not going to finish the road or whatever unless it's a got to you clean and it take a day or two. But they know you're gonna finish the road by in the space of 2 weeks for election for get paid. So they know y'all ain't seen the money. The money is just there dangling so that you could go to the poll and that you could vote PPP. It's all politics. Some of you might not even see
Because they
it.
have nothing else to campaign
They
on,
have
Melly.
nothing else to offer.
No, they have nothing else to campaign on. They cannot campaign on their track record. They can't tell people come out and vote for us because look at what we have done. So the only thing that's left is to offer you a last minute crumbs, and because you've gotten nothing for over the years. So anything you get now is going to look like I went into what's that place called behind the gym? Right behind the space gym. What is it called? That area back there.
The Chinese embassy.
Yeah.
The area. The
What's that area called?
Yeah.
I don't know what the area is
Dorban
called, but
Backland. Dorban Backland. And the guy there got a contract to clean a drain, and he become like the king of the community. And I'm asking him, and I'm sitting there trying to explain to him, do you understand what you're really worth? Do you understand what all of you are really worth? Because you're sitting there and you've gotten a last minute contract to clean that area only because there's an election. What happened 4 years ago? What happens after you elect these people back into office? Are they going to remember you? But I have to answer the question you asked me, Melissa. I was going off to tell you, this is what they would have did to me. I'm telling you how this movement started. When you look at the leader, the presidential candidate, she was one of the most vocal person on the opposition side of the house, hands down. Amanza we're speaking to.
Yeah.
When she left, she had an opportunity to do like the James Bond and the Van West Charles and the C-Ram and what's the guy named in Linden?
Figueroa.
And what did she do? She realized that where I'm standing, I'm not being heard. And the people that I'm pointing to obviously are not listening. So what do? She's decided to start her own. How many other female in Guyana would have taken that risk? Because she would have done what the males were afraid to do. So if you look at the quality and the reason behind Forward Guyana Movement and the people behind Forward Guyana Movement, I think it speaks for itself. None of us can be bought. Because if we were able to be bought, Amanda would have already been on the opposite side because she said it on her platform herself. Irfan, stop calling my phone, stop messaging me. I do not want to be the vice president, the PM candidate. We heard that. I have said publicly over and over, you cannot buy me. What I want is a Guyana works for all. Nigel London has been one of the most vocal person. When Adriana died, he was out there for the teachers, he was out there for the nurses. He's always out there. So the Forward Guyana Movement and then the other part of Forward Guyana Movement, there isn't anyone that is focused on power. The movement is built with love. We are focused on, I mean, Kian, you were there, you met us last night. You understand how we operate in Forward. There's no one there that is focusing on who's the presidential candidate. We treat each other in that room like the same.
So Keon, I think you would have explained this perfectly the other day. So somebody in the comment is saying, I respect her, but why split the vote? Keon.
She's not split. We're not splitting the vote. What we're doing is offering Guyana a better option. For the last 59 years, what Guyana would have faced with is the red and the green. All you had was, in this government right now, 5,000 Guyanese. Just imagine that. We probably don't even know who they are. Would have given the sitting administration a one-seat majority. And what did they do with that? Passed budget in the trillions, unchecked. So what we're saying now, do not put that kind of power into one person's hand ever again. Let us have a house that there are people, there's others at that table that can defend policies that would make sure that mothers, single mothers, that houses are not built in swamp anymore. The teachers are not going home with salaries that can't make it through the first week of the month. But when you have a house where one man puts out a budget, and that budget, the rest of the ministers just say, oh, my ministry got enough and they're good with it. Obviously, they're going to pass the budget without focusing on, is this what we have been putting out in our policy? Is this what's going to work for all of Guyana? We are asking the Guyanese people to allow a house, a cabinet, that there's multiple voice at the table. This is not called, you might want to call it splitting the vote. What we're saying is, we are not going to put our future into a one-man kingmaker type policy ever again. Let us have a house where, you know what? The reason Melly Mel can't come home today is because she should be able to come home, because what she's been doing, politicians today have to understand that when they took that out of office, what they did is open themselves to public scrutiny. And you can't tell me you want to jail her because she exposed you for telling the truth, by telling the truth. Everything you have been saying is what has been transpiring. But now, because you're telling the truth, I'm going to jail her. Let's find you some law to sue her, to mute her. But if you had someone like Amanza in that house, that would have never happened, because she would have stood against that. She wouldn't. But we have a house today that one man makes all the policy. One man passes the budget. Whoever votes against the budget, let us go back in time. For the last 59 years, the sitting house, Charon Das, I mean, that's the
Well,
only
the
one.
exception here.
I mean, every other time, the vote goes with the house, whether it's good or bad. I mean, do you agree?
You agree?
So what do? Do you continue down the same path where every election, all we do is rotate, rotate, rotate? We need to be able to have a house where it is divided and people must be able to be held accountable. And that is what we're fighting for.
You see, Melly,
Yeah.
everyone, the PvP thing has a price that they can buy people, that they can pay you a certain sum of money and that you give up your freedom, you'll give up what is it that you represent and what is it that you stand for. What they can't take, and that is why I think up till yesterday, the VP was out there talking about they're gonna come with a deluge of messages and wrong information, trying to tell you this and the PPP did this and the PPP did that, because they're expecting what we're doing here today. And that is the way they think. When they hired that British consultant, I told us they have a British consultant who is down here, who they're going to look to bring on all of the influencers, because I had a conversation with the man himself, and he was like, oh, we're going to get the Isaiah Moores and the other people and bring them on board and let them spread the good message at a price. It's a job for them. And everyone is within their right, yes. If you work in like the Rastaman, I see he's be talking all over the place, a whole lot of nonsense. He had an account with Brian Max, I think he put up as his name. But they have circled and targeted, because of course you're learning from outside, you're learning from first world politics. If you can control the airwaves, if you can control the media, you have a huge say in terms of what the people listen to and what they follow. So that is their modus operandi. If they can take control of the social media influencers and influencers, then they will get it out there. But they've gone even beyond that. We have a lot of young people, and I'm surprised by some of them, a lot of young people who have a huge following. The Macho Gauls, and of course all the cricketers. Because we know the cricketers are in bed with them, and they're using that to give them some contracts. Oh, you're going to come and build a stadium up here. You're going to get your boy Jakey to get all the contracts and then share them out among the friends. So they're using that to change the configuration or the outlook of the PPP. But it's just a couple of family and friends, because it is Stephen Jacobs and all his little posse that's be around him. The whole Guyana team that's be torn all over is the same people.
They'll get a little contract.
They get a little contract.
It ain't going down to
and they're not
anybody
even
else.
making anything proper from it, because you know how long you got to wait to get your payments from your contracts. You know how they're struggling to make ends meet. And
Not
if
only
they got
that,
to give
I've
a
been telling
percentage to
them
their
this.
friends, and then they got to give a next higher percentage to the ones up above,
Then they
then
gotta
most of the
pay.
contractors
They
out
gotta
there,
pay
they're
to get
not
the
doing
money
anything.
fast. If they want the money speed up, you gotta pay somebody at 200. You gotta pay another one at 300. You got Vladimir, that's his name, Vladimir, the permanent secretary of over at Indar Ministry. He's gotta get he cut. From all them 15% contract, he's gotta get he 15%. You gotta pay the man for speed up the countries. Everybody gotta get paid. Every single body
It's a,
got to get paid. So when they're
it's an
done,
entire
and not
hustle.
only that, they drag you out with the one contract. So it's like they give you one contract, you get $3 million, you get a $3 million profit. Then you're seeing the $3 million profit till the next 6 months. And then by the time you're ready to see the $3 million profit the next 6 months, they keep back from the 3 million. You gotta go back another month or two or three for collect a little bit more from the 2 million. Them people, they honestly and truly ain't really doing nothing for y'all. By the time y'all ready for collect the 3 million, y'all let 6 million in debt. People
The
don't
corruption
collect
is
back the
endemic.
machine,
It's endemic.
excavator
It's
get
endemic at
repossessed.
all levels. Because right at the NDC level, that $30 million that each NDC gets to spend, if you know the corruption behind it, just giving out the weed and contracts, cleaning the
Friends and
drains,
family.
doing the road shoulders, that is a total corruption. The cash grants, we know what has happened with the cash grants. People give who they want to give the little cash grants that they have. Other than the education grant, all the others are corrupt, because the education grant actually is a finite register. But these are the ways that the PPP has, everybody's hustling. If they're hustling from the very top, those at the bottom got to find some way to make their little hustle. And that's why, like, we
Everybody.
have lots of people who sign on to be 10-day workers. Like, I know someone who is who does some cleaning, went into Vindy's ministry to get a 10-day worker. She's suffering from abuse in her home, or husband beats her, take away whatever money she works for, and has been waiting there months on end to see if she can get a little hold on, and can't get it now. So they only give who they want to give, and this is why we still have so many people who are poor, so many people who are suffering, so many people who are disillusioned and will not vote for the PPP if they can have another option, a better option, a next option, and there are options out there.
Go ahead, Darwin.
No, I think it's Keon or Dar. Keon, you were going to say something. Oh, I was just going to update the viewers that I found him. Keon, thanks. I find where he's voting. He's voting at New Silver City Secondary School.
Oh, beautiful. Good to
Yeah.
hear.
There's the grandfather.
This is the uncle that messaged me about not finding his name on the list.
Darwin, go for it.
I see Amanza was sending me a request. Amanza didn't get to join you. Come off the live, coming back and send a request again, and it will
I think it's a maximum 4. So one of you gentlemen are going to have to step off.
No, it's 4. Since when 4 is the maximum?
I'm pretty sure. Am I wrong?
No, man.
No, I think I see lives with much more than 4 persons.
Much more.
They have,
On Facebook?
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, maybe I'm wrong. Let me go. Right here. Let me go. Let me tell you. Let me yeah. I want if a man's coming on.
You get a whole opposition ministry.
I just going to say, Mark, please make a call to your party and see any of them. See if we name one come on. I'll be happy to have all of them.
Okay. They stopped it. I know at one point somebody have to come off. So they're saying the maximum is you plus 3 guests. Yeah. So somebody has to come off. All right. So let me see. Mark, you right?
Mark.
Yeah.
Marcus, just give me a break. Mark, you're
just give you a break. You could always, if you remember anything you want to say, you find any new information. Hello, we there here all the time. You just come on back.
Mark, you message me.
That's okay.
Or just
Yeah,
send a
I
request.
listen.
And please tell anybody else, Hannah and or Tabitha, please send the messages to them and tell them we're asking. We'd love to have them on the platform. Let me get.
Yes, I'm getting to Adamanza now. I could have swear the other day, like I guess they were probably just titivating then, but I had like 6, 7, 8 people on one live. Because I know WhatsApp does the same thing with the video calls and so on. Now they're now allowing you so many people, but I guess they cut it out with the Facebook. Maybe. I think Amanza is coming on. This person keeps sending me a request, but they're not coming on.
I think, so there's something that I was wanting to say when Darwin and I were talking. And the first thing that I wanted to correct his terminology on was the problem in Guyana is that we're not changing. We're just exchanging. That's the first issue. And then the next problem is we got to stop calling this splitting the vote. The PPP and APNU call it that because they're talking to their supporters to ensure that they don't vote anywhere else, so that they don't lose power. Oh my gosh, my favorite politician, Amanza.
I know. All right?
Amanza, how are you?
Amanza, so
you win this election? Oh gosh.
Amanza, so Keon, myself and Keon decided that we're gonna do this. Guyana Decides Countdown. We're gonna be live. We decided we're going to do this thing. We're going to be live, giving election update, any complaints, any discrepancy at any polling station. We're going to be here live reporting because we feel as though we need to watch this election 24/7. So we're going to be in and out of live.
You gotta watch them.
We're going to be in and out of live from now until tomorrow when Keon get up and he going on the road. Hello, we on this live going on the road with he. We driving with he. We going to the polling station. We taking in all the complaints, all the reports, everything. We taking on the responsibility of watching GCOM and the PPP.
And I am so proud of y'all for doing this. This is the essence of democracy.
Yes.
This is the essence of democracy, where people participate in governance and in holding government accountable. And, that is the entire reason for Forward Guyana. So I say, y'all go forward, watch them with all the eyes that we have to watch them, because we have to understand what is at stake here. understand what is at stake. Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me
No,
though?
we can hear you
Loud
loud
and
and clear,
clear.
man. So I'm hearing you loud and clear. Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Hi,
man, so,
Ambassador.
Can I say a
so
statement as we continue to ask questions?
sure.
I'm the first. I'm going to say this. Amanza, I will tell everybody in this entire country to vote for you, and I will say it right now. Okay? And all of you, anyone listening, I don't care what your situation is. We need Amanza
You gotta
in
flip the
In
camera
Parliament.
around, man.
Parliament,
Okay?
I've been
We
saying
need
this.
her
I've said
there,
this.
hollering for them, speaking for Guyanese, holding them accountable. Give Amanza a seat. I don't care how y'all twist or turn anything. If for all y'all there that I know there's a lot of people that are not sure if they're voting. Man, I don't think anything will change. Man, nothing will
Yeah,
happen. Go out and vote for Amanza. You're 100% correct. The PPP and APNU not going to change. Let we give Amanza a chance, and maybe the change will come with her. Give
Yes,
her the opportunity.
mhm. We need, we
strong
need,
woman.
we need, we need, we need, we need. And I think most of them on this life know by now that Amanda, since before, even before she branched out and formed the own party, I was one of those person that started saying, "Oh my God!" When I saw the first time I saw her debating in Parliament, I was like, because I didn't know much about where after, because I think after Granger, a lot of us just kind of like fell out and fell back. Like they wasn't really keeping up to date. But then I started following of course, the APNU again. When I saw Amanda, I was like, who's this person debating in Parliament? And I started following her and I started watching her debates. And I was like, you know what? I just fell in love with her. She is by far one
Aw,
of my favorite politicians. I've been
Agreed.
saying this to my all the time. She's one of my
look
favorite
what y'all got me
politicians.
blushing up here on this
She's
No,
our
side.
female
serious.
version of Obama. Melly Bell.
Guys,
She's
I
a
need some
female version
guidance
of
here.
Obama.
I need some guidance here. Can you all see and hear me properly or
Yeah,
no?
Perfectly.
we can
Perfectly.
perfectly.
No
Because
problem.
my screen is completely black. I can't account for why. I can hear y'all very well, but I
I
can't see
think,
you.
Amanda, because you joined from your personal page, and I think you just can't see the person. You
Okay.
can't see yourself. We could see you. We're seeing you.
And I'm looking all right? I look
Yes, you
together?
look fine.
As always.
We can see you. We can see you. We can see you. We can
Amanza,
see
No,
I
you.
but
have to ask. Come, this is your platform. We are less than 12 hours away from the polls. Amanza, lay it out for us. Why should the people of Guyana vote for you and Forward Guyana movement?
in one word, because real change can't wait. You notice I didn't say change can't wait.
Real
Because
change.
very often people want different. And in wanting different, we accept any quality of different. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And
When we're
so,
desperate for it, we take anything.
because they're desperate for it,
Mm-hmm.
you know, in the absence of water, a man in a desert will drink sand. And Kian, Melissa, let me be honest with you. Unless the people of Guyana force us as politicians to work together, it's never going to happen. I have worked in government. I've worked at CARICOM. I've worked with international UN organizations. So when I say what I have to say, it doesn't come from a lack of experience or any such thing. It comes from a first-hand understanding of how government works, how governments should work, of seeing how governments in other parts of the world works, and understanding that we in Guyana are so underserved and so taken for granted. And I spent 5 years in Parliament. And you know, a lot of people had a lot of things to say when I stepped out and formed Forward Guyana movement. But that came as a result of a deep commitment and an understanding that neither the Reds or the Greens are really and truly interested in constitutional reform. They are not interested in it. They pay lip service to it. They will throw some money behind it. every budget to make people think that they're serious about it, but they are not.
Amanza, you joined. If I don't know if you were watching us from before, but myself
Uh-huh.
and Keon were talking about the exact same thing. And I was telling him what somebody said to me. Somebody said to me when I asked, and I'm going to repeat this again because I'm going to constantly repeat this. And I've said this like an hour ago since we came on this live. I said, we as a people, my people, the people of Guyana, you are not safe. I am not safe. No, Guyanese are not safe under no government, under I said no Amanza, no Mohammed, no Simona Brooms, no Irfan, no Jack. We are not safe as a people under
With the
no
Constitution.
administration, no under no political party, unless there is constitutional reform. And you know what the person
And
said to
that
me? The
is,
person said to
uh-huh.
me, "Oh, only you to see them this was the exact word, you to see them them poor people out, they were just looking for live day to day, looking for get a next meal, talking about constitutional reform. They don't care about constitutional reform. It's only the educated people are 1 and 2% to see really talking about constitutional reform. And that is why I believe that as politicians, some of these small parties, Jabbar myself, that is why I believe that we as a people, myself, including myself, because I haven't done a lot of work on constitutional reform and educating Guyanese on why it's important for us to demand constitutional reform. And I think we need to do that as a people as a whole.
And this is why yesterday we chose to have a briefing rather than a rally. Because I think Melissa, respectfully, with no disrespect to anybody, if we are going to become an advanced nation, we have to have advanced citizenry. And for us to become advanced citizens, we have to make informed decisions. And to be able to make informed decisions, we have to have information. Now, I'm also going to say this. A majority Forward Guyana movement government, whilst I understand the paradigm that we will operate in, I understand that because of the deeply entrenched ethnic voting patterns that we have in Guyana, when one set of people are in government, the other half feels shut out. When the other half is in government, the other half feels shut out. And you can never develop a country like that. Now, I notice people trying to justify that there will always be two parties looking at the American system, or there's always the Democrats and the Republicans. But what they fail to understand is that the federalist system of governance in America means that there are institutional layers between the people and the executive.
That's right.
In Guyana, that does not exist. So if Irfan gets up tomorrow morning and wants to victimize you, there's nothing standing in his way.
Nobody could do.
Right? There's not a federal court, or there's not a intervention at the federal level that could stop that, maybe at the governor level, etc. So when they talk about, oh, there will always be Democrats and Republicans, you see the folly of that argument. Right? Now, the second thing is, our Constitution does not allow for coalitions after elections, because this winner takes all formulation does not allow it. If we force everyone involved to change that one provision in law, do you know how far this country will go? Because it will mean that if Irfan wants government, you got to come and talk to WIN, you got to talk to FGM, you got to talk to the. Similarly, if Aubrey wants government, you got to come and talk to all of these people. And then you sit down and you reach an accommodation, and you are on your way to shared governance. Now, if you look at Suriname, you will see that that is what happened. Jennifer Simmons, President Simmons, while she had the majority seats, could not form the government. She had to reach out to about 4 or 5 other parties.
Correct.
And that is how they were able to form the government. And so you have a semblance of shared governance where we sit and we say, okay, this ministry will be governed by this person, that person will get that ministry.
Yeah.
And so more people feel included. And let me say this, and I do not care who says it is politically naive, it's not politically expedient. The only way that Guyana will prosper and achieve her truest potential is if we get to a shared governance situation.
Beautiful. Ahmad is done all over the world. The countries with the best quality of life for its citizens are all minority governments, are all shared governance. Most of the EU, Canada, right? We're watching so many countries around the world now. The PPP like to push the ones that have failed. And don't get me wrong, every system of governance in the world has failed with one example or the next at some point, okay? But what everybody's missing is it only fails based on the maturity level of the politicians. So what we have in Guyana is two big parties, the PPP and APNU, that only care about staying in power and maintaining their wealth and building themselves personally. They don't care about the people of Guyana. They don't change anything.
And Kian, let me interrupt here to say this. Anybody that has known, and you know, when I decided, you know what, enough was enough, it is obvious that there's a lack of care about the people of Guyana. When people in the APNU who know that I have spent my entire political life fighting and being very vocal against the PPP would turn around and say that to vote for me would be to vote for the PPP. I realized that, okay, we have a problem because now you have politicians that are so desperate to cling to power that they're willing to go to lie to the people of Guyana. And one of the things that I have promised the people of Guyana is this: you will hear the truth from me. I'm sorry, my dogs are acting up outside, so forgive the interruption. You will hear the truth from me. And one of the things that I've said is that we have to understand that everything that we want in terms of quality of life hinges on the political system that we have. And if we don't fix the system, it does not matter who is in government. You will always find half feeling left out, half feeling catered for, even if in perception only. And perception is reality. And so we have got to wake up and understand exactly what is happening. And one of the things that I will say, Kian and Melissa, is I think that by now I have established enough of a track record for Guyanese to be able to trust my word.
Agreed.
4 years ago, I warned about the Venezuelan soft invasion. We have seen it come to pass. 4 years ago, I warned about what the PPP was doing in terms of gutting the Registration of Births and Deaths Act. And we have seen it come to pass. There's so many things that I've stood in the National Assembly and I've said to the people of Guyana, watch this, be careful about this. I was called racist, I was called xenophobic, I was called all sorts of things. And it turned out that it all turned out to be true because I took an oath, not to a party, but to the Constitution.
I'd like to, if I may, I'd like to actually back you up a little bit on something very important here that I was involved with the founding of ANUG in 2017. And I'd like to make this clear because it's always something that Timothy Jonas and myself would speak about. It's that if anybody that is involved with third parties were interested in power, then they're either extremely delusional, all right, or that is obviously impossible and not the case. Now, why I say that is if you, Amanza, wanted power, if you were interested in power in anywhere near the near future, the reality is very unlikely is a third party going to beat either the PNC, APNU, or PPP for government, for executive. So the reality is taking this position of third-party stance to make sure you're creating a minority government, balancing the system, funny enough, actually takes power away from you. You would have had more of a chance at real power by staying with APNU. So the joke about this that anybody is willing to talk about or anybody's willing to listen to or understand is that you doing this solidifies that you're doing it for people and not yourself. Because this is a thankless job. You're going into parliament, you're no matter at this stage in Guyana's history, we're looking at a minority government, not a change in executive. All right, at least for this election cycle. So the reality is anybody can say anything they want, but you have proven yourself to be trustworthy because you stepped into a position that will only help Guyanese, not yourself.
No, absolutely. And like I've said, you know, and again, it is as a result of what has been said by my former party. And you notice, because it is not my brand of politics to go about bashing people. So I have not said a lot of things. I've been called selfish. I've been called ambitious because for some reason, when women demonstrate integrity and self-sufficiency, they're deemed as ambitious, and that is somehow a bad thing for women to be. It would be safer and easier to stay under a political institution and take shelter there, where when anything goes wrong, you point to the leader and it's the leader's fault. A lot of people have said, oh, she should have stayed and bided her time and wait for Aubrey to. And I am saying the problems that we have will not wait. And I have never been about power for power's sake. Man, we've got to change this country. We've got to fix this country. And so for me, Kian, as you are on a personal level, we are going to be okay. I am a highly qualified professional that can work anywhere in the world and be fine. But our conscience compels us that we got to take a stand for this country.
We have to help. Absolutely.
We have to take a stand for this country. And that stand could only be that we've got to change the Constitution. You know, I met recently with the Carter Center, etc. And they are in deep concern about the fact that for the last 30 years they've been talking about constitutional reform. The last set of constitutional reform we had, if you could recall, came after extended rioting, destruction, and bloodshed. And why must we do that again when with the power of our finger we could force politicians to speak to each other? Why must we burn and loot and rob and all of these things in order to get governments to listen to us when we can go tomorrow and make sure that we cast our vote to make politicians accountable to us? I am a politician and I'm saying you hold me accountable. I am asking you to hold me accountable.
Beautiful. Amanda, I do want to jump into two topics here. All right, you decide how you want to talk about them, but it's the two, I think, most prominent points currently to the average Guyanese in this country. And the two topics are, one, domestic violence, and two, racism. Because we've seen it rear its disgusting head within the last 2 weeks leading up to this election. And we have to speak about it because it's probably the most votable issue that anybody's dealing with at the moment. So in no order, please tell me.
Something going on? Somebody said a whole set of fire truck and ambulance just left and went somewhere. I know we there live, so we really checking Facebook. Let me see.
I scrolling through here. I not seen anything yet.
Oh,
sorry, this is kind of what we do in a man's. If something
something pops up, we just kind of.
No, that's fine. That's okay. Hey, I'm here.
Nothing yet, so you can continue, Amanda. If I find it, I can tell you.
Let us talk first about domestic violence and the slaughter of our women. I think a few weeks ago, after the young lady in Spikeland in Caracar in Linden died, She was murdered, shot to the head by her estranged child father. I spoke to the people of Guyana about the term femicide. And, you know, it's not a term that we have introduced into our lexicon or into our language just yet. I noticed, Kian, you have been very vocal about it as well. And we have got to take a stand against this. And, you know, for the first time, I am probably going to reference the fact that I am a survivor of it. I have not spoken about it because I do not believe that everyone has the grace to carry a story. And a lot of people are just interested in it, not for upliftment or anything, but just for gossip. And I have children, and we have spent years healing, going through counseling and therapy to heal from this. And so I am not interested in re-victimizing them, in re-victimizing myself. Or for that matter, the perpetrator who has also moved on. And so I have been accused for most of my public life of things that are so erroneous. But I've chosen not to talk about it because I've taken the position that people who really want to know the truth can reach out to me and I will tell them. But there'll be no
So
public
Manza,
statement because
I was one of
huh?
those person that was constantly defending you on Facebook because when I think you and Roysdale Ford decided to run
Mm-hmm.
within the party thing,
Mm-hmm.
I think that for those reasons, those things that came out during that nasty election, because mind you,
Mm-hmm.
you are somebody that is a part of the PNC, right? Your parents you were a part of the PNC. You are a part. You this is your party, and for
Mm-hmm.
members of your own party to attack you so viciously, and they
Mm-hmm.
were cruel in their in their critique
Yes.
and all these
Yes.
things, to even
Yes.
label you a PPP, to try to say that you're paying you and all these things. I
Yeah.
think that
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
me, I don't, and I'm trying not to, because I said we have one common enemy here, and it's the PP. I've been saying this. Me and all the small party, me, you, me and Aubrey, me and Mohammed, me and Darwin, me and Francis, me and Keon. We all have one common enemy, and that is the PP. We are all trying to get rid of the PP. And in order to do that, we have to come together. So this is not
We
me.
can't fight each other. I
We
don't
can't fight
understand
each
that.
other. So for those of you, I'm not trying to fight Aubrey here. I don't know if you all noticed, but since this election call, I haven't said a thing about Aubrey. I've been very I've curbed the way I speak about him and everything, because this is not the time.
Get the minority, we can deal with everything
Get
else
the
after.
minority, we can deal with
And you're absolutely
we can
right.
deal with
You're
North
absolutely
after.
right.
But I'm just gonna say this. I was highly upset and annoyed, and those are one of the reasons that to this day I haven't brought myself to have a conversation with him. I didn't like how they treated not just you, but any Roysdale. It kind of gave me a PPP vibe, like a Jagdio vibe. Yet if you dare step out and challenge me as the leader, this is what's gonna happen to you. This is what we can do to you. I didn't. I was getting the same kind of energy that I detest, because that's one of the reason I hate I won't say hate. Hate is a thing. That's one reason I can't stand the PPP. For that same, oh, I'm the leader, I'm the boss. You dare come out there and step to me and play. You want to challenge me? We can put you in your place. This is what's gonna happen to you. Like what? And it's the same thing, kind of like the same thing that Jagdio did with Charles, with Ramson, when he wanted to come
Mm-hmm.
out and try to think, no, we can put you in your place. We can show you who
Or
really running this
Francois, or
party,
any of them. Correct.
or any
Jaggio's,
of
that's
them.
Jaggio's modus operandi.
There's the motorcycle. Nobody dare not challenge him. And I was getting that vibe. I didn't like it, and that is why. But I'm not gonna speak, like I said. Right now we get one common enemy is the PP. We ain't talking about Aubrey now.
And
If
you're
y'all on this
absolutely
live want to
right.
go vote AP and you, be my guest, go and do that. Vote for anybody except the PPP.
And you
That's
know,
all I
and
ask
you
you.
know, and you know, and you know
But vote
what?
for Manza first.
you know why I throughout the campaign, I've deliberately stayed away from that because I understood. And even in my leaving the PNC, I was very clear about who the adversary is. And so you're not going to get me, and people try to goad me and bait me.
No, we're not doing that. We're not
And
fighting. We're
I
not
have
fighting among
refused to do
ourselves.
it. But I will hasten to add, Melissa, that if you are going to turn up to say a vote for me is a vote for the PPP and all of that nonsense, I'm going to check you.
Well, you as
I'm
you
going to
should.
Nothing
check
wrong with it.
you.
Like
Nothing
I'm
wrong
And
with it.
just
You
that
have to
is
defend
listen,
yourself.
and I hate. I don't. I mean, Aubrey and his camp has been, like I said, I am surprised of the kind of Keon. They kind of made like he was sleeping, kind of sneaking. I don't know what happened, but they kind of made it a little, But then, like I just saw an ad here from one of the people. I'm not finding it back, but it's a whole video saying, "Oh, a vote for win is a vote for the PPP." Now, when you're gonna start putting out those kind of narrative, like I
What's wrong
said,
with these guys?
the
They just want power.
APNU, Win, Amanza, Simona Brooms, Dormes, y'all all have one common enemy, and it's the PPP.
But you
Why?
have to say when it's
Why
happening
at
as
this
well.
point in time? Why at this point in time y'all now getting into the nasty gutter politics? No,
because
you left
Melissa,
the for the PPP. Let people see the PPP for exactly who they are. And I must commend all the small parties and everybody for not getting involved in that nasty,
yes,
dirty,
yes.
thing, politics that we are accustomed to. And it was only the people and their people behaving bad. And you see how they're looking? Everybody is looking at them like, wait a
Attacking
minute.
everyone. Name
They're
one person
attacking,
the PPP
looking at
didn't
them like,
attack.
wait a minute. Since
Yeah.
when, like, this is nasty coming from the people because people are beginning to see who these people are.
Yeah.
This I've been telling y'all about these people for years, for years. I see Lola do a live, like the victimization finally hit she, the real victimization. Carl, when they start victimization, they don't done. Is go out. Your family, your friends, anybody that you're seen with. What they try to do is they try to eliminate everybody from around you. They try to get everybody to say something about you, talk something about you, pay that person to do. I can't begin to tell you all the amount of betrayal that happened to me. Like people went back and tell the people for I got a contract, a road contract, people who I thought were my friends. Right, this is the kind of thing they just do. This the eliminate. They try to the real when the out to silence you, they out to silence you by any means necessary. If they have to eliminate everybody around you, make you a lone soldier. Like right now, I feel as though I'm alone. Make you a lone person to just there by yourself. That's how they do it. That's how they do. They start attacking your friends. Your friends them start being afraid. Your friends them know. Friends that you've had for years now are afraid to be seen with you, or afraid to be even seeing,
Welcome to my
liking
life.
a picture of you. And not because, and listen to this, I know some people are going to say, oh well, they weren't really your friend, but y'all need to also understand it's not that they weren't really my friend. They are living in Guyana. I am in the US. I am safe and I am okay here, thank
Living in
God.
fear. Here we
Right?
live in
But
fear.
they
Yeah,
are living there in Guyana and they are living in fear. They're living in
correct.
oppression.
You
They
can't take it
can't, you
personally. You
understand?
can't take it
So
personally. Yeah.
while I see where some of you are coming from, or oh, they weren't really your friend, I as a friend too, I see where they are coming from. They're at the risk of being victimized and they don't have the opportunity to leave and go to another country and start a new life and make new friends. Not everybody's afforded the
And
opportunity
and
that
and
I am.
Melissa, if I might add, if you are a true friend, you do not require your friends to put themselves in jeopardy for you. You have to have the
That's
degree
right.
of understanding that will say, hey, me and you cool. I know what's up. We are cool.
Mhm.
So inherent in being a friend is making sure that that person is preserved. So to say, oh, they're not a true friend because you don't know that that person got a family to feed, this is their
Take
job,
care.
etc. So you've got to have the broadness and the breadth of spirit to say, hey,
I
I
have,
know
yeah,
what's up. you
I
know,
have to be, I have to be that bigger person, that I understanding person.
absolutely,
And thankfully, my
absolutely.
friends know that I am. So I on the most of them, even to some of my family members, I understand the
Mm.
position that I understand the position that I have put them in
Melissa,
just by doing
I,
what I do.
I'm following the comments,
Mhm.
and I notice people are talking about splitting the vote.
I, speak on it, please, because I just
I, I
asked
need
Darwin to do the same.
I need to speak on it because people do not understand when you parrot that narrative, how you are parroting yourself into bondage, into the same destructive cycle that has you here over and over again. I have said to people, you vote the way your conscience dictates. Listen to me. I have come out of the PNC. My grandmother, my mother, my father, the grandmother, my father's side, all of them were senior people in the PNC. So I just didn't, hop in and hop out. It is the only political home that I've known. But I'm also honest enough with myself to understand and realize that if Guyana is to grow and to develop and to thrive, we have to break the back of the winner takes all politics. This thing about splitting the vote suggests a couple of very disrespectful things. It suggests that I own your vote. That's the first thing. And it also is lazy politics. Because if you could not represent me properly for 5 years, and then when come election believe that you could fling the narrative of me, or don't split your vote, don't split your vote, then by not voting the way you know you should vote, you are contributing as a citizen to the cycle that you find yourself in. Because if I stand up and I represent you for the 5 years that I'm in parliament, you understand? I don't have to come and frighten you. I could come to you on my track record. Like how I could stand and say to the people of Guyana, I have spoken, I have represented, I have fought, and I'm asking you for the opportunity to allow me to do it again. Based on my track record, not based on fear about don't split your vote and don't give, you don't own my vote. And I have to understand, and Guyanese must understand, that as Guyanese, we are capable enough of looking at the political landscape and making an informed decision. The second thing, Black people got to stick together is the narrative. That presupposes that the only support APNU has is with Black people. And the only supporters that the PPP has is Indo-Guyanese. And when we buy into those false narratives, we perpetuate the cycle that we say we are so desperate to escape. And so I've taken a lot of caution, but here now my skin tick. You're looking at a woman that has rebuilt her life from scratch. So very little phases me. So I could take the criticism, but I will be damned if I stand here and I lie to the people of Guyana. Let me go, retire, and plant vegetables at my farm before I stand here and I lie to the people of Guyana. If we are going to break the back of this thing, we have first got to hold ourselves accountable for our mindsets. We have first got to understand that, you know what? This thing about, oh, I barn this and I can dead this. It's trapping you in a cycle. And then you look across at the other side and say, well, it don't matter what, they don't sell out their own. Those are all the narratives that you hear. And it reinforces the conduct that keeps us trapped in this cycle. And so we have to make a conscious decision to break it, to absolutely break it. And it is for the right thinking people to understand that you have to stand up. The people who can look and foresee and understand where this country is going. Our racial situation here makes very little sense. if you are exposed to the outer world, because they tell you in America, for example, where you are, Melissa, you are black and you're brown and your struggle is the same. You're minority. And then when we come in this little country that we can call home, we are busy fighting each other. And we have to have leaders who are brave enough, who are bold enough to even say to their own people that this mindset will cause our destruction. We have to step away from it. And not because the other side is not stepping away from it means you do not do the decent thing and start stepping away from it. Who knows? Maybe they are waiting to be inspired. Maybe they might never be inspired. But we do not know if we do not try. And I tell people, failure is not a problem for me. What I cannot live with is not trying.
Woo! Truth to power.
Truth to power. And you see why I say that she's by far one of my favorite politicians, definitely. All right,
Please
something that just
answer.
come in.
Now
Let me
listen,
read. Hmm?
there's something that you touched on earlier. These contracts,
Mhm.
because I want Amanza to tell people like Freedom Boss and the rest of them what Forward Guyana is going to do and how they're going to get contracts in the future without even having to be friends with a politician. Because you mentioned these $15 million that they've been getting excited over.
Mhm.
And people in the comment section saying, speak to something where your policies are concerned, if you don't mind.
Okay, go right ahead. Amanza? Amanza, we can't hear you. I think you muted the
Oh,
phone.
sorry, I did mute.
Yeah.
We have said all along that we are the hand up party, not the hand out party.
Mhm.
And so it is important for Guyanese. Guyana is being built out, and Guyanese must be a part of the building. And to do that, we have to first build capacity in our local contractors. Look, Melissa, Kian, and Dorwin, understand that the amount of infrastructure work that has to be done, the private sector and the public sector combined do not have the capacity.
Capacity. Mhm.
So we have to increase capacity. So how do we make sure that in our communities, the contractors, the young men who are liming on the roadside can benefit? Not by calling them and requiring their loyalty in exchange for a contract, but actually empowering them. How are we going to do that? Equipment, for example, is a major issue. And so we need to make sure that as government, they can come to us and rent that equipment. These are schemes that are happening all over the world where government has the equipment and they make it available. Because what that does is ensure quality projects. It ensures that when you execute the project, the roads don't break up the next day. The other part is that the law as it stands right now has a carve out for small contractors. That is not being followed the way it ought to be followed. We are saying that it should be increased to 30%. And that carve out would mean that for contracts below a certain amount, you ensure that the contractors are able to get it. The other thing that we have to fix in all of this is making sure, look, let me pause by saying this. People are saying that there are projects all around us, but there is such a high rate of unemployment still. And we have to wonder why that is. And
First,
that is because there is not a match between the needs of a developing country and the training that is happening. So we've got to make sure that that is matched. And I want to be very, very clear. You do not have to be afraid as a small contractor that if an FGM government goes into place, that you will not have your contracts. In fact, not only will you have contracts, we will make sure that you continue to grow your capacity so that you can move from small to medium to large. Walk you through how do you grow the business. And I will hasten to say that these are all ideas that are out there The only reason why it is not being implemented is because there is a lack of political will, and people see empowering people in as government. The PPP sees empowering people not as a duty, not as a duty, but as a political ploy. And that is the whole problem. And this is why we have to break the back of this political system, because as long as we continue to do it, we're going to have a problem. I want to respond one more thing, because somebody just sent me a comment that said that somebody said, oh, Amanzi, you make the wrong move. We loved you more then. I am of the paradigm that if I love you, I will tell you the truth. You are free to disagree with me. But for us to realize our true potential, we got to break the back of this two-party system, right? I see here, and I got some time
I
tonight.
agree.
People say, oh, I miscalculated. No, I didn't miscalculate. I am one woman that is courageous enough to stand up in the face of whatever and say, this is what I believe, and this is what I am prepared to walk out. You don't see me cowering and sheltering behind anybody, because I truly believe that this is the right thing to do. And as long as I am convicted by my conscience that this is the right thing to do, you don't have to agree. That is the power of God giving us free will. So understand that our North Star is the development of this country, not party power. When I get up and I put my hand across my chest and say, I pledge myself to honor always the flag of the and to be loyal to my country, that is where I am loyal to my country. Party paramountcy, party supremacy comes second, and I am unapologetic about it.
Beautifully said, Amanza. And
Mans, let me just get since that again, Amanda, Bessie, you guys are in Guyana, so and Keon, you are right about this. Now everybody that can't find their place to vote tomorrow is in my inbox messaging. So she's saying, "Hey, Auntie, I'm from Essequibo, but she's now living on the East Bank. She's now living on the East Bank, and she would like to vote. She wants to know if there's any way she can vote somewhere else other than in Essequibo."
She cannot. She
I don't think
cannot.
so.
She has
Yeah,
to
unless she
vote
can.
in the jurisdiction and in the district in which she is registered.
Yeah.
And Melissa,
Hmm.
I thank God for this opportunity tonight to speak with you all and to speak with
You know
Guyana,
what,
because
Amanza? We should have, Keon, we should have started this a week ago.
maybe, because this is why I said to them yesterday, because my team planned the whole rally and thing. I said, no, 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 no. We're going to have rally and jump up. We have to keep our eyes on the prize and on the ball. So we said, you know what? We will turn this into a voter education. And so we had dozens upon dozens of people passing through yesterday with their ID cards, and we are helping them to find where they're voting. Because to go and jump up at a party is one thing. And we found something. Many people who assumed that they would be voting at a particular station, they were removed from there, never applied for a transfer. One particular case we had, local government, she voted in Diamond. So she logically assumed that since she transferred to Diamond, that is where she would be voting. Turns out she had JE Burnham Primary School. Do you
Yeah, because
understand what is going on?
that's what's happening right now. A lot of people are you see why voters education is important, because
Voter
this is what
ed
is
is
happening. Because why the
important.
night before election, why are people now messaging to ask like we don't know
I think
where we gotta vote?
we got to remember, and this is why another, and probably the main reason that we need to break this two-party system, is understanding that everything built into the mechanisms of the PPP and APNU is to ensure that only the PPP and APNU stay in power, to the point where they will ensure that they control GCOM permanently, if let be, to make sure situations like this, where voters are being disenfranchised. I even brought this up to the point where I don't know about you guys, but I know a lot of people didn't know when the last day to register was going to be. I think it was like 2 months ago or so, or 3 months ago. It's almost like GCOM actively, in collaboration with these parties, are doing everything they can to leave as many people out of the voting process as possible. And until we get a minority government and force them to change this makeup of GCOM, every election cycle we're going to go through this nonsense. If you think GCOM is an issue in this country, you have to vote for a party other than PPP and APNU in order to get that change, because they want it to stay the same.
And y'all excuse me when y'all see me the phone in, I'm just trying to get all the questions that people are sending in out. But somebody just sent something to me there in the background is a voice note. They're asking for help. They want to come out and vote. Like, how do we help you now at 9 in the night when you're in the background? They're in
We'll
region
have
7.
Sunday book.
They're in
And this
region
is
Kian.
what Melissa and Kian, people, and forgive me if I don't call anybody else's name because I can't see the screen based on the configuration that I have here. But this is why voter education is important. This is why we spend so much time talking to people about how to vote, where to vote, how to interrogate your ID. It was Forward Guyana that had to write to GCOM to say, listen, this interrogation tool online is broken. Please fix it.
Yeah. But
You
Amanda,
know?
I can say this in the nicest way possible. There is a complete lack of education on everything in this country. And again, it goes back to political will. These guys at the end of the day want everybody to stay as uneducated as possible in every area. You ask the person, you know why Melissa had the problem the other day when somebody was talking about constitution and the not understanding of constitutional reform? Our education system teaches almost nothing about what our constitution is for, what is enshrined in it, what our rights are as citizens. These guys, I have to say, it's an oppression. Okay, they ensure that everybody doesn't know anything about their rights or responsibilities so that they can control them. And that's why we have to break the two-party system. They don't want an educated population. So
They
they
do
can fill
not.
their
They
head
do
with
not,
nonsense.
because look at this. Our people are now winning the background, winning back. Not only that, these Amanda, I think we didn't stress enough. But before, let me just say something before I read. Somebody have a question. They said for any presidential candidate that comes on. So I'm going to read it to you, Amanda, since you are on here now. But let me just finish saying this. All those offshore workers, all those oil rig workers that aren't going to be able to vote, all those workers that are working with those Chinese companies in the interior that are not going to be sending them out to vote, even though people declare tomorrow holiday. They are literally sending people out tomorrow. The flight is 4 and 3 o'clock and them kind of thing to come to Guyana to voting close off at 6 if I'm
6 p.m. Yeah.
6
Not to
p.m., right?
Guyana, to
So how
Georgetown.
you sending your workers out on a 3 o'clock flight for them to come out and vote for 6 o'clock? You don't know how far they gotta travel from when they get to the airport and all of that. These foreign company, I am upset with the opposition, everybody, because these foreign company has shown a total disregard and disrespect for Guyanese citizens, for Guyanese constitution, for the labor laws, for every single thing. The things that these foreigners and these foreign company are allowed to get away with, I don't think they could go to no other. I don't even like. I show me another Caribbean country or another country that they could go to and are allowed to get away with these things.
Yeah.
Why this government constantly allowing the Chinese, allowing these foreign companies, allowing these offshore, these oil and gas sub companies and all these things to take advantage of our citizens, and then not only you're taking advantage of them, you're even giving them the opportunity to vote y'all out so that they could have this, so they could put somebody in there that would have their best interests, that would fight for them. These people are breaking all the labor law. The Chinese have no respect, none whatsoever, for our labor law. They don't even care. It's like the Ministry of Labor doesn't even exist.
They don't exist, Melissa.
They don't
And, you know,
exist.
don't have Joseph Hamilton is crass, he's crude. Melissa, I'm gonna make a statement. I'm gonna make a statement that somebody made some years ago. A people get the government that they deserve.
Jesus. Amanda, but I'm saying this, and I think I've said this
No,
to you, and I've said
hold on. Go on. Sorry.
no, but you said people get the government that they deserve, and I've heard that so many times. I've repeated to myself, and I have to ensure myself that I gotta keep repeating it to myself because again, I'm hoping for the best tomorrow. Going tonight and I'm gonna
No,
pray and
no.
a day.
You see,
But
inherent in
Amanza,
that.
me
Uh-huh.
got another five. Me got another 5 years of this.
No, and this is the point. This is the point.
It's hard.
That is the exact point of that quote. I'm not sure who said it, but the point is that the responsibility lies with the citizen to get up and change it, right? Because if we decide that our lives and our destiny is not in our hands, then we might as well just all lay down and die. But if we understand the power that we have tomorrow, we could revolutionize this country.
The
And
people. Imagine
I have heard,
mhm. I said to them, y'all get people that working for y'all, y'all living in oppression. These people working for y'all. These are y'all workers, and they got y'all living in fear and and depressed oh my God, it's crazy. And I think a lot of Guyanese accept that because they are not educated on their rights. They don't know the power they hold because no political party is spending the time to educate them and to tell them. Like I'm reading some of these comments on this live, and I'm just like, these people like they're on the live and
and Melissa, I read the most asinine statement just now. These elections are too important to gamble with the small parties.
yeah, gambling with them big party for how much years? And look at me
It's not
there.
logical, right?
Yeah,
It's
gambling
not
with them big party for how much years? Since we became independent in 1966, how much of since yeah, gambling with the PNC, yeah, gambling with the PPP for years upon years, and look the position that we're in. Guyana is at its worst. Now you coming for tell me don't gamble with it. Hello, I gambling with Ali small party.
Yeah, agreed.
Because you see what happens, Melissa, is that we're locked in to this fatalistic mindset. We are locked into a mindset of fear here in Guyana. I am the first, Nigel London is the first that people, if you vote us in there and we do not do as you've required, vote us out. This mindset that you are somehow stuck with a government, that you can't change your mind. Listen to me, man. In your daily life, you don't eat the same food every day. Hmm? You don't do the same thing all the time. Insanity is expecting to do the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. And if we keep doing what we've always done, we will get what we've always had. And what have we always had? Poverty, misery, oppression, discontent. And let me say this to the people who spend the last let me remind some people of something, Melissa, because you know what annoys me? People will behave towards people in the most atrocious ways in the 5 years leading up to the elections. And then they have this very toxic mindset that once election come, all must be forgotten and we must all huddle up on the here and get the job done. I believe that you have a right to represent people. When you are required to represent them, don't not stand up in parliament for the last 5 years and then roll up in here to try to scare people. Oh, this is too important to gamble. And then the other folly is that, oh, only these large parties have the infrastructure to govern the country. Parties do not govern the country in that manner. Right? There is a state machinery. This is why you have permanent secretaries, and this is why they have that designation, because there is public service infrastructure that the government simply overtakes and manages and administers. So this lie about, oh, there is no institutional in infrastructure in these smaller parties to run a government is a lie from the pits of hell. And in fact, you know what it might just force us to do? It might force us to reach across the aisle and take the best that everybody has to offer and give it to Guyanese for the first time. Can you imagine if tomorrow we wake up or the next day we wake up in a Guyana where we have the best and the brightest from Forward Guyana, from APNU, from the PPP, from WIN running Guyana,
Doesn't
where we
include
put a
political parties.
moratorium,
Yeah.
where we put a moratorium on this zero-sum politics. Can you all imagine what Guyana will be like? It will be tremendous. And so that is the vision and that is the hope that I hold on to. People may want to say it is naive or whatever, whatever, but I've said to people, hey, I am set in life. God has blessed me tremendously to travel this world, to see things and to experience things. And so it is an honor for me to come now to my country and give back and to say to my fellow countrymen and women, it is time for us to come up higher. It is time for us to change the way we think. It is time for advanced citizenry, not bondage, not fear, not oppression. We have all of the money that we need here to grow and to thrive. But you cannot establish and inherit a new land with an old mindset. And these elections, Melissa, Kian, Darwin, if you're still on here, is about breaking mindsets. And once we do that, then we're going to talk about building this new Guyana great and free.
We have to try if we want
So
change.
question, let me just get Kyron question out of you. So Kyron question said for any president, okay? So I guess Amanza, you're here. What specific policies or initiatives is your administration implementing to strengthen scientific research, innovation, and STEM education as part of the country's long-term development strategy?
It has to be the cornerstone of any development strategy that you have. It has to be. It has to start from the way our school curricula is designed.
Mhm.
We have to redesign our school curriculum to keep up. We have got to incentivize the University of Guyana. There is no reason why a company like Exxon is not doing more for the University of Guyana in terms of incentivizing innovation. Right now, one of the projects that I would love to have implemented is where you allow our young minds to design projects, a developmental project, to bid and to compete and have our country be governed by a contest of ideas. So we've got to invest in the university. There is no reason that the university is in the condition that it's in. There is no reason that, for example, Region 10 up to now does not have a satellite campus. And so we have to invest heavily in our university infrastructure. We got to change the curricula at the school, at the secondary, primary, and as early as nursery levels. You look at the way the curriculum is designed in, for example, Japan, and you see and you understand why we are so far behind. Not because we don't know what has to be done. And let me say this very, very clearly. An important part of us doing this is going to be bringing back the knowledge from our diaspora. We talk about remittances in terms of finances. But one of the key things that we're going to have to do is knowledge remittance. We have Guyanese, some of the best and brightest in the world, who are ready to come back home and to work and to serve. They can't come because their hair don't look a certain way. They don't have a particular political persuasion. And so this PPPC government has locked them out, denying Guyanese of their expertise. And so they're living in other countries, making those countries better, and we are still suffering. So curriculum revision, to update it, incentivizing and investing in the University of Guyana, and making sure that we engage our diaspora that has the know-how. And just some of the three broad ideas that we should begin to implement as it relates to STEM, etc.
I'm gonna come to something else, and I just said something, Amanza, and y'all are on board. As message comes in, I'm reading, and this is me all the time, every day, whole day through my inbox. And why I just said to you guys, I don't know if I have another 5 years of this in me, right? And I'm gonna read something, and I'm bringing this up now because we just saw Another young lady, domestic violence again, lost her. Give me a minute. Give me 1 minute.
Derwin, I was got Francis, I think, one come on to must message him and coordinate with him.
Oh,
Yeah,
I can switch
we
out. I can
just
switch out.
we
I can
speaking.
switch out.
Let me touch the topic of domestic violence.
Major.
That is very, very, like, we just saw another young lady lost her life again due to domestic violence, and every time a young woman loses her life to domestic violence, or she's murdered by her partner, everything, we see everybody comes out. Help and Shelter gonna put out a statement. Vinaya Prasad gonna put out a statement. Priya gonna put out a statement. Everybody gonna put out a statement condemning the act and speaking on it. Everybody just suddenly get a voice. But then after a few morning, we don't hear anything else from anybody until another young lady dies again. And I'm saying this because this is so I just received, hey Melly Mel. I know now is probably not the time to hear my situation, but I'm still gonna try. So I'm a 26-year-old mom. I'm currently living with my child father. And Melly Mel, I'm tired of the accusations, the hitting, and being thrown out every 2 mornings. And for the simplest things, I'm typing this and I'm crying because I'm tired. Every day is something, and it's hard. It's so hard. His family already don't like me, so I can't complain to them about his attitude. I don't know if it's because he's an officer, he think he got all rights to hit me. Mind you, this is a police officer she talking about. I don't have any family members to go at. My mother got me in this position because she was the one who put me out, who put me and my baby out when she was just 6 months old because of the guy she's living with. Now I left here taking all this abuse. I don't have anywhere to go. Every day I got to be living with fear because all he does is running to hit me or putting out my clothes. And I'm really in need of help. I can't stay here anymore. I'm texting people who I know to see if they can render me assistance. And you see, and I bring up the whole domestic violence thing because I receive these type of messages at least, ever so often during the week, and I gotta be scrambling to find places for them to stay at a friend, help pay a little rent, help thing, because there is no system in place, not enough. There are not enough resources, and mind you, billions and billions and billions of dollars is allotted to social protection every single year in the budget. Vineyards get billions. Why aren't there system in place to protect young women like this that ain't got nowhere for turn to, nobody for go to, no friend for live at? Like, what are we doing? We are seeing women getting murdered year go year come. These men are killing us, Amanzo. And
Melissa,
these people are still not putting system in place to protect our women, to protect.
because one, the government itself abuses the citizens of Guyana every day, so they themselves are abusers. That's the first thing. Their mindset is one of dominance and control. So that's number two. But for the Forward Guyana movement, one of the things that we have indicated very clearly that we are going to fight for is one, domestic violence shelters in every region. That's the first thing. And then the second thing we will fight for is subsidized home ownership for single mothers, for women who are finding themselves in difficult circumstances, where they can go into what you may call in the US Section 8 housing that allows them to have a start and a shelter, because this is such a vicious cycle. Oh my goodness. Because he is the way he is, because of course, clearly he may need mental health
And
counseling
mind you,
support. That is,
every time I get these domestic violence situations like this, of these men
uh-huh,
hating them and taking advantage of them, in most cases, in so many, like 60%, I won't say most cases, but like 50% of the time,
uh-huh.
these men are police officers.
Abuse
Yes,
of power then. It's an
and you
ego
will
trip.
find and you will find when you do psychology, which I did a little bit of, is that people of particular dispositions are usually drawn to these positions to cover their this cloak of legality and of power and of legal and legitimate power to cover these types of behaviors. That is what is done. And so you have a vicious cycle happening, because as police officers, these men are exposed to trauma, they're exposed to grief and suffering. Who counsels and gives them mental support? There's no system in place there. And so they go home and they lash out at the people closest to them. She feels a certain way, as she ought to legitimately feel. She feels abused, devalued, and the cycle goes on and on and on. And so the question is, how do we interrupt the cycle? We do not interrupt the cycle by making men the enemy. We interrupt the cycle by understanding that both sides of the equation need support, albeit it will look different. But both of them need support, because if one or the other goes through unsupported, they take that into the next relationship. And Melissa, this is why I keep saying this government cares more about concrete than it does about people, because for the first time in our country's history, we have the ability to fund these programs, to train this type of personnel, to bring in the best and the brightest, to deal with these social issues. But Irfan prefers to go open a bridge. He prefers to go cut a ribbon on a road rather than investing in what we call these soft services that really undergird. And mind you, we don't have 1 million people in this country. Why are we so poor? Why are we so needy? Why don't we have these systems in place that we can put in place?
It is just
So
sad. So there's another situation. Like, I'm so afraid when the day come to open my messages, because I see something like that. I can't. How could you not? How you could not help? Like,
I want to talk about it from a male perspective, okay?
yeah.
So the first aspect is the fact that as of right now, no man in this country don't fear anything, because clearly the laws are not working. Clearly the police force isn't working. And then at the end of the day, if you got $2 or you got a link at a phone call, you could get to any problem you want. All right? We're just a lawless society. And that empowerment to these men has created a mindset that they can do anything they want.
I
Now,
see Nigel London is saying he's trying to join. Let me see if I can bring him up. Yes, I see Francis send me. I saw Francis send me, but I didn't see yours, Nigel. If you can send a request so I can add you. Yeah, you're saying.
yeah. So the first issue right off the bat is the protection, is the fact that our laws need to be enforced, is the fact that our police need to be independent from political persuasion. Because at the end of the day, everybody's call Irfan or call Anil or call Jagdio and get out of any problem they want, because the government is controlling the police. So right off the bat, problem number one. Now, problem number two, and this is obviously something that has to be helped in layers, something that is very complex. But my biggest problem is economics. All right. The reality is most women in abusive relationships cannot afford to leave. Okay? They can't leave the man because the man is the breadwinner. All right. So right off the bat, to show that women can stand on their own 2 feet, can go and get a job and pay for a little apartment and put food on the table for the 2 children. You could see the flaw right from our minimum wage. Nobody can live on minimum wage. So an uneducated mother that has basic work skills, that could get a job as a cook or as a secretary or anything along those lines, she should be able to at least sustain herself on the most basic salary. Okay? So the economics is flawed. And then thirdly, all right, and this is just me, again, I know it's much more complicated than this, but I've just given like the overarching, solutions that I can start with. Is my biggest issue is the fact that the education system is not teaching our men how to control their emotions, how to deal with their mental stigmas, their egos, their whatever it is that their emotional issues are, their anger, things like that. You know, in schools, it needs to start from pre-primary, if you will. Don't hit each other. You cannot use your hands. You know, if you're feeling angry, this is a healthy way to go about dealing with that. If you're feeling jealous, if you're, you know, you don't own possession of people, you know, it's a mental health training that needs to start from children. And we are watching. You know, you ask what this government is doing, and the reality is they're not even putting systems in place to help the new generation, the younger generation. We're watching the fighting in schools. So we're going to watch this violent society continue to be perpetuated because the government doesn't have the political will or the care to change it. Because let's be realistic. Most of them themselves within the PPP, and we all know the list could go on. The one who shoot the wife in Let It, the girl in Let Them, Nigel Darnlal, you know, the Jandio and he's sorry back in the day.
Vikram beating the wife. They are abusers themselves. Charles Bronson beating the wife.
Correct.
Listen,
we know all of it.
We know what is going on.
They don't want the system to change because they want to be protected from what they themselves are doing. All right, those are my three
Can I jump in here as well?
Absolutely. Hey,
Good
Francis.
evening. Good evening,
Good night,
first of all.
Francis.
Thanks for having me. I can't see any of you when I come on these lives. Sometimes it's
Because
more
I thought it was me alone.
yeah, so
Samantha, you're seeing yourself now?
No, I can't see anything. I give
yeah,
it
you
up
might
on
be able
that.
to
So
myself, but
I'm just
so
trusting y'all that you're seeing and hearing me.
But the
yeah,
viewers are
things
seeing
may
us
be
though.
too close
yeah.
or too far. But I wanted to jump in on Kian's point there and agree that I think a toxic masculinity is often communicated in Guyana when it comes to teaching boys how to be men. And what you're really speaking to is not just emotional intelligence and social awareness, but also learning empathy from a young age and conflict resolution skills. And those are things that can be worked into the curriculum. And I believe that the statistics bear out the fact that most often men are the aggressors in these situations, but I don't think we should automatically exclude women as well from these sorts of trainings. And what better way to combat misogyny in society than elect our first female president? Right? I think that would be a brilliant start, putting our money where our mouth is. But no, I think it has to do what you were talking about with the long list of abusers, and Mel was referencing the list of abusers in the PPP. It has more to do with the normalization of abusive culture than it does with protecting abusers themselves, because it leads us into this avenue of emotive politics, and it is much easier to control and manipulate the masses if you have them strung up on aggression, if you teach them from a young age that the way to respond to a salient point, someone that has criticized you, someone that has raised something pertinent, is not to respond with logic, with reason, with thought, with a salient point of your own, but it is to attack them, to vilify them, to demonize them, to bully them into submission. And I think that is really the crux of the matter. It's trying to normalize emotive politics and this abusive system that
Yes.
it, as a byproduct, it enables the very corruption that we all say that we don't like in Guyana. But if you can't have a rational discussion, that's where society starts to break down to me. And that's why I'm really happy to hear Kian bring up the point. If you have a society where grown adults that have gone out to the people and asked to be given the honor of serving them cannot sit down in a room and have dignified discussions where they don't need to speak about dildos, right? Or be abusive to each other with their language. It bleeds into the rest of society, and that's what I think we're seeing. And while we talk about domestic abuse, I don't think it can be decoupled from what we see in the halls of power from the most powerful people in the land, because it has bred a society like our conviction rates are shamefully low across the spectrum, especially as concerns abuse and sexual offenses. So it creates a mindset, the psychology of people that would do these things. They feel that they can act with impunity, or their actions are not predicated on the law, but who they know, who they could call, how much money they have to pay for whatever act of wrongdoing they want. So it creates a sense of impunity. And people lead by example. If you are being accused, cases like Darmla, they're not to be overlooked because I believe they have a ripple effects through society. That Darmla case was very important for Guyana. Do you know what it would have meant if that young girl got justice? And they know what it would have meant. It would have meant that other people would have felt empowered. And I think that's something I loved about Amanza all the way through. That she speaks the language of empowerment. And I believe that is going in the direction where people feel empowered. They see justice is happening, the law is working for them. And then the many people in the woodwork that we know are in the woodwork would have a sense of confidence to come forward, to know they would not be kidnapped by the state and grilled repeatedly for hours and forced to recant their story. I don't want
You
to
know,
dominate
you
the
know,
conversation. I've been
you know,
enjoying listening,
Francis.
No,
but
this is
that's my
And
beautiful,
point.
I will,
Francis.
there's some, Melissa, there are two things that I'd like to address, and then I'll hop off because I see Nigel is trying to come on, and I'd be happy to make way for him. I'm absolutely blessed to have a prime ministerial candidate who can hold his own. And I think the fact that we're two strong individuals intimidates a lot of people. But I will tell
Hey,
you this.
I'm happy. I'm happy to jump off so
It,
Nigel
No,
can jump on
Francis,
as
Listen,
no,
well.
I'm
I've
here,
been on for a
Amanza,
long
so don't
time.
scare
I've
me.
been on for a little bit, and so we still
Mhm.
got some logistics for tomorrow that we're meeting on,
Understood,
but
understood.
always happy to jump on here.
Amanza,
And,
one more thing before you go. Somebody just say
mhm,
something. Let me touch on this before you go. Let me talk about this
mhm.
this party using state resources to campaign and all the extra the extra mile they were going. So somebody just write me, as soon as the show up some way, they just send me a message.
Mhm.
Good night, Auntie Mel. Well, just now prove how afraid and desperate the people are. Imagine tomorrow is election day, and at the polling station, Westburg School in Linden, yeah. Westbrook School
Pittsburgh.
in Linden area of had a football tournament went down, and the one and only bishop showed up to the facility. The closing, the closing, and the facility to the closing, and sharing out cash prizes to the youths. Now I thought something like this is ridiculous. Seems like the bishop faith in strong, cause all the vehicle he came with, the bumper hanging, the mirror hanging, is like they speed down the road and pelt down and cause all this damage. Cause I don't see how they meet here. They could have knocked down anybody, but they came here in a haste. I said, don't. The person was like, don't take bluff. Only desperation can cause this sudden money flow. Please hide my identity.
Listen, eat them out and vote them out. Collect
Thank
your
you.
money and know where you're putting your eggs tomorrow. But
Just
there was
on
something that
Amanda's
there
point.
there are two things that I wanted to
Mhm.
touch on. Because Melissa, mental health issues are on the rise in this country. You know, for the last 5 years, when I got into the power, when I got into parliament and started advocating and started being a thorn in the PPP's flesh, they brought up these accusations of domestic violence against me and all of that. And like I said, I refused to address it. Because you know what is the funniest thing about that? That those proceedings were filed a year and something after I left.
Hmm.
You know, and this is the first time that I'm actually going to disclose this because I've never discussed it before. But I think we got to talk about it tonight because you have to understand there are people with mindsets that when they can no longer control you, they try to control how people see you. And so when Francis talks about my passion for empowering, it's because I know what it feels like to be disempowered. And the PPP thought that this was supposed to break me and embarrass me, but because I walk in my truth, and the people who love me and surround me know what the truth is, I don't need to be proving offending anything to anybody. I want to say that mental health is a serious problem and we have to train personnel to do it. Somebody asked about our racial situation here in Guyana and the obvious tension that we have. I am a strong advocate, and something I will fight for is the establishment of a Truth and Reconciliation Committee. We have to have a committee where we travel around this country, we allow people to vent, to bleed, to air their hurts, so that we can reconcile this country. South Africa had it and it helped. For far too long, politicians have been able to fan the flames of racism against us.
Beautiful.
And a lot of people look and say, oh, the States is the same thing. Yeah, but the States is a 200 years old democracy. We are 60 years old next year. Give us a chance. Give us a chance. Let us have a Truth and Reconciliation Committee where we go around the country, and if we need to apologize, we apologize. If we need to reconcile, we reconcile. But we have to heal this country. I'm tired. It's been happening since I was a little girl. Every 5 years, me and my Indian friend, we call to Mati because things talking in the house and don't come here and don't go there. Oh my God, what are we doing to our children? And who are we as a people if we pass this yoke of bondage on to the next generation? We got to stop it. We got to stop it now. And when you go to the polls tomorrow, go and understand that casting a vote for Forward Guyana movement is casting a vote to break cycles and to bring a new paradigm into our parliament and a new paradigm into governance. You go in there and you put your X where your heart tells you, because no vote cast in accordance with your conscience, no vote cast in accordance with courage could ever be a wasted vote. So thank you all for having me. And Melissa, the state resources thing, we wrote to all the observer groups, and I'm happy to see that the character group has reflected it already in their pre-election report. Because one of the things that Forward Guyana does, we don't just talk, we write. We write. So you can't say that you didn't know.
Because you wanted to have it.
We write. So we have all of our letters, we have all of our correspondence to them. So when their final reports come out and these things are not reflected in there, Amanza will be holding all and sundry accountable, because you can't say that we didn't tell you. We wrote to you and we said that this is what is happening and we expect it to be reflected in their reports.
Okay, so, oh God, so much message I'm trying to go through. So hopefully I could get.
All right, guys.
Somebody did
Thanks
say
for
something
having
about
me.
some polling station moving from some
Yes, a polling station
Peter's
moved from
Hall.
somebody's private residence to
Peter's
the
Hall.
Hall. Peter's Hall.
insurance place owned by the man that signed Irfan Ali's first degree from IFLOC University, CARICOM Insurance.
Somebody
So,
just send me here what is happening.
yeah. Some private resident tonight determined that he don't want the polling station
at
by
He
him
House.
anymore.
That's
Right?
craziness. Why? Just a man, just
I
out
was
of
made to
curiosity.
understand
Why
a
do we need
minister
Why
is
are
a
GCOM
polling?
still
investing that
insisting on moving
CARICOM
forward with these elections
insurance
right
venture.
now?
Well,
I will tell you why GCOM is insisting on moving. And this is why, let me say, I was going, but I have to pause here. This is why I have called on Charles Corbyn, I have called on Vincent Alexander, and I have called on Desmond Trotman to resign. Why are they sitting down there and allowing GCOM to take us to an election that they're not ready for? Now, can you imagine the chaos and the confusion tomorrow when people who would have checked their name for that list turn up to that house only to find that they can't vote there? What are we doing? What are we doing? And now it has gone to CARICOM General Insurance. Irfan Ali friend, the same fella that signed his fake IFLOC University certificate. Do you understand what I'm saying to you all here?
It seems
Why
as
are
though these
these
people are.
opposition commissioners not standing up and saying something?
I want you to answer that. Why aren't they, Amanza? Tell us
I
why.
don't
Why?
Why aren't
know. I do not know. I do not know. And I will tell you what the PPP want. Have you ever seen a runner who is badly wounded and the finish line is there and he's
Mhm.
literally dragging to try to get over the finish line? That's the PPP right now. Because they know that once they get past tomorrow, everything is in the realm of an elections petition that can take years
That can
to
take
be
years.
heard.
I think somebody said that was the plan. Have them declare the winner, swear in the president, and then drag out. I think
And this
that's
is
that's the
why,
saying. That's the plan, and then
this is
drag out
this is why,
the election
Melissa.
petition for years. Somebody just hold on. Somebody just write to me. I don't know how true this is, but like I said, as
Mhm.
complaints and issues come in, as people they send things to me all the time. I will relate. Good night, Auntie Mel. Just let the international community know there is a plan by the RU and team of Regent 9 Carl Singh, Pataman of Custom Region
let them
and
hear
Pataman of Custom Regent 9 is to black out they plan to black out the town tomorrow night and return as the plane return from their different villages to Letem Airport with boxes, they will switch it. And as we speak, there is sheriff security at his home in Culvert City on standby. I'm
I
guessing this is.
told you guys months ago, sheriff would be used to help rig this election. I
So they're
cannot
saying that
even
as we
believe
speak,
they
Sheriff
would be.
Security is at his home in Culvert City on standby. That's in Letem Region 9. I don't know who's out there, if the agents are out there, but if we get blackout tomorrow night while these planes bringing back these ballot box, we know a plan is in action. So we need to.
but guys, this is why we're doing this live. I have to say this again. We are
This is
doing this live so you guys can let us know what's going on. You can even tap into this live, go live on Facebook, join us here, and go live in front of the people, please.
so
Show us
calling
what's going
my
on.
people out there in Region 9. Be on the lookout for blackout tomorrow night. Amanza, everybody else who's contesting in Region 9, Win, AP, and you, please. We don't, like I said, I'm just reading as the complaint come true. This is not, I haven't verified this. This is unverified. So I don't know if it's true, but they're just saying there is a plan in place for this to happen tomorrow while they're bringing ballot box back to Letem Region 9.
You guys have
So
people, Amanza and Francis. You guys have representatives
y'all have
in
reps in
Leicester.
Region 9. Anybody here that have reps in Region 9, please
Well,
ask them
well,
to be on the alert.
remember, Region 9 is one of the regions that they didn't put us in the ballot on, but I'm seeing somebody that is our person from Region 9 confirming what Melissa is saying was
Oh.
overheard. So we have people on the ground in Region 9 who can
Mm.
watch interest, and they will message me privately, and we will let you know.
So guys,
The,
something else
the,
on the sheriff security. A lot of you, when I started putting out the recordings with me and sheriff and all the things that he had been saying and all the corruption and everything he disclosed that's happening in the PP and stuff, a lot of you are saying, oh, why are the PP not cutting ties with him? They're not cutting ties with him yet. They need to. People like he and critics, they're going to cut ties with after this election because those are the people that make them look bad. They're going to pick up and learn from this election. So
But they
people
use
like he
them
and
for the
critic,
dirty
they
work
need to
now.
use them right now. They can't get rid of critic and the
Correct.
Don Sings and the Robin Sings and all those right now. They can't
Many,
get rid
and
of,
they're so heavily invested in
and they're
him.
so heavily
They
invested.
are him. So they
So they
can't
need they
control
need
him
sheriff. They
anymore.
need his
Yeah.
security to do
Yeah.
exactly this things like this say because as you guys can hear from those voice recording, this is the man that is willing to do any and everything, anything that you tell you to do to keep the people in power. So sheriff security will be on it tomorrow at every polling station. They will be out there. Look
Yeah.
out for sheriff security. Anyway, you see sheriff security, something going down, something happening. Like I said, I need us to be vigilant. You give me a phone call. If you could meet there, we could get there. We will be
Yeah.
live all day from 5 o'clock in the morning. Be on this live how long now? 4 hours. We just keep going.
We
But
can
Mm.
keep going until we get
I
tired,
want
I
to,
got
but we
I
back
want to
on
make a
track.
Melissa and
point.
and
guys. I gotta
Yeah.
jump, and
Yeah.
I really love and appreciate you guys.
yes.
Please Vigilance. The price of freedom is eternal vigilance. And if we don't
Vigilance.
guard it, it's gonna
Vigilant.
be taken from us. So let us go tomorrow, let us vote,
So everybody
let
in
us
Region 9,
understand
I want
what is
y'all,
up.
if y'all get a vehicle, y'all independently get a vehicle, trace and all them ballot box as they come in
And
to the
and
airport.
encourage
Keep
them to charge
watch,
up the phones tonight,
charge your
charge up
phone,
the battery
get
packs
torchlights,
tonight.
go buy torchlight. They're
Yes.
gonna give me blackout tomorrow for sure. Certain places getting blackout. We know the blackout coming tomorrow. These people get every single tricks they're gonna try tomorrow. You best believe every single trick's gonna happen tomorrow. They already send you see Jackie was being proactive and critics was being proactive. Here to come yesterday and the day before to tell y'all no. Look out for the Melly Mells and the
They
Rick
sponsored a
Burr
one online. They
and
put
look
some
now
message
and
out.
sponsored it.
Yeah.
Newsroom sponsor the clip so that they could reach as many people as possible and tell them to look out for
Wow.
people like me and that can come on this internet to tell y'all lies because they're being they want this information that we bring into your life. They want to,
Mhm.
of course, they've been trying to make me out to be this lie, this extortionist, and all these things for years. So they were very proactive. So they done put out 2 days ago now. Say done circulate. Oh, so that was the intention of that is to make you doubt anything that I would come on the internet and say to you now leading up to the elections. But
Okay.
my
We
track
know some of
record
these
has
things
my
are,
track
Appreciate you
record,
guys.
my track
all right.
record speaks for itself.
Appreciate you, Manzo.
Take
All
care,
right.
Amanda.
God
Stay
bless. Y'all
safe.
Happy
stay
New Year.
safe. All right.
Bye-bye.
Thanks,
Mhm.
guys.
Good luck tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
See ya.
So guys, I wanted to just as we're discussing some of these elections rumors or information that's come to us. So last night, and this has not been checked yet. We've not gotten to look into the container I'm about to tell you. But
Mhm.
this came last night from a credible source. And I'm just putting it out there just in case anything happens later on. It will be a part of the record that somebody mentioned it, how ridiculous. I'm not saying this is going to happen. I'm just telling you what was reported. Okay. So I got it yesterday that there was a container that was packed and is sitting on the waterfront in Linden and it contains explosives, right? And the person that came with the information seemed genuinely shaken by it. Okay. Now, it may be looking at rational explanations that don't involve the elections. It may be that those explosives that they claim
Let me
are in
don't
this
cut your thing. I'm
container.
just saying that this battery is dying. If this light
Okay,
should cut off, I plug it in though. I didn't even realize that it's literally if it cuts off, let it charge up. We coming back. Like I said, we
okay.
be here.
That's all
Even
right.
if we take break, we coming back. Key on me, and you're gonna be in constant communication back and forth as to when we going live again. If you see I come live, Key on, you could go live too. I could come back and join you live. That's how we work it. Or you and Francis
Okay,
go live, I come back. But for now, just know that any one of our page, you check whoever they're live, we will be in constant communication from now all morning.
all right.
Keon, you mute. Keon, I think you mute.
There's sorry, guys, there's a setting on your Facebook that you can go and put on the alert that anytime any of us post anything or go live, it will pop
Yeah,
up
Put
you
on
can
the
immediately
alert.
as well.
So
right and fall
Francis,
underneath the
Keon, we will
picture
be
and you
live.
see you see all. So let me finish the story. So
Yeah.
there is a chance that whatever's in the container could be going further afield to be used by one of the mining companies or something that's using explosives to mine. And the reason I think it's worth bringing up now, I know in previous elections, the PPP like to magically find some gun, they can say some China bomb, some explosive, something they find, because right now they're in desperation mode, and one of their classic tactics is to drive up fear in their support base against Afro-Guyanese, angry, raving, crazy Afro-Guyanese that apparently want looting and violence. And I've seen a lot of precursor statements. You know, even the GCCI came out today, right? It's called it the GCC1I, came out today to warn of election violence and all of this that whoever has planned. So I consider it serious. It's not that I think that those things, if it is true, they would be necessarily used, but they're put in somewhere that they could be found. So somewhere during the election cycle, you hear that all these explosives or weapons or whatever have been found in Linden.
Right.
A month ago as well, I was reliably informed with somebody working the beat that there are senior members in the PPP that have been bringing in hundreds of guns. Right, this over the past couple months, I brought in hundreds of guns. So should anything be found, I want to make that clear from now. And the Adriana Young case showed us the dirty depths that this administration will go to cover its tracks and the things they're ready to orchestrate. So I put a question mark on lots of other incidents where there was unrest and the PPP would have blamed the opposition because of what they did with Adriana Young. And the fact that there was so much recording, it kind of gave us insight into their tactics. They can't put that cat back in the
Francis,
back.
sorry,
Yeah.
can you step back a little bit from the camera? All the people looking at is your mouth. Sorry.
Bro, I am so
we
far back
see it
right
straight
now.
down
You
your
wouldn't
mouth.
even no, you would not
So
even
this is a
believe
perfect
it.
example. This is the PVP here this morning.
Uh-huh.
See, that's GDF helicopter
Yeah.
right there. This is them here. This is them literally using the helicopter to share out hamper there in Parama.
Wow,
Pa-
Paramakatoy.
yes, thank you very much. What doggy to
Wow.
say? Pineapples, Paramakatoy. So this is them earlier today. Somebody just sent me, look,
I
using
Wow.
want
state resources to go to
to.
these communities. And I think somebody put up is the one Guyana. Look, the one Guyana, the two little plane, the big one. Which plane got one Guyana mark on it?
I want to also so
Guys, like when does
newsroom.
this become
So
illegal? I mean, I have never seen flouting of the law on this scale before. It's like there's no decency, no veiled attempt. This is an
They don't
all-out
care.
power grab. They don't
This
give
is
a damn.
like,
let
Whatever
me
is
read this one
necessary,
for
what
y'all.
is
Let me read this
written.
one for y'all
okay, on get one, come.
from
Mhm.
newsroom. This is their biggest propaganda machine. Newsroom owned
It
by the
is.
networks.
Yeah.
Let me give you the biggest one here.
Pastor London,
New
please send me a
attacks.
request if you want to join. I'm
New
seeing you can send one now. Let me bring you on. Yeah,
New
continue.
attack from Venezuela raises questions over Maduro's connection with Mohammed's. It's newsroom has posted this. This is what they
Listen,
tell in this country. This is the
listen,
fear. It goes back to the fear that
that they're
Francis
trying
is
to
talking
drive
about.
in these people.
What is wrong with these
That's
people?
crazy. That is
Why
crazy.
even say this? Show us one shred of evidence. You've been talking about this for months. Show us any evidence you have of this so we all can get on board with it. I not even here. The most important thing is our borders, is our protection. But you just
Mhm.
hear talking about a candidate, an election candidate, and you hear, this is my problem with this. You using Venezuela as your propaganda campaign tool. Venezuela, who will happily use this to show all of the people in Venezuela that Guyana's
It's
victory
really ours.
is a
And
bad
we have
one,
alliance.
are
We
the
have alliance
liars.
there. We have people there in
Yes,
Guyana that is working and because you know how much spin Maduro could put on this.
exactly.
Yep.
And knowing Maduro who he is, he's gonna probably
No,
exactly what he's going to do. You see, we have people in Ghana that we can depend on that we working on. Like critics putting out how me and who else he said? Me and Travis Chase, we are agents of Maduro. Like
what
how
is
dumb
wrong
and
with these
stupid.
people?
What is wrong with these people?
They're willing to sell this country out so they can stay in power. Put all of us at risk so they can stay in power. That's what they're willing to do. Y'all need to vote these people out. PPP cannot stay in power in this country. They're willing to go to this. They will sacrifice all of us so that they can stay in power. It's craziness.
So that they can hold on to power because this is beyond like I am so shocked and surprised that like I
Why
can't
would
believe
newsroom allow
I
this?
never I mean newsroom I've literally
Mhm.
become Guyana Daily News now. Guyana Daily News disappeared, the page got reported so much it came down and newsroom took right off, just pick up where Guyana Daily News
Yep.
left off. The only difference is that they put the common full stop in the right places. But they literally pick up where Guyana Daily News left where they left off.
It's the same people that are running these things, they're one network, like that live in Guyana page. There's loads of them have admin status. on that page. You think it's just Robin Singh or Amir? A lot of them
And
have,
Kwame.
yeah, right? Well, he's got access to some of the pages, okay? But when his minions can't post for him. So I think that's one of the most despicable things that we've seen over the past few years. You know, guys, you would not even believe how far away from this phone I am, and my head's still looking big.
Here the person said, wait no. The person
Well,
said PPP is
I,
so desperate. The people said, Melly, just imagine, in 1 week we had Mark Phillips, we had
mhm,
Minister of Army Affairs, Sukai, we had Schumann, right? Well, Schumann, he get
mhm.
a good cousin. First Lady plus Edgil. Now, this morning, Irfan. So this is what? This is 7 government official, the lady said, in 1 week. We have never seen this. All in 1 week. All in 1 week. This is crazy.
Yeah.
If this doesn't says, if this in smell desperation.
Yeah. You know what's the one reason? You know what's the main reason
It's
that
more
Daily
like
News talked about
5%
voting them out?
desperation, though, not like a full 100%. It's more like a 5% desperation we get in here.
This is 5% desperation. This look like full
Yeah.
out desperation.
But
Michael, for
no,
newsroom and them to start posting all these crazy
I
article
just
and stuff.
click
It's
my
got to
camera.
be
I ain't even
last
able.
minute. They're in last minute panic mood. What is it?
Uh-huh.
You know what I looking at here, and we constantly on Facebook tonight. You know, we trying to keep ourselves updated. You know what I remember? I remember when Daily News sent all those people to Mohammed's office to collect
Oh
the
my
money
God.
3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning in the
Amir, that is
rain.
Amir. That man is evil, cruel, and was Amir just like how we call and get those Amirian people off those bus. He has been behind Guyana Dylan. He's been doing all these things. That
We
man
know,
is cruel
but
beyond,
I don't
like, he got conscience.
Yeah,
But
but
why
it's
why
not even
is it,
about
hold
him.
on, why
It's
is
just
it that we
about
keep
Pete.
siloing
How has the
this man
PPP never
into his
allowed
roles?
said anything about what he's doing? How have they never condemned it?
Because
It's just
I
about the
just told
show.
you, Kiana, I
They
just
don't
told you,
care.
they don't care. Not only they don't care, they need to use him for this election. They need to stay in power. They need to use his security
No,
force.
Mel,
They need to use his.
I'm not
Huh?
talking about them. I'm talking about us, the public. We keep siloing him into different roles. We either talking about Amir the sheriff bar owner, or Amir the smuggle beef merchant, or Amir
all
the but
he's
they're
all those
all.
things and more.
So Guyana Daily News is sheriff security, is guarding
Yes,
the ballot box. Would you put
yes,
Guyana Daily News to guard a ballot box? That's the question,
eh,
right? Because
yes.
when we go back and ask about, oh, sheriff security, it sounds like a legitimate business. That is quackery, right?
No,
And it's
so
run
Guyana
by
Daily
a
News.
known racist and
Mhm.
someone that runs a hate speech page. How could you let someone like that close to the seat of democracy? You can't trust the process with that person involved. He is willing to do anything for money.
Okay, so
And
this
now
just
he's
coming from
titled
GCOM.
security. What's
Francis,
that?
this just coming from GCOM.
Uh-huh.
Colleagues, GCOM just sent this to what they were they is what they let me read what it said. Colleagues, as you are aware, POs were trained to store all polling envelopes, save for PE2, chairman and CEO packages, into a secure receptacle. Regrettably, due to a procurement issue, these receptacles were not provided. What?
No, 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 no,
Wait,
no,
wait,
no.
wait, wait, let me finish.
Absolutely
That's
not.
from GCOM. That's from GCOM.
Just send this to yes, the people are listen. You see, Keon, that is why I love this live and we decide to do this. Because as things happen, they're sending it. Just send this thing. Regrettably, due to procurement issues, these receptacles were not provided amongst the arsenal of materials provided to polling stations. In this regard, listen, in this regard, please inform all POs that those envelopes are to instead be stored in the poll bag PE19 as an
Get out
import
of here.
as an
Mhm.
important reminder. After the count, only valid and rejected ballots packaged accordingly must be sealed in the ballot box. message. This is a message from the DSRO moments ago. This is what the election term. This is what the election team have to go through. Hours from the election. The SOP got a lot of mistakes. This election needs to be called off immediately. This is coming
No
from
way.
a GCOM staff
We
right
have
now.
to call that off. We don't
let's
even have the boxes.
temper our comments because it's not going to get called off. It's how we now deal
I
with
know,
this
I'm
type of
just
issue.
saying, that's crazy. It should have long been called
So
off
I'm
with
going
the
to.
number of discrepancies that they've had, right? That's my view. It should have long been called off. This is just
We
adding,
should have.
and look at the disrespect. This is two hours before midnight.
I can be honest, Francis. We lapse as citizens since we left this list the way it's been. We should have been protesting in front of GCOM 2 years ago. Yeah, we didn't have the foresight. And I can be honest with you, it should have been something we were pushing a
I
long
would
time.
agree with that, right? I'd agree with that. I also would remind you that we are in a dictatorial regime that would be only too happy to shoot people for
No.
exercising those liberties.
I
But I
just
Yeah.
po-
agree with you that um
I just
that
posted as
no,
well,
no,
so hopefully people sharing it get around because this is crazy. This is crazy. So Keon, what Francis, what is like what happens?
Um, at this point, not a whole lot. It sounds horrible, but they've put a plan in place now, as you just read, that they're going to drop the packages inside of the ballot boxes. Now, let me tell you why that's a problem, because people don't understand the process. So the package that they're referring to is an envelope that is attached to the ballot boxes. The ballot boxes are sealed with 100 stickers from every single party. Nobody can get in them ballot boxes, all right, without breaking the seals. So the minute the seals are broken, people can tamper with it. Now, the issue that we have here is that those ballot boxes, whenever they reach where they got to go, the regional
they have
counting
to be
center,
open.
they're going to have to be open. And it's people like Francis, them, the political parties now, that are going to literally sit down there and say, well, we want to go live on we telephone while this happening. They have to record that to ensure that nothing was tampered with in the box. Nobody throw in no ballots, nobody take out no ballots, and that type of thing. Okay? That's the key to
But Ian,
resolving this
here we
issue.
are 2 hours before midnight. How many people can we legitimately communicate this message to
That's what
within
I'm
the like
saying.
The big
right? You
parties
wait
have to
till
do
half
it.
the people gone to bed and then give out the notice. That's
No,
crazy.
no, you got till tomorrow night. Bear that in mind. Eh? They're not sealing the boxes until 6 p.m. tomorrow.
Yeah, you're right. You're right here.
So you got all day tomorrow to get the word out to them. And the big parties, particularly wings.
I just post on my page what I just read as well too. So hopefully y'all could go and share. Maybe we could do
But I
somebody
bet
could.
you they notice a long time. You know, this is released at such a time that it facilitates that you can't object to this very easily. Okay, you can't object. The other parties can't really respond to this. There's not a lot of time to do anything. You have to basically go with it, and it kind of fits the pattern of bullyism. We tell you what to do, you do it. It looks a little corrupt. You still have to roll with it. I could understand why they took on so many of the people that they said were riggers, right? To train them,
Good.
to train them, to say
Good stick.
y'all do a slapdash thing.
Francis,
Come. Let's show you how it's done. This is how you just
Francis,
do
you
it,
on point at all times, buddy. Good connection.
right?
All the
All
angles
from
you
the
can.
all
Listen
from the
now.
Gambia. Hmm?
Here are the people training. Here are the training. Mind you, their own supporters telling me how they're training them to rig the election now. Telling them how when them blind people and them disabled people and so come to the polling station, just carry them and put a hand and help them put the X by the PP
Get
cup and
out of
close it.
here.
Like, really?
You lie.
Yes,
No, I don't.
that's how they training in
You
Barbies. And
lie now.
those are how that is how the PP are training their polling agents. Yes. This is what they're telling them to do.
So I had a girl last election 2020 that spoke to me about what happened in Berbice with her experience in 2020 election. She wasn't living in Guyana at the time. She had just left and she just moved away. And what she said is the PPP was going around to all the houses in Berbice and asking for anybody that's not living there or dead for their ID cards. And then they were going to match the looks of those people to somebody else to go and vote twice in another voting booth.
They did that. They did that. They
So I
did
think
that.
people, the polling stations in Berbice need to be on the lookout and make sure they're matching them pictures properly and
That was
age
that
and all
was
kinds of
done
things.
in 2020, and that's not the
But then
first
is
person
that,
that
hold on,
I
that
heard
is,
from a number of people that exact what you said was done in 2020. I also heard that this guy who was a very close, they call him Sav or Saz or whatever his name is. He is very close to Irfan Ali. I guess he has some company or something in Canada that are making these lookalike ID cards and plan on bringing it in from Canada, all of that. So like I keep saying, polling agents and people, we really and truly need to look out, need to look
stick,
every little
stick
rumor
a
you
pin
hear,
now.
I second happen, we need to look into it.
No,
Be
stick a pin.
extra
Let me add
vigilant.
to that, right? I want to add to that. So you're saying that people can go and they basically uh they can match someone close to you and all that. Here's the problem. When I was a polling agent at the when the joint services voted, there is an issue with the distance away that the person is standing with the ID, and the print on the ID is so small. They really only stand up to physical. You have to have it close to you. So it's insane to me that we don't even have basic projection systems where you could just put the ID card somewhere and it comes up on a TV or a screen that each polling station had. That's preparation for me, and you could verify if someone looks the same. Now that's one issue. So it's very easy, especially with the volume of people coming. It's very easy when they show you from a distance. It just got kind of match the shape, the look. It's hard to examine all of the features. And the other thing I noted is some of the people, their ID card have like grown men. You're looking at grown officers, and the ID picture they have is like from when they're 14, 16. Okay? You have to look really hard. You know, sometimes somebody put on a lot of weight, somebody lose weight, somebody's facial features have changed. And that is visually exhausting to do that for hours and have to look at these, right? To figure out if it's the same person you're looking at. And I think that is baked into the process to wear people down. And the second thing I want to bring up, it's not just a case of getting people that look similar or whatever. We have seen instances in this election, like the case with Mr. Oral Semple, where his picture, the GCOM database has been corrupted. They promised a police investigation, and up to now we're waiting on word. They admitted that voter fraud occurred where Oral Semple's case is involved, because he just went on a brainwave to GCOM and asked him to double check his information. And he found they had changed his picture, right? His picture was changed to like some 80-year-old man. He living on Middle Street all the time. Last election, he voted on Middle Street. He never requested a change of his details. And suddenly they put an address in Sophia. This address, when we check, it don't even exist. So his polling station moved from East Street all the way to Sophia. Nobody tell him. Let's say he even made it there to vote. Now his picture don't match. Okay, so you know that one I said earlier, that's they should have called this thing off. That's one of the reasons I'm giving. They admitted themselves. It's like someone telling you that a ship has a set of holes on it. They admit to it, but they're now forcing you to go into that ship to go on the sea and telling you, "Don't worry, Francis, it's gonna float." I don't believe that. That's how serious it is.
Yeah.
So I don't trust the process. And then I saw they had another lady. Mind you, this police I'm telling you about, they had a policewoman there that she had a bottle of turbo that had bleach in it. Up to now, GCOM has not
Yes.
responded, but she bleached her all the ink off her finger. Immediately, she had her bleach bottle right next to the ink pot. As soon as she took her finger out, she put it in the bleach bottle. I follow her downstairs. I check her finger because she says turbo. When I saw it, I follow her outside. I said, people have all kind of claims. How is Turbo doing that for you? Can I see your finger? She showed me. I asked for the bottle. I smell it. She tell me as I'm taking it from her, she tell me it's bleach. So you
Wow.
taking bleach right up to the table, bleaching your finger, and I could not see one single trace of ink on that woman's finger, not a trace of it. The people told me that when she put water on it, it's gonna go away. But that fits into what you guys are talking about voting twice. Sis could, if she had another ID, she could go to another polling station where people don't know her or anything about her and vote again. It's
Yeah.
not crazy. That's not crazy.
Yeah. I want somebody to win to come on, because I have a few more questions for them about they've claimed that they have somebody in every single polling station, right? And I just want to know what their methods of communication are with these new changes that are coming up with GCOM, because I think it's important as the lone third party that's running to ensure to all of us that they are doing their part, because there's GCOM staff in there, there's party agents from the three big parties, there's observers, there's police, right? So it's just a very curious dynamic right now to find out what they're doing on their part as the lone third party.
I agree with you. Another thing I wanted to highlight while we're chatting about it is potential disenfranchisement, right?
Okay.
So I've noticed over the past few weeks that while efforts have been made to shore up work that's been going on the East Coast, right? Finish off like a piece of the road, the industry area, and pause all the other works going on the East Coast, generally the road works. Quite the opposite has occurred on the East Bank. The
Mm-hmm.
number of roadworks there have been ramped up in the last month. They practically broke up the road all the way up to Linden and have therefore created an environment of absolute chaos moving along that corridor. It
Mm-hmm.
is entirely plausible to me that there are people in Linden that need to get to Georgetown or other places to vote, and people in Georgetown that will need to get to Linden to vote because perhaps they did not change their registration, right? Or they live in town and they work in town, live in Linden. That is going to create chaos tomorrow. And then, as if that was not enough, they started because that bridge is not going to be completed anytime soon. They're lying to people. The roads, especially on the western side, they need a lot of work. So they
Yeah.
then went and started the roundabout. They don't need to start
Yes.
it now, but they
Yes.
started like further choke. So every single road leading up the East Bank is going to be choked with traffic, right? And that for me is voter disenfranchisement, because the other thing is set out a holiday tomorrow. Some people can go and take their little drink or whatever tomorrow. And when you just think about it, when you contemplate going on the road to do something, you are more discouraged when you're thinking that you're going to get stuck in traffic for a long time, right? And that is my fear, that on election day, some people decide the traffic is just not worth it and I can stay home because I have to vote in this corridor. And others are going to look outside and say, there's a good day to go out and vote because all the roadworks have paused. They've actually fixed up some of the potholes in my area and it's good for traffic. Right? That's something to look at. That's how
Yeah.
I feel things have been orchestrated with the infrastructural work.
Definitely. Let's come off of GCOM for a second. Francis, have you seen? I saw one. It looked like one of the win candidates or somebody posted up this video of Zulfikar Mustafa's house.
Yeah, I saw that.
That's crazy. Look at the size of that mansion, eh? And the
Kian,
PPP voters out there defending
Kian,
him.
Kian,
Sad.
that's not crazy. That's not crazy, brother. What's crazy is they only post one of at least 7 properties that man allegedly has tied to him. That is one of them. To him and his children. Yeah, there's one.
That's
One.
crazy.
Right? I didn't have the time. Somebody promised me a tour of all. I didn't have the time to go on it. You know what I'm saying? But they're gonna
That's
go on the tour and collect the evidence and share it. But it's just one of a number. And he is like a bottom feeder in the party. You understand? So If those what he got, you gotta imagine. If those what the cockabelly got, what the trout got, buddy, what the shark teeth, and what the whale got in the pocket. There's the questions you gotta ask.
That's
Okay?
the question.
And I
I got
don't mean any insult to the minister about cockabelly. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's go through the cockabelly era and the belly just, you know what I'm saying? It does just, but I'm not saying a man's a cockabelly. I'm using a metaphor, okay? For
Yeah,
any of you, an allegory, for any of you that want to come and say I called the minister a cockabelly. No, I did not. I compared him to a cockabelly, right? In terms of the scale of his corruption. He is at cockabelly corruption level, right? But there are sharks and whales in the water that need to be addressed.
absolutely. Absolutely. That absolutely is the key here.
But you're wrong, bro. Had square footage. You just wonder how a little man need a big house. Like we used to live in different rooms every day. You got a room for every week. You know, you plant. You got blackberry sheep stash in there. Where are the sheep? Where are the blasted sheep? That's what I would like to know personally. The blast.
Oh,
Right?
I
Somebody
heard.
sent me a
You want
video of the facility in Berbice. It's abandoned, bro. I don't even I saw GLDA like going and I don't know if it's sheep for votes, but they was carrying some sheep and the sheep looked like he had it bad. And the man said, there's transporting. This is the first time I see black belly sheep in how long. I wanna where they resurrect the from or if they take some normal sheep and paint the belly black. You know what I'm saying? I don't put nothing past them
yeah,
because the project is a failure, one of many. And have
they
you
are.
noticed how everywhere is a lick of paint here, a piece of tar, the building the road 2 inch, 2 foot thick,
Yep.
and you could already see where things are gonna break down. It's the gaslighting for me, and I feel this sense of disappointment this year that people think you like having. We have grown up in this system, right? And we have the benefit our parents didn't to be able to travel at a younger age. And even for those of us that haven't traveled to have exposure through the internet, but still people are treating you like you're stupid and unexposed, like you don't have no sense. You never see anything proper in your
Right.
life. Okay? And it's
Yep.
like you say putting lipstick on a pig. That's what I see with the roads and stuff. So we know it's gonna break down after election. After election, there's gonna be chaos. Mark my words, there will be chaos on the western side of the harbor bridge. Because these people trying to figure out the impossible. How are they gonna connect a road with another road that's already in use? They
Yeah.
wanted to put Burnham Bridge out of service, so they connect their bridge directly to Burnham Bridge Road. They should have put it different. They had all the time to do a deflection, to build an overpass over the road in Lagrange, right? So that the traffic don't have to intersect. Traffic coming off the bridge could proceed in a westerly direction and come off an exit ramp. You understand? And
Yeah.
it would be smoother. This is the first time I've ever seen so much money spent to not fix a problem, but replace it. We replaced the exact same traffic problems we had with the old Harbour Bridge with the
Yep.
new one. And
Yep.
that's so, and my countrymen, my brothers and sisters, we all looking at these shiny lights and how it's lit up, and every minute we see an image of this bridge. But it's when the thing, that's why they're delaying it. They're delaying the completion, because then we will realize we got duped. They're breaking up Heroes Highway right now with jackhammers, a road we just spent $16 billion on, that's held together by glue, right?
Yep.
They're already breaking it up. And I hope people, when they pass in, because they got a show called the Indian company is building the approach for that section in concrete. Those people are using rebar, thick rebar to build that stuff, compared to what the government allowed their contractors to use, BRC. Both
Okay.
of them cannot be competent. One has to be competent and one is incompetent. And the Indian companies show that our government is incompetent. They build that highway, Ogle to Busby Dam or whatever. They show the government how a highway is supposed to be built. It has proper drainage, it has signage, it has lights, it has traffic barriers, it has speed control measures, it has all of the functional
Who's the
features
company that built that?
of a highway. Pardon?
Who's the company that built that?
I think it was Ashoka that did that. They
Okay.
spend months stabilizing, or weeks rather, stabilizing the soil, because remember they filled in a mud drain. When
Yeah.
we see our government fill in a mud drain, get their contractors, their friends and family, they fill it with white sand, roll it over, and build a road on it.
There you go.
When the Chinese or these guys have to do it, they inject these polymers into the ground, these strips that stabilize the sand. I saw them do the same thing when they build the island in Freedom. Both of
Ah.
them can't be competent. One has to be incompetent, and it's the people the government are giving billions of dollars. And the crazy thing is we are paying from the oil money for the incompetent work, and they are taking loans to do the competent work. If that's not insanity, Keon, tell me what is, brother.
It has to be. It has to be. Because as you're saying, it's almost like, but I refuse to believe that the government that we currently have is unaware of these things. I don't want to call it incompetence. That's my problem. We keep giving them out by
Listen,
saying, man, they're
Keon,
just stupid.
let me
I,
answer your question, brother.
go
From
for
the
it.
time you take your taxpayer money and you travel to a place like Dubai, mind you, they have gone to many countries on taxpayer dollars, right? Or without taxpayer dollars, I've been fortunate enough, maybe I got around to about 17 or 18 different countries. But
Mm-hmm.
if you just go to one country, like we said, because I know the president went to Dubai, and you
Right.
touch down in them people country, and from the plane door don't open and shame don't wash over you, something is wrong with you. You
Yeah.
get out the plane in Panama, right? And shame don't wash over you, something is wrong with you. When they get in those cars, I wonder how dark the tint is. That when they're passing these carefully manicured parks, public spaces, infrastructure that the disabled people can use just as equally as the able-bodied people, traffic signs, signals, intersections. When they pass these things, don't they think of us? It's
Exactly.
literally pissed
So
me off. And I wonder where they go. Maybe they just go in a cave and chill out, right?
this is the point. So again, the simple question is, why aren't they doing it, Francis? Why are they choosing not to do this? Right?
Because
And
they don't believe we deserve better. Because these are not people that are configured towards service. They do not believe that we, the average Guyanese, deserve better. And the other thing that's built into our society is not just the racism, but the classism is the overarching problem, right? And if you have a society where everyone is doing well, how do you consider yourself better? Okay?
interesting.
If
Yeah.
you and I are both doing well, who am I better than? And
Hey,
some people need to be better. They need to feel better. They need that sense of self-validation to wash
yeah.
away their insecurities, right? And that is why we have a well-maintained poor and impoverished population, because you
Yeah.
always have someone going to look up to you and call you boss man and be willing to lick your boot and do little petty crimes for you, and you could hire them to go and attack people for you, or right, you have someone at your beck and call. And for me, that is no different to the plantation system that our forefathers fought and died for us to escape. And even the surge towards independence, we were trying to shake off the last vestiges of a system that just saw us as human capital, as stock to be exploited. We were trying to rid ourselves of that,
Yeah.
and we've ended up in this position now. It's we are Animal Farm. We are Orwell's
Not,
dystopian novel, where at the end of the book, the pigs are there with the humans, right? Saying 2 foot to 4 foot bad, 2 foot good. Okay, they became the people that they hated. And we
yeah.
as a population, so which is where I agree with you, we have a responsibility as a populace
Correct.
to hold these people accountable and say, no, we are holding you responsible. You ever look at a chicken farm? These things I think about. I look at cows, livestock, cows, chicken, sheep, and you have like 50,000 chicken, 5 man controlling 50,000 chicken. You have
Yeah.
1,000 cows, 2 man and 2 horse controlling 1,000 cows. Because one cow gonna get lashed and he go more, and all the other cows gonna go more. I don't want to get lashed like the cow, and I don't want to get bite by the dog. So even though they have overwhelming strength in their numbers to change their situation, they're gonna run away from the two man and the two horses. And that is how bullies have historically learned to manipulate and control masses of people. And in
Perfect.
Guyana, they do it through the people's own fear of each other. And they nurture it. That's what leads to that abusive environment that we were speaking about earlier.
Yeah.
Because the antithesis of that is healthy communication, respectful communication. It's much harder for me to hate you and for you to hate me. If you know, when we come at it, we say, hey, Kian, you and there are things you and I have disagreed on. But what I respect is we're always able to have a rational discussion and we hammer out each other's points. If we agree to disagree, that is that.
It's fine.
If we can either concede, that's another important thing. You must be willing to concede. If you're
Yeah.
willing to hear a point, if I
Can't be
know
out.
I'm wrong, I must be willing to say either, hey, I'm sorry, right? If I misjudge something or I concede, your point is better than my point. I think that is maturity.
Yeah, but they can't have that in the government. All they can have is yes men. And the reason for this is one, obviously the corruption. That's a simple answer. But
Mm-hmm.
two, it will show them for their true colors, which is their incompetence, which is the fact that none of our ministers, maybe two of them, in my opinion, are
Mm-hmm.
actually capable or competent in their correct ministries. I can go through the ministers. What do they know about their respective ministries? But yet they're the ones standing up there calling the shots, making the mistakes, doing the poor work, thieving money left, right, and center. And the reality is they cannot have healthy, proper discussion, because if anybody were to hear how incompetent or uneducated they are, then they will lose all respect. They will lose the power. And then all of a sudden people lose
Man,
confidence in them. And that's the
again,
end.
what I think plays into it now is laziness. It's not just incompetence. You're lazy. Because look, people hate on me for being like a AI evangelist. I consider myself a proponent of technology, and I'm not a stupid person. I consider myself to be intelligent, but I have acknowledged, and I think any intelligent person would acknowledge if they have a tool that can boost their capabilities and that can accelerate their work.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think we live in an era now, not only is knowledge at our fingertips, but for me, there's less excuse to be bad at
Yeah.
anything. If you did have a ministerial position, like these guys that have been in office, you had a minister, you've been in there 4 years, some 5 years, some been in there 10 years because they were there beforehand. Man, pick up a book now, man. Oh, jeez, man, pick up a book now, buddy. Read, find out your response. Open Chat GPT and feed it the legislation. Ask it, chat, what am I supposed to do in this job? Could you help me formulate a work plan for the day so I don't look so lazy to my constituents and the people I'm supposed to be serving? Could you help me understand the Anti-Corruption Act so I don't give in to graft and vice on what would happen to there's no excuse to me now like some people were able to rely on. I consider it laziness. It is laziness because there is
Absolutely.
no one at the top. It comes from the top. There is no one at the top expecting you to put in more than 5% effort, right? If you know, you know, right? So you just have to put 5% effort towards them and you are right. You don't have to do anything else. And the way that politics works in Guyana, I think the way we elect parties, people don't feel the sense of accountability to the man in the street that they're really, so they don't often even have a connection.
Correct.
You see most, and this is why I think Forward Guyana movement exists in the first place, and VPAC. We a bunch of people. I am one. I did not feel represented by the opposition in the past 5 years. I didn't feel so. I recognize their position and all of that, but I felt there need to be a team of people that are more hot-headed, that are willing to take the fight right to the parliament and
Mhm.
keep our boots on their necks on a number of issues so that we're always fighting for the people, so that they're not people next 5 years feeling like, man, I don't really feel people in there representing me, fighting for my issues. I'm coming from that frustration to end that frustration, right?
Yeah.
And I have no doubt in mind it's going to be challenging. I think the kind of discourse you hear in Parliament is just it's symptomatic of where we are. It's disappointing. It doesn't sound
Yeah.
like mature adults. It doesn't sound like educated adults in a room much of
Yeah.
the time that are having discussions that are bent towards nation building. It's one-upmanship, it's malice, it's tit for tat. It's if you ever checked out any stuff on game theory, I think that has some very insightful
Mhm.
takeaways where it comes to the politics in Guyana and
I want,
and
I
it
want,
did.
yeah, sorry,
Mm.
go ahead. No, one jump topics, just
Go
quickly.
go, you
I saw
could
you
jump.
do something on it, Francis, and I think it's very important for the average voter in Guyana. This Adriana Young situation, right?
Mm-hmm.
The fact that, well, one, the investigation has been completely stalled. We all witnessed what we witnessed, and now we're approaching elections tomorrow, and I saw something interesting, and I wanted you to talk about. I saw you posted it about the grandmother. What's that situation?
I did a whole live with Haley
Tell me.
comment today. We chatted for about 2 hours. Well, that's the live went on for about 2 hours to sound out that case. But yes, so it's confirmed, and then we had somebody that went around to her house to confirm that yes, it's a granny, because PPP came back to say it was not Adriana's grandmother in PPP clothes, posing up next to Priya Manik Chan. And it's interesting that they would say she was not present. They tried to say it was someone else, right?
Mhm.
Now that I brought Haley on to the live today because I believe many people owe her an apology, right? She has a background in criminology, and she did explain before that in most instances it's only 5%, even though there's a point she made today in the live. Even though people normally tell their children not to talk to strangers and they teach them stranger danger, whatever, only about 5% internationally of kidnapping cases and the like are initiated by strangers. In the other percentage is either family, like 50% is direct blood relative, and you have another percentage is like direct friend of a family, someone they call uncle or someone. But most of the time they know the perpetrator. So how did Adriana get to the hotel? Right? In many of the PPP forums as well, they were also accusing Granny. They keep saying that she knows what happened, she knows what happened. So it's interesting that she would run in the direction of people that tend to protect criminals, miscreants, pedophiles, and other such devious characters, and not in the other direction of the people that are calling for justice for her granddaughter. And I don't care, even if the granny somehow wake up in a different parallel dimension and she decided Adriana was in the pool, which we all know she was not in the pool from multiple angles. But if she decided that in a parallel dimension, there is still no way, putting myself in her shoes, I would ever stand next to the people that barred me entry to the place where my granddaughter was supposedly in the pool, right? That she had to be there for 20 hours. And clearly she went invisible for 20 hours. But that means, because Haley also had evidence that she and the cousin Stefan had met up with the lady in the gray dress the day before. So it seems like there was some negotiation or something. And straight through from protecting the guy at Double D, because people disappear at the same time. Stefan, Adriana, the son from Double D, all of them disappear from the scene around the exact same time, right? Stefan even related in a live that he got a call from his mom asking if Adriana was with him because he's one of the last people she was seen with, if not the last person. I think the
Right.
14-year-old girl that said last she saw is Stefan had called her. There's another anecdotal story about the grandmother, where the 14-year-old had related that the granddad or he had gotten up, one of the older relatives got up to go search for her, and the granddad says, sit down, kept saying, sit down. All right. So there's something afoot there. But, at the end of the day, the first step to getting a proper investigation into what transpired with Adriana Young, which we all know was foul and rank with corruption, is to get the PPP out of office. because
Yeah.
that's the single obstacle that's
Yeah.
standing in the way of this case. And going back to 2012 with the case of Sadiq Juman, who was similarly murdered at Doubleday Hotel, he was released because it was again in a PPP administration. And when Granger got into office, the police were able to act on the evidence they had collected all along. And they knew that young man didn't die in the pool by drowning. They
Yeah.
revealed that he was beaten. He was beaten to death. He was stored in a room at the hotel. And at a convenient time, they took him out and dumped him in the pool. I personally spoke to one of his friends that helped search the pool for him. The friend related the whole incident of what happened that day. Shockingly similar to Adriana Young. Yet people have still given Doubleday the benefit of the doubt in this situation. That tells me a lot about our society. All right? It tells me a lot. But he should be afforded the luxury of an FBI
I,
investigation.
I,
I
I
believe
just
that.
I wanted to say that. I wanted to make that comment that I was at the rally yesterday, the Win rally. When I left the Forward Guyana movement, I went across to the Win rally. And one of the things that Azri did say is he made a vow on stage. He said, the FBI, if he becomes president, he will call in the FBI to do an independent investigation into the Adriana Young murder. And it was one of his strong points. And I said, that's very commendable. I think that's
So
the
I think
only
at
way.
this point, anyone that, listen, at this point, it's better that we argue on policy in terms of difference. But I feel in my heart at this point, whichever opposition party, right, were to
Mhm.
succeed, they would want the same thing as everyone but the PPP wants an investigation into Adriana Young's murder. That's what I'm saying. And
Yeah.
if something was fair and above board, why are they trying to obstruct so much? From the very minute she went missing to now, where the second autopsy cannot be completed because they need certain answers from the police, and the police just stall them,
Yeah.
stonewall them. So we can't get those results. Why is that? And never have I seen such a keen interest in suppressing something about the death of a child as I have in this instance. Nor have I seen any parallel instance of gaslighting, right?
Mhm.
They might as well be selling natural gas. Maybe there's where the gas to show gas going to gaslighting the nation. That's why I feel this. Because me or you went to the side key and there's nothing there, brother.
Nothing.
There is nothing
We can
there,
get to
bro.
that. Hold
They're
on, we get to
using the
that.
gas to gaslight us.
We Miss Melissa, what happened in here? You left where now you all made up and where we headed? Where we going? We're going to vote? We're a little early. Yeah, you're muted.
Melissa going to Pradoville to ask them where we money
Hi,
then.
Keon. No, Keon. Like I said, I am here. Of course, I gotta run. I gotta run out for a minute, but I see you guys were very good at carrying on the conversation because we did say we were gonna come off at around 11,
Yes,
12, and then
yes.
get up back at 5 in the morning.
Let's do that.
No, but
Let's do that.
I'm still here. Let me see if I get wait before we go. Wait, let me see if I get anything else coming out. Anything new.
I've been
Don't
scanning.
leave
I've been
yet.
scanning. Nothing on
Don't.
my end. I've been on Facebook right through. I've been kind of just scanning as we go along.
All right, so let me see. Hey, good night. This one just right. Good night. I want you guys to highlight it. There are polling stations still without presiding officers. Some haven't been fully set up just yet. Please urge the other political party to have their agents at polling station as early as 4 in the morning. Urge Guyanese to please be vigilant. Let them take out pictures. Claudette at this age should be doing the honorable thing, but yet she's being dishonorable. I can't guarantee tomorrow. I can guarantee tomorrow a lot of staff will be uh, saturated because of Vishnu and Claudette. Sad
Mhm.
that GCOM is playing in the Guyanese faces. I'm very sorry, but Aubrey and all other parties need to do GCOM exactly what PP did in 2020. I just fed the hell up. These observers ain't even doing one shit. Reason why POs decline position is because majority are new and flustered as to what exactly is expected of them. Claudette run out with statement, yet the staff can't see she no way. Acceptable. I say if the election got to run longer than the last one, then let it be. PPP is overdoing it now. Claudette, Vishnu, and all the others will get it right this time.
That's
this is
fun.
going. This is coming from another and by the way, because everything I read, I see y'all in the comments asking me to post it on my page. Yes, I am posting as I get stuff and as I read. I will be posting. I am posting it on my page, so you guys can go and read it for yourself.
Great.
Guys, what
Great.
I do like is that we've been consistently coming to the public and raising these issues from before election day, right?
Exactly. Hmm.
Let not a boy tomorrow say nobody told me we had, right? Because I think there clearly will be discrepancies in this. It's almost impossible. I saw you post a list of Brazilian nationals and things that supposed to be coming to vote now.
Yeah, they said, well, according to the comments, like I said, I was only posting based on what people sent me in
Mhm.
complaints. But according to the comment, they're saying that they are Guyanese living in Brazil and Venezuela, that the people would have paid to come home and vote.
Okay, there's an allegation of a massive ID buy-in scheme in Region 1. You get an ID for $60,000.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody corrected me and said 65,000.
Thousand. Oh
What
wow.
$5,000 difference it would seem.
Mm-hmm.
Because I mean, one I think you notice there's a lot of Venezuelans that are driving or
Oh,
riding.
just so not
But
cutting you, just want you know
no,
that the people is sharing away gas in Linden.
you lie, you lie.
Free gas, compliment of it,
So, hold on.
compliments.
Yes, I
I
saw
said
that
free
too.
Let's do a
glass,
quick recap.
free
We got black
bottle.
belly sheep for vote. We got gas for vote. We get cash grant for
Hello,
vote. In
free
this
gas,
area, I live in
compliments
a
of your
PP.
taxpayers' money.
I live in a PP area. The man give me
Hello.
an 8 to 15 hour excavator time for your land. To dig out your back dam, your drain, clear your tree down, right? Fetch your granny over the pole. The whatever you
But
need to
listen,
do,
look what
they
Kian,
doing it.
isn't this funny?
If you
Francis,
buck
isn't
the
this
slack,
funny?
they
I have
tightening
never
your bucket
seen
for you right
anything
now.
like this. Gas?
Yeah.
Free
All
gas?
flat boxer come
That's
to the front.
crazy.
People who were tightening your
Yo,
bucket before the
How is
morning.
that
Yes.
even legal?
Free bucket
Who money they
elastic for
doing that with?
everyone.
we
You
money.
Campaign
should be
permit.
legally allowed to do that.
We money, the taxpayers' money is doing this. Yes, campaigning for this election.
There's
That's
so much
crazy.
that they're not supposed to do, Key. And like what our responsibility is as well is to catalog these things. Mel, I think you have the perfect platform that to do some posts where and invite people in the comments to like basically do I'm gonna take this same live and chop it up, right? And mine it for information, but
Please and
something
thanks.
where
You
we
can probably
ask
do that.
people.
And if you reshare, Francis, I will reshare that
Mhm.
the little clips. I mean, we get less than 24 hours, but as much as we can get around and share out, we can do that. Keon has vowed to Keon 5 in the morning. Keon, if you wake up, even if you wake up before me, you go live. If I come and I see you live, I will share your live. Then just come and join on your live, and we go from
Good.
there.
I got you. I got you.
So that's how we gonna work it. You hear, Francis? Anything, anybody could jump on at any time. We can be there all day, whole day
Good.
live.
Love it. These people still campaigning to the last day. Like, I mean, they can tie you on and still go out and dance. Like,
And
I
dance.
don't
And is this
understand.
listen, was the president's speech for me? I was like,
Yeah.
the audacity after y'all sit down in office
Can I
victimizing
tell
y'all own
you?
supporters.
Can I
Th-
tell you what it reminded me of? It reminded
Listen,
me of them mafia boss, right? And now the mafia boss done send people for burn down your home, break your legs, and kill your goat. And then he come in front of the camera and say, me and Vinny, we had a little problem, and he sent my friend around his house to talk to him. And then in the background, you hear, you hearing hollering from Vinny, and he's like, me and Vinny are friends. We go back a long way. We love each other. You're hearing more hollering. That's how these men behave, because after they bully the population, thief your personal
victimize people.
information, harass you, come by your door, give flyer, got speak up booming music. This is psychological warfare as far as I'm concerned. Everywhere, everything you see is saturated with their colors or their messaging, right? To hide the truth. And everywhere the truth is, they went and patch it up. Because some places they had to take shame out the email. To go to put up flag in some places, they had to send somebody with little
No, they
ascot.
take shame out.
And it
I
look
them ain't got no
bad.
shame, Francis.
Look
Them people
bad.
ain't got no shame. They ain't
The
got no
flex,
shame.
the
I
flecks of
convinced they get
shame.
none.
The shame boo boo. The little thing was left in the corner of your eye when the shame gone. The little hard piece of shame don't fall out. Right? We have to preserve something, a crystal of
Yeah.
shame. Yeah.
Let me jump off here now, Melissa.
All right.
And we can bounce back on 5 a.m.
Okay, well then we can back
Good.
bounce back on 5 a.m. Even if you see I'm not up and you go before me, whichever one, I come and join you on. But
We can
we can
call you.
tag
We
team
got to
this
call
thing.
your man, Mel. Somebody in got wake up in your house. Say, take that
I
dog
can
and
text
stuff.
you.
We
I can
calling
text you.
them too.
I can text you the private number so you could call her.
Good.
So when once that one is ringing, I will know that it's definitely something
Or we
important.
can
I'll
call
do the
critics
same to
because
you,
he
and
always
I'll do the
seem to
same to you,
know.
Ian.
We can call critics because he always seem to know who you them, Mel.
And he always
Right?
well you see that's the
I
next thing
always
now.
seem to know.
He
Yeah.
always know why they're more than me. Why living, what time I go out, what time I come out, how much time me
Just
step outside, how much time me step outside for the day. So like the people pay me
just
personally for
just
watching
to
my me.
finish on that point, right? I find it so interesting that a man that for the last 5 years know there's like now we understand why critics know who is a low life, who is a hungry belly, who is dog, who is an
Francis.
abuser, right? Because he's looking in the mirror and see every day. He know the signs. You
You know
understand?
yourself,
You know how
exactly.
you know hungry belly characteristics because he thief $182 million from us. We never get back the money. Right? That's he licking his lips. He's no longer hungry. He's a full belly. You understand? That's how he know what hungry belly look like.
Right can
And he's
put
not
it.
low life. He is now high life. He does travel on our money. So he
You
know
gotta
who
find
is
out
low life now.
where the pump
Right?
station money there.
And he know who is that because
And
he's
then they
feisty
talking
and
about the pump
Brian. Yeah.
station money. All you hearing is somebody a new company takeover.
Oh, he
Geico.
love the Guyanese people pumping for we money. I shouldn't even say that, guys. Let me come off this live before I start sounding like, you know, I'm saying.
Francis, please
I
spread the word.
I
We're on
take
live.
back
This
what
live
I
will remain
said.
up.
I
I
would
will
like
share
to
it
take
again.
that back. Hmm?
We up. Please spread the word. We up from 5 in the morning. We on this live. The Guyana decides
Don't worry.
2025. We are not.
Yeah.
We are not. Thing. I shall be
I
posting as fast as I get news. I can keep posting. Once I see it, I can keep posting. Y'all keep messaging me.
Good.
Be vigilant tomorrow. Take picture, record, whatever y'all got to do. Do and get
And
it out.
Mel,
because we
Mel,
drive over my eye.
this
I
is the
go
eve
all
of
that
the
while I'm
election.
waiting alive.
I cannot end on without telling you, expressing to you how much I appreciate you, Melissa.
Ah,
You have
thank
put
you,
in
thank you.
more work than the combined opposition for this 5 year period. You have brought so much corruption to light. I feel the very reason that we are in this mood of change in this country is in
Yeah.
part thanks to the hard, dedicated work that you have done. Thankless work. Often you've really received abuse and hatred for it. I don't always agree with how you discuss with people, but I understand you. You understand? I
No,
get it, and
sometimes,
I understand your message. You come to us to tell us the truth,
and
and
Francis, I'm
you have.
only human. I'm only human. You know,
I
sometimes.
understand, but I want to let you know I respect the work you put in and to get us to this point here, right?
No, I just
Agreed.
You
walk
should know
back
that.
because I'm trying to come out
All
the
right, guys.
noise to talk. Yeah.
Galang. You
All right,
you
tomorrow
make
I
it.
reach at this place. Let
Good.
me go.
Tomorrow.
I have to show
All
my
right.
face an hour and then heading back. Bye
All
bye.
All
right.
right,
Take
guys.
care, guys. Thank you for
All right. Have a
joining.
good one.